Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, afternoon, evening, whichever time zone you are in. Welcome to Project Horizon, the VCT CN community stream. Myself, Mad Dante, and joining me, the ever lovely but slightly in pain, the Snow Spy. How are you, Snow?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm souped up on painkillers. I'm ready to go. I pulled my back muscles the other day, and clearly from just carrying all these teammates, which is, what we're probably going to be expecting to see today, Dante. The segue into our preamble of the game today.
I mean, that unironically, that's pretty clean. I'm kind of annoyed at how well that was. But yeah, basically, as kind of a run through for today. So it is DRG versus TEC, I believe. So DRG has, speaking of carries, Vikashu basically has been on an absolute tear. 50 kills. He's absolutely just been going through teams at the point, versus Titan. His holds have been very solid. His fragging capabilities are just next to none. And then Titan, Snow, if you want to give everyone the rundown on how Titan have been looking.
Yeah, I mean, Titan as a team themselves are doing really well. They've done really well in the regular season. They've not really had any consistent performances in the sense that they just can't get wins over the line. They've got a lot of 2-1 series. They do have quite a few wins. They've earned their way through to playoffs with some really nice series in themselves. But the main point of contention is T-Virus Luke. How is T-Virus Luke going to perform in this series? We saw yesterday probably the worst performance of his career so far against Wolves, was shut down very early. And one key point to mention is Luke, as a player, has been so aggressive in these early rounds, and Titan has been reliant on this player constantly getting first picks and first bloods. If you look at the first kill to first death ratio, last time these two played, Luke was 21-8 in first fights. This player just constantly is able to find opening frags, but yesterday against Wolves was just shut down completely.
And that's, I mean, I believe me and you were kind of saying, that reliance on like the star player, that, kind of those big impacts, those massive kind of setups. The minute they fall apart, we see how quickly a team can absolutely collapse. It's very clear that the reliance on Luke has been there. So we'll have to see if hopefully it was just a small little hiccup. People have their off days, even the professionals, even, the highest of the high. Sometimes they can just miss that mark slightly. Bringing up that as well, we've been seeing Howong doing, quite a lot without EDG, just to kind of, bring that over as well, just because I've been trying to follow Howong a decent bit. So nice to see that redemption from them as well, kind of to get the Marmites almost right now of T-Virus Luke versus Howong, if you want to, beg my very, very reaching comparison.
I mean, yeah, Howong in and of themselves it's a very interesting storyline to me. I mean, you go from being the IGL for EDG, who are a very good team, but kind of a middling team internationally. Howong's taken out, nobody takes over in that IGLing role. All of a sudden, they win champs. Literally the first split where he swapped out. And for Howong, that's got to feel bad. So now it comes to the point where you've had a close series against EDG in the regular split. This Titan team is performing well. While they're not at the top of the scoreboard, they are slowly ramping up as they figure out how they want to play. And for me, it's interesting to see how Howong's calling style goes, because now we need to see some more depth, because let Luke cook is no longer a valid style of play, because Wolves have shown that teams can easily shut it down.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the thing. I just want to very quickly clarify, because there are some people, maybe watching that maybe don't understand, Howong's position. If anyone has played, even just in ranked, with someone that, they've had a good game with, and then they're on the opposing team the next time and they beat you. That's, imagine that and then magnify it like 10,000 times. That's the scale that we're talking.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one to be watched throughout the entire split, the entire playoffs. My apologies, but the other interesting part to me that I believe some people have started to mention is Group Alpha versus Group Omega, because I think yesterday has kind of proved that these Omega teams have come in better better prepared and ready to face these group alpha teams. And maybe it is just the Wolves effect, because I am a very big fan of this Wolves team. They are bringing something new to this region. They're playing more around team play. Their prep is super good. They have a lot of different variety in terms of their comps on these maps. And maybe it is just that they were a good matchup versus Titan, but now it is Titan's turn to show that they do offer something else other than just hoping that Luke gets opening picks and hoping that RB can clutch those end rounds for them.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of clutches, so the stats we've currently got RB versus Nick in terms of that. So that's your, your ACS, your kind of agents per game and stuff like that we're currently looking at. Now, the previous stats were pistol, first kill, 5 versus 4 win rate, and then clutch percentage respectively. And we see, that KAST from Nick, that is quite scary. I mean, 11.8 as well. Nick has been an absolute demon for his squad. But speaking of, we get to see the map pool as well, and this, no surprise, Haven's at the top.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's not a surprise at all, considering you've got Vukashu, who is pretty much the raid boss. You play Haven, you put Vukashu on ISO, and you go, do whatever you want, please. Just go kill people. Win us this game, and we'll be very happy. It's one of their best map picks, and pretty much the reason for that is because Vukashu has been an absolute dominant carry for them. Whenever this team is winning, whenever this team is losing, it does not matter. This player is always getting frags.
Yeah, exactly. And kind of speaking of, those frags and such. So the red is your attacking win rate. The grey is then the defender side win rate. So just to get that, I honestly, looking at Icebox for a second there and seeing a 25% versus 7% is quite interesting as to why we haven't seen Icebox as much. TEC, though, a bit more confident on it. Running that 5 times 2 to 3 is really interesting. Fracture showing up, and Haven actually... a really, we just mentioned Haven at the top, an underperformance in Haven to say the least.
The reason why, though, is because Luke's agent pool is the most narrow that we've ever seen in pro play. It's like Kang of old, where it's like lock in jet every game, but you've added on Raze on top, and pretty much all we see from Luke is Raze or Luke. So any Raze or Jet, sorry. So any map that doesn't have good Raze setups, that you can't really play Jet super effectively in this Yoru Neon meta, Luke just struggles on. So I'm expecting them to go to maps towards like Split, where Raze can be really good. I mean, I think Bind's out the map pool now, so you can't even pick towards that. Ascent is good because at least you can play Jet there. It's just been a real struggle for this squad. It's that Luke is very comfortable on Raze and Jet, but the issue is the meta is moving away from those agents right now.
I'm really glad you brought up, that the Yoru Neon kind of centric meta that we've had, especially because Yoru is someone that hasn't necessarily needed to get a lot of changes. It's just things have managed to mold around Yoru in quite a healthy way, it's got to be said. But Yoru very much, I mean, maybe other than Neon in terms of like the highest of high movement, Yoru probably the highest skill ceiling agent in the game. So the fact that you've moved from Jet and Raze, who, let's face it, are quite simplistic characters, they're very effective, obviously, and you still have to be very good, but Yoru requires quite a lot, and we can have a look through at the replays and see already how TEC have been faring, and needless to say, warmed up enough.
And this is, you're gonna see these highlights literally from this last series that these teams had, and what you're not going to be noticing is the fact that DRG doesn't have many rounds on the board. And this is the next point that I was going to mention: the problems that Luke has in terms of agent pool. Vukashu is also having the same issue where they just cannot play Viper maps. Whenever Vukashu is forced onto Viper, it's always such a weak performance. This is Vukashu's worst agent by far, and I think it's because we're not playing something like Vice, something like Cypher, something like ISO. Vukashu doesn't have the flexibility to take these fights. When you're playing Viper, you have to stay alive later on into rounds. You have to be able to use that utility. It's not as important if you lose that Sentinel, especially on attack. And so when Vukashu is forced into situations where they can't be the one aggressing and taking these fights, DRG really struggles.
Yeah. That kind of thing. You stick one of your, most solid performing players, but again, kind of expendable. They do what they need to do, and then that's kind of it. Viper, you can't mess around with that. Even your initiators and such, we're starting to see Breach come online. Those countdowns to the extra fault lines and things are starting to be the absolute make or break. And yeah, Viper wall going down. I mean, the additional controller to kind of support that at least is something, but everyone's ran through a Viper wall before and then gotten massacred. But we are, it looks like we are, yeah, getting to the walk-ins and such now. The players are getting lined up and ready to go. The action just about to begin.
And I'm getting more excited by the second as we start to sort of see how these players are going to be feeling, what the vibes are going to be for today. But it does give us just a little bit more time to talk about these two teams and their interactions between them. Obviously, last time these two teams played, close series. It was off the back of Titan's kind of team play and the fact that everybody was contributing. Was the reason that they were able to pull that win through over DRG. But DRG can just be a different beast. And you were speaking about before the cast that Nick has. I feel like DRG right now are so hyper-focused on everyone support Vukashu, give them exactly what this player needs. And while it can be a difficult win con to always make work, because if Vukashu's not feeling on point, it's hard to really make them your anchor, but Vukashu is so consistently performing that it just has to be the one way for victory for DRG.
Yeah, exactly. And side tangent, just because I miss her, I'm surprised we haven't managed to get Sage back in this meta just purely to pick up your raid boss again. That just to fully dedicate yourself to that angle.
This is just, it's just DRG next level strats. We just we send Sky, Raze, we just all heal Vukashu and just try and make them survive. But it's obviously, no, it's never going to be as one-dimensional as that. It's not like every team is like, Vukashu's the only one getting kills, no one else is doing anything. But it is very important to note that Vukashu is a key performer on this team and is definitely going to be the main player that we are going to watch for this DRG squad.
No, exactly, and that has, you know, similar. I mean, Titan has had RB as well, you know, phenomenal stuff from them, and Nick as well. So there's going to be a lot of kind of star players, and that also comes with the idea of getting frags is, like, obviously getting frags, big part of the game, that builds your momentum, but it can also really build your mental now in terms of, you know, people are looking for Vukashu. If you're able to get that early pick, if you're able to just completely exercise Vukashu kind of out of that relevancy, that does build your momentum, that builds your confidence that one of the star players, in theory, is being at least kind of controlled, mitigated, and it does make life quite a bit simpler.
And I think, to be honest, you speak about that in the same merit. I feel like it's harder to pick off Vukashu than it is to pick off Luke. And I feel like Luke, we showed the Titan will crumble if Luke is not constantly being supported and is not able to find these opening picks, because the games that Luke has lost, that Titan have lost, have been through Luke not able to find those first bloods against EDG. We're still 17 and 12. We're still finding those first fights, but it wasn't quite the 20 and 8 performance that they had versus Titan. It wasn't quite the 23 and 10 that they've had versus Nova. When Luke is shut down early on, Titan just doesn't really know what to do, because it feels like Howong's calling style goes off a similar play style to Fnatic, where you look to insert somebody on a lurk, you look to get information and play through the mid-rounding, and normally what happens is Luke finds an opening pick, you're like, oh great, we're 5 versus 4. It's very easy to make good mid-round decisions when you're 5 versus 4. But if Luke isn't finding those picks, it's so much harder for Titan to play their style.
Yeah, and that, you know, that pick centric, and we did look at the stats before. I believe it was DRG and things. You know, the 5 versus 4, very much not favoring you know, Luke's squad, especially because I'd imagine that once you hit that 5 versus 4, the reason it's a 5 versus 4 is because Luke has been picked off or at least dealt with or managed. But what DRG have been saying, and just to kind of cover you guys on what the desk are saying as well, obviously over in the CN, DRG are very reliant on the kind of the crowd support and that momentum. It's something we are seeing quite a lot of teams start to not necessarily fall back on, but certainly start to consider a bit more, is that kind of extra support, that backup, that keeping the momentum, keeping the spirits high. And DRG, once they start, you know, falling behind it, if that's something they, you know, we have seen them unfortunately do before, Titan might be able to correlate on that. So these initial rounds, of course, always mega important, but may actually be even more pivotal between these two teams.
these two teams head into the huddle. It's a rematch to see who's going to make it further on in this playoffs. The team that loses is going to be out, is going to be watching the rest of these playoffs from home. And these two teams have faced off before. Titan did win that matchup, and as we head over towards the map pool, we know that the first map we're going to be playing on is Ascent, and this is not a surprise to me.
I don't think it's a surprise for anyone. Ascent will basically be guaranteed in these 3 maps, whether it's the kind of the beginner, just to kind of seal the momentum, get everything started. Ascent's quite a gentleman's agreement map, almost. Everyone knows how it's played, everyone knows how it's run, so it's very much just a whoever does it better. Sometimes that's why you leave it to the end in case you get to that best of 3 and you need to kind of deal with it. TEC will be starting on the defense as well, which is quite pivotal. And then we move on to Fracture and Lotus. So to go from the very gentleman's agreement to 2 quite, massive scale maps, very much dependent on how the playstyles are adapted, how the the executes are handled as well, and that could all be made from the foundation of Ascent.
I'm very much in 2 minds when it comes to this map pick and ban, because I feel like this suits towards Titan very heavily. All 3 maps are maps where Luke is going to be able to get one of those 2 agents and is going to have great effectiveness. Ascent is pretty much the original Jet map. Yes, we're seeing more Waylay, we're seeing a few more different things that come out in terms of the comps, but Jet is very much the standard. When you look at Fracture and Lotus, 2 maps that you can play Raze on really effectively. But the issue for them is Titan are pretty much always playing a very similar comp each time. They don't really change anything up. They don't really bring out anything new. And so if DRG has done their homework, the prep work against Titan is so easy.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'm glad you mentioned it in terms of, because we see T-Virus immediately on that Jet. We see Vikashu actually leaning towards the Vise rather than the Viper themselves, so kind of what you were building off of earlier. TEC have been very reliant and comfortable on their picks. DRG have been starting to get a little bit more comfortable, and to be honest, I think the big thing is T-Virus look on the Jet, Spirits, though, opting for the Yoru.
But I mean, the bigger thing to mention is this is a different comp actually from Titan, especially not having RB towards that Sentinel. This is showing that maybe they're trying to change something up and make something new happen, because RB very commonly just a hardcore Sentinel player, and I mean, has been pulling out the Teo as well, but the fact to see them on KO maybe shows that they've been cooking a little bit.
Double initiator is always something that you have to show respect for if you're going to be playing aggressive, if you're going to be playing fast. As you said, I think we've been seeing RB typically leaning towards, like, the Cypher, the Sentinels, as you said, so moving towards that KO. Someone we haven't seen as much, but it looks like we're going to be seeing them very shortly indeed. We should just be getting in. Players are loaded, hopefully warmed up and ready to go. Here we go, the gorgeous initial starter of Ascent, and then Fracture. If we get that far, moving on to Lotus.
And the big pulling point for DRG becomes Vikashu on this Vice. I believe 100% win rate so far. Whenever they get this agent, they manage to pop off, and it's not often that they get to play it, but they have been able to bring it out here. A lot of flexibility on this agent, and DRG are going to need it if they really want to play through this player.
Oh, yeah, they are, and they've already started off. It's a brilliant push through mid, but look, I mean, if there's one way to get yourself warmed up, that's absolutely a way to do it. The Viper already down for Kongshu as well, having to rely purely on flexing for this pistol.
And who else but Luke to get that first blood, pretty much telling the storyline themselves. Is RB going to do a bit of jiggling out to try and bait a shot, and DRG are lost now. They're not quite sure what to do, and I mean, you would be too if someone got picked off through the smoke 5 seconds into the round.
I mean, we can see the map pull entirely. We have the wall hacks and everything, and I think we are both equally as lost as DRG. That is pretty brutal. But with this mid control now, gonna be pushing in towards market. But Abo on that sidewalk control, the deadlock still coming through. Quite an aggressive swing, playing off each other. The swing from the smoke, fires looks good for one. The salvo, but flexing, immediately pulling back, and the backup from B-Main. Abo good for 1, so it's 1 versus 3. Apologies.
Nick now gonna have to try to be that anchor for DRG. It is the pistol round, so anything can happen, but as it's a swing into 2, it is Titan's just establishing control of this game early on, winning this pistol round.
I mean, going back to what you said, Sto, it's as simple as, and I'm glad that this is the timing you get to see, because yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. That initial frag, no Viper Wall, no pit, or no Viper Orb, sorry, it's absolutely ridiculous. That is incredibly pivotal. We see the little kind of the marker as well, actually still stuck on the smoke, but if you line it up, it doesn't matter, and TEC bringing that 51% to the pistol round.
Good percentage to have now. Pretty much just should be a throwaway round for DRG. They might try and make something funky happen, but with only Vukashu on that Sheriff, you're not expecting too much magic in this one. But DRG is going to be grouping up, trying to maybe throw this Titan squad off guard, but if they head towards B main, that is a lot of bullets you're going to have to put into that deadlock wall.
Yes, I believe I've ran it through before while we are in this kind of more of a patient kind of zone. So the deadlock wall, for anyone that doesn't know, it takes a magazine plus a bullet from the Phantom and the Vandal. So it's 31 bullets from the Phantom, 26 from the Vandal. That's how healthy that thing is. So very smart just to wait it out. And that's only more bullets, obviously, with the pistol. Yoru going to pick up the orb just to get that extra dimensional drift from Spirits. But KO knife, not finding evident. T-Virus Luke doesn't... Smokes are a recommendation for this man.
I mean, first bloods are pretty much guaranteed when you have Luke on your squad, but the RG is a little bit, and there was a potential moment there where maybe they could have their pop-off performance, but we see already the issues that are coming from DRG. Not many set plays coming through from them. The utility combos aren't quite there. Very much trying to play slowly and find picks. But when you're playing against Luke, who apparently just has wall hacks on today, there's not really much else that you can do.
Spreading across the smokes, indeed. Honestly, Luke, more reminiscent of Viper than Kangshu has been able to be thus far, just spreading that infection through the smokes. But now this is where DRG can shine. They've got the momentum, or not the momentum, sorry, but they at the very least have the finances to try and get something worked. We see the magnet come through. The rest is the DRG though, making sure Spirits doesn't go down without a fight. And TEC though, Titan, very comfortable right now just to play this patiently, wait for DRG to swing and punish accordingly.
This is why the deadlock becomes so pivotal, because how can DRG ever make an aggressive play when that Sonic Sensor's just waiting for them to make that rush? And it's very difficult for teams sometimes to play around this utility because it's not the easiest to pick off. It's not like a Killjoy or a Sova, a Killjoy or a Cypher where you're just going to be able to use a Sova shock dart, use a breach aftershock, something like that to kill it off. These trips can be placed in very unique ways.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's, to be honest, it's very surprising that, you know, just very quickly, Sova used to be, you know, Sova was the king of Ascent for the longest time, especially because the tripwires were down, whether that was Cypher, whether that was Deadlock. But now, with all of this extra changes, you don't really have room for Sova. You don't even have room for Vukashu. Abo picking up the headshot on the mid is absolutely beautiful. And again, DRG never really getting this momentum, always seeming to lose the first player.
And always seeming to just be so passive. The information's there now. DRG has to go towards this site, and they are just completely caught off. Everybody will be squatting down, getting their gym gains in today, but it will be Titan getting every single kill on the board.
And not just Titan, Evo, I believe. 3 Marshall shots. Yeah, I'm glad we're starting to see those because I'm pretty sure that was 3 for 3 on these headshots. The patience, the compassion for his team and the lack of compassion for DRG. No mercy shown as TEC just walking away with that. That was their bonus spot. You look at their econ, that's more than just a bonus, that's a full salary.
DRG, I feel like we haven't really seen anything from them yet. No real aggressive plays early on. No real look to actually get themselves on towards the site. And they have gained space over towards A main. And it's drawn a rotate out from Titan. Now they can reset to think about where they want to go. But Titan has all the information they need. No one towards mid. They haven't seen anything else. Okay. Head just going to be popped right there, but it will not be their death, fortunately for them.
May as well, whether it's 1 HP or 150 HP, as long as you can pull that trigger, you can make a difference. And I think we're just about to see that now. The Viper Orb goes up, the Prowlers, the TPs, RB being pushed away, trying his best to just spam the util. The flash is actually solid enough to protect himself. He does have the backup of T-Virus Luke as the lockdown, the null command is popped. But again, I'm pretty sure another suggestion smoke for T-Virus Luke. We're gonna have to see that. That's a beautiful flick from Howong. And while DRG are on the site, they are very much not getting on that kill feed. They managed one from Nick, but Vukashu in a dream, good for one. But in theory, that should be all they've written. Never mind, Vukashu suddenly trying to come online.
And this is what we spoke about in the pre-game. If DRG's going to win, it has to be off the back of this player. And now they are given their opportunity to be the hero. They're stalled out a little bit of time. And if they can just isolate a 1 versus 1, they can maybe make something happen. But it's dwindling down. They only have 10 seconds to work with. They have to make their move, but they only have 7, 6, 5. They need to stick this plan if they want to go. But it is Howong proving that they are such a clutch player.
That was, I'm not gonna lie, I was getting stressed. I can only imagine how that was feeling for the players. That shot from Howong is nothing short of filthy. The positioning from RB as well. Vukashu then deciding to try and take matters into his own hands, but the positioning from Howong, the swing just not quite going in Vukashu's way. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, you're down 4-0. You should probably be expecting a timeout relatively shortly, and DRG absolutely gonna pull the trigger on that.
And the issue is, when you look at this team, what is there that they can even fix? Because at the moment, they're not even getting towards a site. They're not even getting to be able to make their set play. We haven't once seen Spirits try TP into backside. We haven't once seen them try take that space and give the opportunity for their team to come in. And it feels like Titan are just reading them at every single point. And Luke right now, I think, is 3 out of 4 for first bloods. I think only Abo got that one pick in the third round to take that one away. But DRG is pretty much having to play every round 4 versus 5.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing we were seeing in terms of like the 4 versus 5 clutches and things, you know, how the man advantage comes through. And I'm fairly certain it was something, you know, 47%, I want to say, roundabout there for DRG. Titans, I believe, though, was 43. So Titans having to make sure that they don't give up that first frag. And to be honest, right now, that's exactly what they're doing. DRG not able to get any initial opening positioning, and a read from TEC, the 3-stack towards B, going to be a very aggressive push indeed.
Yeah, and it's a pinch as well. Luke getting another first blood as everybody is just being ripped apart from DRG. There is no hope in this round, and the hope from this game might just be dwindling.
I mean, flexing, maybe he can try and do something. In fact, at least does a decent amount of damage to the economy. Had they walked away with their lives, that would have been a story. Dead men, however, tell no tales. And that brings us, I believe, very comfortably onto a 5-0. The tech, or not the tech pause, sorry, that timeout, the idea, you know, let's start correlating ideas, let's start coming into plans. And Titan with honestly a beautiful read that, yeah, if you want to think of this plan, this big execute, that's all well and good. You're not going to get the time to even try and go about making that happen.
They were like, thank you very much for the timeout. We'll plan out a set play ourselves. And just really loving that one there. And, you know, this does bring me onto a slight point as we slow down a little bit here. Titans, and Luke specifically, has not been super confident on the operator. That has been one weakness for their defense. Luke hasn't looked amazingly good with this weapon, and if there's something that you can exploit from this Titan squad, it's the fact that they're not often going to have that operator online. And that is maybe something that you can look to punish.
Yeah, especially when you do have that extra dimensional drift as well. Honestly, a bit surprising we don't see Spirits here opt for the shorty and just try and make something work. You're already down 5-0. You should be getting one more ultimate at least but the timing, the positioning from the flash, Abo with the backup of RB is absolutely filthy. The utility being popped. There's a lot of the null command coming through as well from that suppression of the knife. The Armageddon falling through onto the CT as well. All the members of DRG just hiding through so he conga line to dodge that. And this is as slow, I think, as we've been seeing from DRG just being kept at bay by this TEC util.
And they just seem to want to commit, but there's all 4 members on this side of the map. And Luke is back here just waiting for you to peek him, looking for that clutch play, but it will not matter because it is Coco just stopping every member from DRG finding any space they could ever want.
The bear trap, those are some sharp jaws on them, and DRG, yeah, I mean, it couldn't have put it better. They are wanting to aggress, they are trying to aggress, they are clawing tooth and nail for any sort of positional advantage. But when you've got these level of the flashes, the swings, the positioning, the shots from Coco, from Howong, and then Luke being able to pick up the last member, you know, this is just a masterclass in positioning, in util management. And DRG, you'd mentioned about doing their homework, Snow. I think there's maybe going to have to be a see me after class.
Probably so, but for me, it's showing DRG's weaknesses. They are a team that has not been able to find that coordination when it comes to these set plays, and they are very reliant on Bukashu getting some of these picks, and Bukashu pretty much saying, I don't even need a weapon, just give me a sheriff and I'll find some kills. But right now, having a bit of a weaker game, and we spoke about it last time these two teams played, Bukashu did not have a similar performance to how they normally play, and it is showing right here, right now, that Titans have definitely done their prep work to counter this DRG squad.
I mean, it's an A+ so far if you're DRG, though. I mean, if TEC can get 6 rounds on the trot, in theory you can too, and it's all going to come off of this position of this play from Spritz. The flash is good. Flexion's, though, able to bring it back, gets 2 off the back of his teammate, and Kangshu online as well. Finally, this is what we've seen. It has taken 6 rounds, but that extra dimensional drift, Spirit's finally coming online for his team when they need it most.
A situation where Titans, I would expect them to go in and maybe try to do a bit of economical damage, try get a couple exits just so you can take some rifles out the hands of these DRG players. But not expecting to really win the round, and that one off the back of that interdimensional drift, just good info gamed, good trade outs from this DRG squad. But we need to see more of that in this game.
I mean, yeah, there's a reason that's the ultimate. You cannot rely on that. It's only going to be showing up once every, 6, 7 rounds, especially if those frags aren't going your way. We have been seeing DRG playing around the ult orbs, which is good to see. Sometimes teams are a little bit nervous to do it, but that's never really been DRG's playstyle. Walk away with all these guns, no economical damage for TEC to find any members of DRG. So now DRG, I mean, I mentioned this at the start, the momentum going off, the fact that they kind of rely on the audience for that momentum to keep going. This is what DRG maybe need to start what could be a hell of a comeback, and I have faith.
Somehow Titan's economy isn't actually that good in and of itself. You look at the weapons that they have, the money that they have a Guardian on RB. If they lose this next round as well, they're going to be forced onto a save. So DRG, very important swing ground for them. If they can win this one through, they can string a couple rounds together and force Titans into a rough position.
That's an excellent point about the econ, because, I mean, as you'd mentioned, Titan don't really opt for the op very much. They also have the jet from T-Virus, look for the Blade Storm to kind of cheat the economy a bit. So, yeah, for 6 rounds on the back, DRG, I mean, it's been pretty, if you look at the kill feed there, I mean, Flexen's on 10-6, Bukashu then is 4, so the frags are still very much going DRG. TEC haven't been able to walk away with, like, pure flawlesses and everything, but a bit of a surprising factor, it has to be said, Nightfall upon the A site, but again, as soon as the util is committed, TEC fire it right back, and DRG haven't moved from this position.
So much to stall as well. You got Teo, you got the deadlock, everybody's running in, and DRG wants to commit. There's smokes everywhere on site, and I'll say this is not traditional play, but if it works, it works, but it will not be working today as Titans are ready for it. Coco is going absolutely huge, and they are going to let them try and get the ace, but scumbag Howong will steal that one away in the last second.
Oh, someone call Kellogg's, because Coco pops with a teammate of Howong. That is absolutely filthy. A beautiful 4K, nothing short of excellent positioning, excellent punishment. That's one. We see the beautiful shot. We see the swings. Coco having no shenanigans at Howong. A little bit cheeky, but again, pretty sure if you're TEC, you don't care about that ace. You just want the round.
DRG still going to be in their own struggle period. They have at least got money to buy themselves some more Vandals, some more rifles. It's a chance going into this round. When you look at that ult economy, they've used a lot in that round and not even really gained anything. And Coco, off the back of that momentum from the last round, just pushing forward, saying, Luke, you're the king of first bloods, but not in this game.
Someone else wants to be top of that for once, and if you're gonna have a player, it can be Coco. Armageddon already back online, and we watched the essential forced conga line that DRG were made the last time Armageddon had fallen, and now Howong already being pushed away from DRG. They are now doing this split. We have been seeing a bit more, you know, everyone's kind of coming in from one angle, so the utility's been able to shut them down. Little bit of a good adaptation here. Armageddon actually very aggressive from Coco, not a single member close to it, even expecting to catch someone out, but everyone here split up in the mid, and it's only going to be Vukashi on that B-main.
The door's already been closed. They've said, you're welcome to take mid. We'll get all the information that we need. But now it is Luke left alone in lane. Nobody to support on this site. Has to make the big play themselves. But if it's anyone, it will be Luke that is able to hold this site down. And not only get one, not only get two, but somehow end that round with a triple kill.
Very difficult having to beat my breath to make sure I'm not screaming over you. That is what you want to see. Luke's timing there, nothing short of surgery. No members, you know, that had been cleared. Lane had been checked out, and that extra shot onto Vukashi. Why would I give you the opportunity? You know, if smokes are a suggestion for Luke, walls are too.
DRG having to take their second time out. I feel like this is such a dire situation for them. In their minds, they made the play perfectly. There's a single member isolated alone on site. It is exactly what you want, but just a perfect swing from Luke shuts down all their hopes in this round, and they don't really know what to do. It feels like Titan are just corralling them. It's like a sheepdog corralling all of the different sheep into every exact pen that they want them to go to.
I mean, yeah, and I'm sure to be honest, DRG feeling a bit trapped in those pens. Any kind of attempt or an execute that they do, again, all that utility you'd mentioned, Snow, you know, the deadlock, the Teho, there's so much they have to deal with. Even whenever you pop, you know, the ultimates, you know, the null commands and such, it's still not really working out. And if anything, I mean, Ascent is very, you know, quite defender-sided. Everyone knows that, but you really are, at this point, I guess, praying for superstition in that 9-3?
I mean, it's defender-sided, but it's not quite 11-1 defender-sided. That's not normally what we're seeing. But hero rifle in the hands of Vukashi. If there's anybody else you want it on, it is this player right here. But having a bit of a weaker game right now, hasn't been set up for success like we've seen in the past. DRG needs to do a bit of a better job of getting Vukashi online, letting them take more opportunistic fights, and really just helping their team push forwards.
Yeah, and speaking of, you know, this mid control from DRG, I think that initial kind of pincer towards B, I think it was back on maybe the 4th or 5th round. It was the 5th round just after the first timeout. DRG, I think that's left a stain on them. They seem very concerned that Titan are going to do it. And speaking of concern, there's the util to try and get out of that salvo, but Howong making sure Nick will not walk away. So one member, we've mentioned these first bloods going so in the line of TEC, and that's an additional one to do so.
DRG just being shut down at every single moment. There's just nothing that they can even do. And for them, mid control has felt so important. But DRG have just been closing the door to B every round and happily giving that one up. They don't care if you take mid, because DRG are not willing to push through to spawn.
I'm glad you, because I was literally just about to say that, you know, we have seen a decent amount of mid control, but then it's always that market push. They're always working off of it, and here we go now. The knock command, just an extra bit of, okay, if you want to push, go on ahead, and not the Bulldog, sorry, the Vandal plus the Phantom. As quickly as DRG walk on the site, Vukashu's walking off to try and save this gun.
Yeah, he better run away fast, but seems to want to take the fight, at least for their own ego, for their own confidence. We'll get just the one, but we'll get traded out in return. And now the best that DRG can hope for is a 9-3 half. It is such a dire situation to find yourself in your own potential elimination game.
I mean, I believe the only question for DRG currently is, do they believe in ghost stories? Because they are most certainly in one right now. This is a struggle for them. The position and no chances given, no opportunities, no space, no nothing. And speaking of T-Virus, look, already in B main, already trying for that initial aggression, trying to get even more first bloods added to that lineup. What is already an absolute bountiful harvest. The Blade Storm in the updraft, Luke has just been a thorn in DRG's side.
And just playing so aggressive as well, with so much confidence. Annihilation online, or Alvo as well. If anybody tries to push forward from this DRG squad, they could just be picked out. And this is the first time we're seeing a bit of mid-pressure from Titan. And it is at the perfect moment. They are just waiting to make a play, waiting to counter them. And RB off the swing is able to kill two. And it's just Titan just ruining DRG any opportunity they get.
I mean, at the very least, there's one person alive in Vukashu, but no, Coco is behind you. Check your angles. We'd mentioned no real flanks, no real concerns about, you know, that mid pressure, but Titan going, okay, it's 9-1. You know what we can do now? We can finally get this flank doing. The patience there, the position and the knowledge there. RB with every little piece of knowledge to say that, yep, you can absolutely push through that A site. No one's going to be seeing you on that A main, and that's exactly how Coco picks up Vukashu. And with that 10-1, DRG are clinging to any hope they have.
RB on 16 assists has been such a pivotal point for these countering plays. Just those flashes to help Luke find these picks, to give Coco those positions to take those fights. And while it is mid control right now again for DRG, we've already seen time and time again that Titan just does not care.
Why do they need to? Their positioning's clearly working out. Their team play, their coordination, the utility has just been, I want to say, pretty flawless. I mean, in terms of it, anytime there needs to be a disengage, TEC are absolutely ready just to walk away. Titan are happy. Yep, you want that control? Go on ahead. We know we'll get that back. And there's been really nothing. We do see now that Razor, that Thorn Garden trying to come through. It's going to shut down, but again, the salvo just immediately, again, the ults have been popped, and where are DRG just sitting in main?
Steel Garden used, but it's already gone away. And Howong with the booster smoke, just ripping apart everybody that tries to walk through tree. And it does not matter in the end if you use that Steel Garden if you have nothing to push off it with.
I mean, to cut a long push shorty, that's exactly what you want to see. Beautiful stuff, beautiful position. And yeah, the Steel Garden, what is meant to be a phenomenal ultimate. It doesn't matter if you've got someone hiding in the shadows, jumping down, and speaking of lurking in the shadows, who is going to show up behind you, just emerge from nowhere like Coco is going to. So with that, I believe now we are going to be moving on to the halftime. So I mean, Titan 111, in theory, DRG can do it too.
In theory, definitely theory in terms of just... I mean, if you're talking theoretically, anything can happen. DRG could sweep this game out, but when we're talking about practicality, Dante, it's a different realm. And DRG, I mean, the desk were talking about it before. DRG has struggled when they're behind. When they're 11-1, I think it's just a mental move.
I think so. And actually as well, a big thing in terms of the pistol. So obviously this is who wins pistol the second half. The last time these two teams went against each other, it was actually DRG was winning 4-2 in terms of the pistol rounds. So DRG were the ones you were expecting to kind of walk away, but Titan either done their homework or just gotten themselves prepped, and everyone seems to have the belief that it will be Titan walking away with this second pistol round. And if they do, DRG have to be on the back foot for 11 rounds should they. And I know you said it's a different reality. It's called delusion, Snow, please. But yes, in my delusional reality, we may somehow get to an overtime.
I mean, if it's going to happen, it has to be off Vukashi just picking up their performance. This team has been so reliant on this player, and their vice has been so good, but it has been off of their defensive halves. It's been DRG that have just been able to find rounds out of nowhere because this player is just so good in those 1v1 gunfights. But with Titan playing how they are right now, I don't know if it's going to be possible.
Your worst performing player is 6, 19 from RB. You know, I don't know if you can really say worst performing, but here we go. Super aggressive defense from DRG, and it's gonna work out for them. At least that first frag finally going their way. Gogo and Avo, though, are just happy to answer right back, and now Nick pushing through aggressive defense. Finally, TEC seem distracted. Titan unsure, but 2 versus 1, and Howong still very possible for him.
Spike is down as well. Has a smoke available to be able to isolate a 1v1, using it in a bit of a cheeky way, predicting that there's a player towards short, but they would be wrong. Vukashi sitting, waiting, will get the information that Howong is here, and as Nick spots the player, Howong, how have you done that? What on earth is that play?
Emphasis on how? I mean, for the English speakers, emphasis on how. I mean, what was that? The flicks, the shots. I mean, Howong, he had the read on short, and then that flick, that is just, I mean, yeah, Titan are on a different level right now. There's no words. My job is to have the words to describe what just happened, and to be honest, I got none.
Gosh, I mean, what a way to just crush the hopes and dreams of DRG, who are forced onto a save now on their map pick. It is 12-1. Their opportunities are dwindling. They have nothing that they can do, as Luke found another opening pick, and they just try to battle and give it their everything towards this site. But as their numbers dwindle, so do their hopes of winning this game.
It's Nick with a stinger. It's possible RB on half HP, the magazine, but no read for Nick, and Evo is gonna be the one to swing out. 13-1. Decisive is an understatement, I would say. That's insane.
My God. I mean, what a way to end it. I mean,
yeah.
Anyone else but Howong. And I mean, how does this player pull it out? 13-1 on their map pick. That does not bode well at all for DRG.
You move on to Fracture as well. I mean, Ascent is a map of execution and positioning and timing. Fracture is all of that. It just exponentially wider. It's insanity, the level that Fracture just demands, dictates from you. So we're gonna have to wait and see. But speaking of waiting and seeing, let's have a re-look at the rest of the highlights. The one map that we've seen, or the one round that we've seen from DRG, doesn't even get featured because everything Titan did was just so scary.
Played this map so well, and it's an interesting style of play, just not caring about mid control at all, shutting that door towards market. It's not a style of play that I've seen be used very often, and I think that's because giving up your spawn can just be a detriment. But when DRG doesn't recognize the gap, doesn't play around it at all, it's just a benefit to Titan.
I mean, yeah, and in terms of it, we've seen that Titan are not going to let you get away. I mean, come on. Titan are not going to let you get away with anything. Look, that is, I mean, if you're DRG, a fan of or a player, you do not want to see that. If you are Titan, that is exactly the atmosphere that you want to be putting DRG into. That defeated attitude, but you're going to just have to move on and try your best to pick yourself up for this fracture.
And I think this round right here that we're seeing was the turning point, because so much was invested for DRG. They threw everything in this round to try gain themselves some momentum. And when they were so easily shut down by all the util, they just didn't know what to do.
Seemed clueless, and I mean that's you know, you had Coco in these angles here. I mean, Coco really was, in terms of, in my opinion, the star. Every time there seemed to be a bit of hope. I mean, Howong obviously got that disgusting shot to bring us to that 12th round, but honestly, I mean, T-Virus is going to get it, but I do think you have to show some love to Coco, because that was a filthy performance from the Tejo.
It's just Luke doing Luke things, I guess, at the end of the day, was finding those first bloods. The stat isn't quite going to be up there because the rest of the team was also finding those first fights. I mean, this game just looked like a bunch of Radiant players playing versus a bunch of Diamonds. DRG just didn't look like they could really make anything happen. And heading over to Fracture now, it's going to be so difficult for them to come back from this loss.
I mean, when you've got RB on 22 assists, as KO on Ascent, and then you move on to Fracture, which is very much the home turf of initiators. We see Breach, we see Tejo come out. You know, that is terrifying to go up against if you're DRG, and we see how this is going. First Blood's 11 for the side of Titan. I think that says it all.
They didn't even get a chance to have many more First Bloods, to be honest. There weren't enough rounds played to boost that stat up. It's literally just like, oh, 1 out of 1 post plant for DRG just tells the entire story. How can you even play the rounds out if you can't even get the spike on site?
Why would we worry about your capacity to defuse or hold a post plant if you're never ever there?
I mean, Titan losing statistically in the post plant, because who needs post plant where you just win the round out with kills? It's just pure decimation from Titan for that game. And heading over to that next one, I am scared for DRG, because the desk has already spoke about how hard it is for their mental to bounce back. How on earth do you bounce back from a 13-1?
Well, I think to start it off, the first bounce back is just a little break while the teams do get ready, and then we will be back. Should just be a couple minutes, as the turnaround is always rapid fast. So the teams should be ready in about 5 or so, maybe even less. But until then, grab yourself a water, get yourself refreshed and recouped, because we move on to Fracture. And if Ascent was anything, TEC have come to play. We will see you in just a moment. Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. If you were surprised by that break, it is because we've already had the first game done and dusted. Myself, Danny, of course, joining me. Snow, and Snow, very quickly, just before we get on, I'm sure DRG don't want to hear about it, but how'd that first match go?
There was no first match. It didn't happen. This is map number 1 if you are DRG. We're just playing a best of 2. That's all it is. That's all it is right now. I mean, that's at least for DRG's sake. I hope that's the mental. It's very much the vibe of there was no war.
Just cut it out. Just don't mention it.
Yeah, but I mean, any Avatar references out there? Got to sneak them in. But I mean, for DRG, it's got to be a big bounce back, and I feel like off the back of it, I don't even know there's so many issues that they had that which one do we even highlight, because they couldn't make it onto site. They didn't have any good set plays. Their ultimate usage wasn't really there. They were just kind of yeeting stuff in and hoping. And maybe that's off the back of Titan having some really great prep, but DRG has to pick up the ball.
Yeah, they do. They have to pick up that ball, and not only that, they have to walk away and tell all the neighborhood kids, including Titan, that they are not allowed to play anymore, that they are done. If you want one positive thing just before it, DRG technically 100% post-plan success. Now, they only got one round in Ascent, but
Let's go!
The stats do not lie. The stats do not lie, but yeah, DRG as well also having a bit of a rough time because they did lose to Tyloo on this map as well. This is Titan's map pick. Everything is against DRG.
I mean, the only benefit that goes for them is the fact that Nick is on breach, and that is going to give you that supportive utility that can maybe help you push you over the line, because it felt like Nick wasn't really able to have an impact on Fade, wasn't really quite able to set up any teammates in the same way, but we know this player can be really good supportively, so having them on that breach again can maybe be what they need to give themselves an opening into this series.
I mean, what better than to find an opening than in a fracture, and this is exactly where we are going just now. Again, this is already series point. DRG have to get that first game, as we said, Snow, as you so eloquently put, didn't happen, wasn't there. It's just moving on. You know, life happens, but with this being Titan's map pick as well, we are sure to see some very confident play, some very confident setups, and it already looks like with the util pulled out and ready to go, let's get this underway.
A potential trap play was being set up by DRG, expecting something aggressive from Titans, but the aggression from them comes towards the other side of the map. And as DRG scouting, they're confused. They're like, where is everybody? Nobody is playing forwards. But they are set up outside of B. And the issue is that Cypher is here, ready and waiting.
I mean, this is a spider's trap. If anything, getting snagged on the web. The pain shells are going to come out for Spirits. Trying to refrag. Here we go. Does find it, but T-Virus, look, meanwhile, is already good for one. Taking out for Cashew. No Vi's left alive. That is a start and a half. It's a beautiful turn from the flash from Kongshu, though. Does give them this tower control as a 4 versus 4 and what could be a post-plant scenario. In theory, 100% DRG. This is all on you.
Question is, DRG, can they keep that percentage that you just spoke about 100%? But they're going to have to rely on some of these crossfires. Titans not quite got the utility to work with as it's pistol round, just hoping that Luke can find a pick, and they've spotted the barrel of a gun. They found the one, but it's Flexen that is just one step ahead. As Titans coming forward, RB is able to pick up another, and it's Spirits left all alone in a 1 versus 2. The spike is tapped, is being stuck. They have to move, trying to kill Howong, but the spam is just not there. A scene of hilarity. Titans have won out this first round.
Oh, DRG, your 100% has gone to 50%, I'm afraid. Also, ladies and gentlemen, for what is sure to be an Easter surprise in the in Tejo just bunny hopping in front of you there, and not only that, RB doing it, and Howong bursting from the smoke. Big surprise, no Easter egg, just a ghost shot to the dome.
DRG just, being made to look a little bit silly there, but it came off of the hold, off of the post plant, which You know, last game we didn't get to see much of it, so we don't know how strong they are in this aspect. Derby be jiggling towards Dish. They will spot a member and has some utility to work with, but no salvo available.
This is what we're seeing. Oh my days, we're seeing the utility to work with, but the aggression is very much DRG understanding that post plant may be their best. Spirits have just got on there and decided that yep, wants to do it. RB though not going to be hanging around for long as the aftershock. The defuse is already going through. The aftershock is enough. Virus look walking away with 7 HP. The molly as well. This is frustrating if you are TEC.
Stall utility is going to come through as well. Salvo available to follow up after this, but it might just be stuck. It's already half the salvo. Might not hit time. It's already gone through. And no, DRG just messes up the timing. The idea is perfect, but the execution is not.
Meanwhile, if you're Titan, the execution is more than fine as you keep putting bullets into the heads of DRG. This is heartbreaking. This is a tragedy. As you said, Snow, the idea was there. The plant was so fast. Titans were so lost. I was lost at the very least. I don't want to speak for you, but to watch that member of Spirits just fly through the sky and put the spike down as if there's no concern, and then just unfortunately the salvo, we've seen the Brim Molly, the setup was there, but it wasn't enough.
A great idea, but just was not quite there in terms of the timing. Maybe head back into the workshop, have a think through how you can play that one out. But now, rifles are online for DRG. This is the point where they should turn themselves around. They lost this one on Ascent, and it was a snowball that they just could not stop. So pushing through here, they have managed to force Abo onto the site. But maybe it's just a fake.
Maybe a fake, maybe again just solid usage from Titan to prevent the push. DRG are going to clear it. Look, not ready for all of that. That is good for one. And as you said, Snow, the backup was there for Cashew. Beautiful shot. Expects Howong as well. Picks up another. Not going to be giving up that gun for free. The Vislurk now all the space to work with. Titan actually biting, thinking it's in the B push. Meanwhile, the rest of the team's on A. But for some reason, DRG are now... was about to say, look to be rotating back to that B site. They've now decided against it with that information from Vukashu. A very confusing round, and DRG not looking their best.
Back and forth, the hokey pokey, put yourself in, put yourself out. They don't really know what to do, DRG. They're a little bit lost. But Coco just trying to stall out the plant, not going to be able to do much there. And it is up to RB, the sole player left alive.
I mean, we've seen clutches before. It was Howong last time. This time, though, RB not going to be able to find it. And Spirits putting the exact same amount of rounds on the board that they got away with in total on Ascent, and we're only going on to round 4. So, in theory, much better outlook. I've been saying in theory a lot recently.
Yeah, you're having to cope quite a bit, as are most of the DRG fans right now, having to cope that in theory it could work out. In theory, they could just start getting more kills in these rounds and they would win more rounds. I mean, in theory, it could happen.
In theory, the salvo hits the spike. In theory, we're already done. In theory, we've moved to Lotus. In theory, DRG have already won the championship. But of course, that is all in theory. Reality looking quite a bit different. But a start for DRG at the very least, it has to be said.
It's definitely better than that last map that they had. That is to say the very least. And now it's all about building that momentum, finding an opportunity to really put Titans on the back foot. And this can be the round to do it. Break that economy. Give yourselves a nice advantage. And they're choosing to go with a slower play, which we saw through Ascent didn't always work out for them.
No, it wasn't. In theory, though, you are against Brim this time rather than Omen. No refreshing smokes if you're able to time it down. But meanwhile, DRG more looking like they're at a theme park than any sort of map. Just riding that zip line. Whee! Down they go. And as that timer ticks as well, it's managed to go all the way down to 40 seconds to DRG with not much positional advantage, not much gained. We see two members of Titan already just pushing through that B towards it. They know it's going to be a push from DRG, and with 30 seconds left, can you make this work?
Salvo's already been used, DRG, it's a great set play to get themselves on site, but Luke is still here and waiting. Spirit says no, 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 but somehow Luke has found the one pixel they can stand in to survive, but it is not for long, as here come the support of Titans, and it's Howong left in another 1 versus 2.
The molly may have been enough to get the movement there. We did see Nick panic and have to get off the plant, but now they have him with 30 HP. 2 members left. Howong, though, he did something that was arguably far harder on Ascent. This is a bit easier. Does have his gun, 30 HP for Spirits, and a full HP breach with no stun and only 1 flash remaining. This is gonna get tentative. The flash comes out, nothing doesn't bite. Howong just waiting, and Nick bites more, double the rounds that they got on Ascent already, moving on to round 5.
I mean, theoretically, that's a big win for them. I mean, not even theoretically, literally.
You're joining me in theory, on paper. Welcome to my world.
I mean, I am just gonna lean into the delusions and see what happens. But DRG, it's good to see them bounce back. The mental is definitely there. You know, the hype screams and shouts after they win that round shows that the energy is still up, and they have forced Titans onto this save. But Luke with a Bucky is a very scary prospect.
I mean, Luke has been a very scary prospect this entire time. Also, with the showstopper online, you know, the alt economy here is very much coming online for Titan. You know, even if they do not walk away with this round, they're going to walk away with Neural Theft, with Armageddon, with that Rolling Thunder likely. So it's going to come down to this initial push, this initial peak. It's only a classic. No backup as well. There is the breach done as Luke tries to play this aggro position. And speaking of the Bucky's online, but if you notice, every one of DRG Orbital Strike's actually beautiful to make sure that there is someone to meet that showstopper, and who else other than the opposing Rays.
It is a save round though, and that's 2 ults invested already for Titans. If DRG can find an angle to win this round, that is a lot of resources taken off of this Titan squad.
There is that alt orb online. A lot of members from DRG, 1 or 2 off of their ults. The salvo coming through. Armageddon falls towards Sands, but we already see 1 member, Kangshu. The aim is just on point. No concerns there. Armageddon now gone, and the salvo slowing down the members of DRG, but as the util falls, and Flexen has this position in the timing though. Howong wins it out and doesn't get refragged, so now 3 versus 4. This is solid if you're DRG, if you're TEC, but with 15 seconds for DRG as well, they've got to make it work now.
They have to push forwards and find these kills, find these picks, but TEC is ready for them. It doesn't matter. The gun disadvantage is the difference maker, and Coco could be the round changer, but it will be for naught. It's a 1 versus 1 situation. It's all about the picks now, the plays, the breach. Nick has the Rolling Thunder, but doesn't need to use it. Just a pure aim and a sigh of relief for this DRG squad.
I mean, it's Virus Luke, but Nick, pretty sick, it has to be said, can manage to hold one out there, the back and forth. Lot of ultimates used, the Neural Theft as well, so 3 ultimates pop. You can tell that Titan really wanted to walk away with this. That wide swing, only needing 1 bullet to land. It's a beautiful shot, but this, the patience. You have wall hacks, but I've got the position and I've got that crosshair placement. You will not take this round from us today. And we see the heartbreak from Titan, but the absolute joy from DRG as they actually managed to take the lead for the first time this series.
Titan off the back of that, angry, wanting to make an aggressive play of themselves. They've walked all the way out into spawn. The information that they've gained is absolutely huge. They know that it has to be this B hit, but with only 2 members from Titan here, it could be a difficult hold.
Yeah, good, especially with that steel guard and the Armageddon. Yeah, there's a lot being popped. That Tahoe drone gonna catch out Avo. No primaries, the salvos, the aftershocks. Tower is coming down slowly but surely. Doesn't matter though. Avo, what a bite. This 2 only gonna be his Kangshu answers immediately back. RB not able to back up his teammates there. The smokes are good. The spike gonna get planted. And now we see the salvo out. Rolling Thunder from Coco as well. Titan have 1 ultimate left to make it work, and it's got to find something.
The DRG has everything. Rolling Thunder, Armageddon, Orbital Strike from the sky. There's so much utility to use. There's so much mess on this site, and they don't even need to use it. It is just the pure gunplay, trading each other out, playing these fights together, and DRG looks like a completely different team.
Flex and sitting towards that arcade, as you said, had it been necessary, that orbital strike, that hellfire from the sky, but instead it's gonna be hellfire from Flexen's gun. Finds one, finds two, phenomenal work, and then RB and Kanshu, sorry, just to finish it up, and RB getting finished off. That's going to be difficult for them now. All sheriffs, no ults committed, or no ults to commit, sorry. And with all the ultimates passed over that last save round, Titan are in a bit of a bind.
DRG seems to know what the hold positions are. It's a standard setup for Titans. We see RB jiggling towards Dish. They know that Luke is probably in main, sitting there waiting for some potential fight. And while there is a counterplay with the stun, it nets nothing, just a little bit of util used from DRG to get themselves to safety.
That's all you need. And what we are now seeing is Titan, you know, Ascent 13-1, and that was coming off of the back of DRG essentially not being able to push through the util, not being able to gather that space. But when you translate that to a map like Fracture, if there's one angle that's being held, you've got like 3-4 others to push from. You've got a lot. So DRG are managing to actually outlast the util that Titan have, and they're managing to outlast anything else. Kangshu again building up that Armageddon as quickly as it initially falls, and with only sheriffs to try and get this. Again, no ultimates on the board. Titans are going to struggle. The flank from Luke doesn't go through. Flex and has that even checks, but likely not going to be ready for Coco. Has the smoke out. Is Coco going to save? Indeed, sets it up finally. So a gun very least on the board, but it's only 1-2 members. One with an actual gun, one with that Vandal. Coco falls in spirits, adding to the afterlife.
RB trying to bring out their inner wild west right here. It's not an unlosable situation, and with a weapon on the ground, they can definitely make this one work. But as the time dwindles, they are going to have to find a way to isolate these fights, and they've managed to do so, but it will not matter because Kangshu is just feeling themselves this game.
Yeah, Kangshu, I mean, for not having that that presence on Ascent, completely different, as you said, Snow. The confidence here, the ability to read. Actually, we did even see, you know, that Flex did have that idea the flank was coming through, just didn't have it fully. Spirits and co have just been working together flawlessly, and it seems when they're able to survive that initial kind of push of utility, that DRG are finally able to take some space, and off of that Titan, your first timeout of this map.
Momentum completely flipped. Titan having to have a think about what they can do to counter this DRG playstyle. We're seeing DRG play these rounds out really slow, but they're staying grouped, and what that does is it means that Titan can't find a pick as easily. They can't isolate a member from this DRG squad and look to just counter that one member, because there's always multiple players there ready to fight from DRG.
Yeah, exactly. And with no Yoru on the board either, you know, there's no real agents that can kind of essentially cheat and encounter. You know, Jet has her dash, she gets a frag, dashes out. Chamber even can teleport out with the rendezvous. Yoru, of course, can do so as well. There's no real agent in either lineup here that can essentially take a lineup or force an interaction for free. At the very least, these 1v1s are just that, or 2v1s if the refrags are there. And so far, DRG have been there at every turn. That's 5 rounds in a row from them once TEC got those first initial diffuses.
I think the all-important part now for this Titan squad is just getting that information on where DRG is going to be, just putting bodies there. Because at the moment, DRG haven't shown many fakes. They haven't shown many back and forths. They had that one round where Vukashu had an amazing lurk up through B. But outside of that, normally where their members are where they commit.
And that's where all of them are. We see, again, speaking of that, Vikash Lurk, the only member to be towards that kind of attacker side. Meanwhile, everyone else has rode the zip lines more towards this B arcade side. We do see, again, speaking of the lurker, speaking of that, you know, kind of flank watch, we've got Flex in there, hiding, making sure no one's coming from Dish. But of course, we know better. We've got all the sight lines in the world. They are absolutely safe from Dish. And the timing has meant that DRG have maybe convinced themselves otherwise, but T-Virus might be able to hear those zip lines.
RB definitely will do. Sitting in spawn, would have heard those, and Luke knows that there's members coming forwards. They have the utility to stall them out, but with 35 seconds left, DRG are going to have to start thinking about making a move. They do want to head towards this B site, but there are 3 players set up and ready to counter it. Abo just playing towards the site, looking to swing out with Coco, and with 19 seconds left, a move has to be made.
Normal strike, but it's a bad move so far as RB picks up 2. It goes actually hunting in the smoke, and another potential ace being stolen. Again, RB is not able. Anyone that has been trying to get an ace is a 4K is all they're going to take. But again, at this level, as long as you get the round, I doubt anyone's too disappointed.
Oh no, they're mad. They're mad for sure. No matter what level you're at, you're gonna be mad. I feel like if anything, they're what? No, okay, that's not an earned ace. Okay, those first 2 kills, the spray through the smoke, not even just a spray, crouch walk spraying and kills 2. What on earth?
Ladies and gentlemen, your crab rave is your tried and true method if you want an ace. Well, as long as you're not on the same team with Abo, that is a hilarious, a spectacle, if you will. And now a bit of damage done to DRG. They're committing, actually, we see flexing on the Ares. Vikash, of course, still in that Vandal, but has not been popping up as much as you'd see. It's been Kangshu that has been the star of this show so far, and DRG, they can make this work, they can carry on. They do manage to dodge the site for Util as Spirits joins Abo on this site, tries to get the immediate plant and sticks it. Not going to be able to walk away with that. A bit greedy, unfortunate.
They were trying to go yet again for that cheeky stick and stall play, but it will be for nothing because now the spike is on site. There's absolutely no way to get it. The DRG have pretty much just thrown away around.
All members of DRG currently looking at each other, asking what they can do. That's something, though. It's 1 frag. You got to do that 4 more times, and with an outlaw from Luke sitting there towards that defender side, not a single member is going to be able to survive that shot. Flexen's got the chance. Well, they are. If Luke's going to miss it, you had mentioned, Snow, about the AWP not showing up. The outlaw, very similar story, apparently.
Been one of Luke's stronger weapons. Salvo now going to be used to force RB into a bit of a weaker position. 15 seconds left. They have to make some kind of move if they actually want to try and win this round out. You do not want to be saving these sheriffs. Unshu just going to play forward. It's going to be taken out cleanly. While it was a save round for DRG, they had already shown that play before. While it is on the other site, Titan were completely ready for it.
Yeah, exactly. Titan, who, again, this ability to use their econ seems to be where Titan are currently finding their groove. DRG aren't able to kind of survive that utility if it's forced down to. If they're able to outlast it, if they're able to kind of play differing positions, which is why we're seeing them play so slow. But Titans, I think we're starting to see adapt to that. They're starting to space out their utility even more. We're seeing less of it. Meanwhile, DRG, as aggressive as that salvo is, there is nothing to back it up.
Used mainly just to try break the Cypher trips, but I believe Abo pulled it back in time. Yep, they have that trip ready to go still. DRG just stacking all 5 members now towards this A site, looking to catch somebody off guard. And it is just Luke here at the moment. Rotates are coming over, but DRG not quite willing to pull the trigger.
That breach stun. We had been mentioning, you know, how strong it is, and Coco has been very effective on it. And DRG, as soon as there's that one piece of util, they're not confident to push through. And Titans have done a good job conditioning that. They've, you know, shown that presence. They've shown that experience that once there's some util being used, there is a temptation to push. So DRG very much respecting that, and Luke being respected towards that main. Coco not getting any angle. Those spirits as well, finally able to clear out. Look, the paint shells are gonna give some space and flex, and pushing up through that tripwire. Tripwire on the stand. That's a beautiful position gain. That's beautiful space taking as the spike goes down. And DRG looking very solid to take this.
I honestly wouldn't be super surprised to see a save here, but they are wanting to go for it, maybe try find a pick, see if there's potential for the play to work out. But it's a crossfire towards Sands. RB not really much hope in this round, but all 4 guns trained towards this angle, and they are pretty much just marching towards their death.
Well, marching towards spirits is at the very least, but yeah, that's probably going to be all she wrote. RB trying to dance back and forth, Hex out flexing as well. And if you look at the econ, that's something you can't really afford to give up. You know, DRG, while they will take this round, they are not going to walk away with the best buy. Meanwhile, you look towards TEC, their econ's still pretty solid. That damage done from Vukashu will at least add a little bit more danger towards that wallet, but currently Titan, they can bring this back.
Definitely have the money to do so. The question is what the ult economy is going to look like. We haven't really seen much contention for these orbs so far. There haven't been many of these early fights looking to take those orbs. It's kind of been both sides just trading the one that they can get essentially for free. But DRG, very close to some very key ultimates. They already have that Showstopper online, already have that Armageddon to work with as well. And Titans, at the moment, has nothing.
They've just got those guns and a dream. DRG got a lot online for themselves, a lot going for themselves, but Titans have been able to answer back where necessary, and 3 members stacked towards this B site, including the Cypher Util, with Abo as well. That awareness, that idea to make sure that the tripwires are being kept safe from the salvo. That drone not been finding a single member. No one from Titans has been pushed up that aggressively. So the drone gone. That's a key piece of util that DRG do not have to flesh out this site.
Maybe after so many rounds, they have an idea of where these players might be holding. You know, Abo likes to just commit to site and try play a crossfire of anybody they can find. Howong been in a pretty similar position most rounds. And they're taking it a little bit slower again, but with 35 seconds left, they are going to have to push the pace and make this one work. Showstopper is used. Spirits finds their way into spawn, but hits nobody but themselves. And it's Abo in a key position, ready to shut down this swing. Has already found the kills that they need to shut down everyone from DRG moving forwards. And while it is a 2 versus 2, the Showstopper used by Luke to force out yet another key pick. Flexen will be doing nothing but heading straight to the grave.
Sorry, I had to pick up my jaw from the floor. I was so flabbergasted by everything that was happening there. The flank, the showstopper, Vukashu being taken down there. That's so pivotal. You'd mentioned, you know, how important that positioning was from Abo on the site. That timing on the Kangshu is absolutely perfect. The follow up on the neck, but you see that pinstripe. It was very difficult to tell where that position was going, how that was going to end up. But for Titans, it ends up well for them. And now 5-6, a completely opposite story time from what we've seen on Ascent.
Still looking to be potentially a 6-6 half. Titans have everything in their back pocket, but on the flip side, DRG, while they have weaker weaponry, they've got access to that Rolling Thunder. The Armageddon combo can be used to just obliterate a site, and maybe pushing the pace for once here. It's not something that we've seen before from this team. They are wanting to change something up, make something work.
If you want to make something work, make Vukashu work. The spike's already down this positioning here. Essentially, actually, Titans have basically given up that B site for free. Very much hard calling that it would be an A commit, and you could not have been more wrong as the smoke and supplies go down. That Steel Garden is ready. Nick just picking up frag after frag. You don't need to worry. And again, this is last round. You've got to make sure all those ultimates are popped. If you die with them, then that is a travesty. The Rolling Thunder pop, Armageddon to answer back. All members of DRG just running away. Spirits dancing around. Flexing, beautiful tuck. And with RB, the last man standing, trying to dodge what he can, but surely he can't walk away with this.
No, there's just not enough time to work with. There's so many fights that they would have to win, and I think my favorite part from that round is Spirits dying for the cause. Dying so the Flexing can stay tucked in that corner. Just it's one for all and all for one kind of attitude from this DRG squad, which is very different to what we saw on Ascent, to be honest.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that patience there, knowing that you both make your presence known, that you're just both going to get gunned down in that corner, it's very smart, it's very adaptive, it's very reflexive is probably the best way to say it, that you have to sacrifice, you have to give yourself up for the cause, which is exactly what has been done. And now, DRG comfortably, I say comfortably, it's still pretty close, but DRG comfortably, you know, leading that at the very least, especially far more comfortably than how Ascent looked.
Who thought that this was going to be as close as it is? Considering that on DRG's map pick we had a 13-1, we head over to Titan's map pick. I thought we were going to have I thought it was going to be, you know, 13-5 or something like that. I was not expecting DRG to be coming out with the lead, and maybe it's just the difference of being on that attack half. They were able to make more stuff work, but Titans, they have to pick up the slack.
Yeah, they do. And meanwhile, Vikashu has been picking up the slack. We do see the audience, though. It's who would you like as a duo? And so far, Vikashu with the early lead, but Titans with the clutch. It may be Luke, usually your first blood menace. Instead, actually, you're a clutch king, at least from the audience perspective. And with that, we are going to be jumping right back into the game. The sides have now swapped. DRG on this defensive side, and Titans have to show us what they've got on the attack.
I am impressed by DRG, to be honest, because before, the whole storyline that we're talking about for this DRG squad was Vikashu, just constantly saying that this player needs to pop off for them to win, but they're proving in this map so far that even if Vikashu has a bit quieter of a game, we see them bottom of the scoreboard right now, the other players can still pick up the slack.
I mean, every member, I mean, I was going to specifically say Kangshu, but you see that Nick and Flex are actually arguably doing, you know, a little bit better in terms of those assists and in terms of that utility or just the kills. So, yeah, Spirits as well, though, has to be said, you know, very solid attack, very solid positioning. Speaking of a solid attack, DRG seeming to forget which side they are on, immediately pushing through this B main, the salvo from RB trying to cut them off, but they look to be coming for TEC, and they look to be coming pretty aggressively.
Pressure gained, and this drone is going to give Titans all the information that they need. They are just going to push forwards, and how has Luke managed to do that? That is the craziest satchel route I have ever seen, and it gets them in the perfect position, forces Flexen into a 1v1, but as DRG runs through, they are just looking to commit to these fights. Flash going to be used to stall out for just a little bit of time, and Coco has been pushed all the way back to spawn.
Meanwhile, the spike is down, but there's currently no real concerns towards this site. Only Flex and trying to fight it. The rest of the team now coming through that A main, but we see Coco actually opting for the zip line as well. Also taking a trip down to the Funfair. RB puts Flexing down. The returns, these refrags aren't quite there. RB sitting there with the salvo, good to go to buy as much time as possible. RB gonna fall to Kangshu, though. Again, this positioning starting to work out, and with DRG with a lot less to worry about. Spirits puts down Coco, and this defuse gonna go through.
And I'm gonna say maybe the zipline play was not the one. I feel like it's planted for main. You want to fight through main. You want to keep hold of that position. And for Titans there, I feel like the mistake was they had so many players playing towards site. But you look where the spike is planted. It is exactly the same place that DRG is retaking through. So it's, on the one hand, a really good decision made by DRG, but a bit of a blunder from Titans.
Yeah, maybe the read that with that positioning from Coco that DRG would be concerned, you know, a little bit cautious about that, but DRG very confident, you know, in their play, very confident in the position. There was no concern at all that Coco was going to come from behind, and if they did, seemed confident enough that they would happily take that fight and walk away. So DRG walking away with the pistol round, which is a bit more what we were expecting from, again, the pistol rounds last time that we seen these two teams go against it was 4-2 in favor of DRG. So now I believe this is 5-4 still in favor of DRG, but Titans very much looking quite a bit stronger in those initial pistol rounds, even if that one went to the side of DRG.
It's Titans with 3 sheriffs online, so they want to take this a little bit slower. Maybe potentially find a pick. The util is good, but it will not matter. As DRG has Vukashu, who will always somehow manage to win these fights. We've seen them hit these shots before, but it will not matter for this round. As Abo has crept through this B site, but considering they are alone, the chances of winning this round go down exponentially.
No spike on them quite yet, and Flexen knows he's got that control, but does he know Abo's came to play? Looking towards that arcade side now, he will. Abo with the idea, with the knowledge actually, to turn around and 180 towards that generator. Good for one on towards Flexen, and to be honest, 3 kills isn't awful. It's not awful, but DRG seem to want to run away with this, and that's what they look to do.
You know, they get a little bit. They get a little bit for it, yeah. But the issue is they've also brought 3 sheriffs into it, and now you look at that. I think we're gonna have to see some half armors from them. Yeah, we've got 3 players that can be one-shot by this outlaw. It's looking up for DRG. I'll say that much.
I mean, yeah, and well, if TEC, I believe that's because they keep looking up to that zip line and having a little bit of a ride, it must be said. And currently now DRG, like, look at this aggression. It's completely different spirits. It's a completely different team, you know, a different beast, I believe you had said, Snow, earlier on. And to be honest, I don't think there's a more fitting way to talk about it. Titan's still trying to take this tower control towards Arcade. This time, though, there will be no position into that lower box. And we see Titans already a bit concerned about it. That free fire will not find a single soul.
The later these rounds go, the less brim smokes are going to be available. That is the one thing. No recharge utility. You spoke about that. The brimstone. Once they place these smokes down, they are gone for good.
Exactly. Speaking of gone for good, looks like Titans are coming in for good to try and get it. The fade shells from Luke are incredible. We're not even going to see that until the replay. Vukashu tried his best to hold this down. Will fall. Only good for one. Howong living in the smoke, sees the gun barrel, finds Kongshu, and with spirits left, you've got 4 members. In theory, all you need to do is try and reload once, but Abo can at least take 1 shot. If it's not to the head, and walk away.
I think the aim for spirits here is just a bit of economical damage. Round probably gone. I mean, theoretically, Dante could win this one, but most likely in the realm of possibilities, not likely to go for it. But Howong is in a bit of an off angle. The question is Spirits going to read it? Does know that they're there and finds the first pick, looks for a second. And while it might not be the round, the damage that they have done to Titan's economy is going to be huge.
Yeah, walk away, pick up 2 frags, walk away with a gun as well. Should they, there he goes, I was going to say, should they have not gotten lost in the foliage. Titans walking away with 2. And no ults online yet for the side of Titans. They are on the attacker side, so the ult orbs are going to be more favored towards them. I believe we were 1 off Armageddon and maybe 2 off the Rolling Thunder. We'll have to see in just a moment. I could be spreading misinformation over the internet, as I am so inclined to do. But once we get to look at that, in the meanwhile, though, the Outlaw Spirits doesn't follow any laws and manages to take 2. So we have a look. Here we go. The Orbital Strike, sorry, on 1. The Showstopper 2 off. Armageddon and Rolling Thunder actually pretty far away.
I just want to point out, what is it with this region and players just walking through smokes? They are like moths drawn to a flame. They see a smoke and they just have to walk through it.
It's that idea of that no one will be holding this smoke. The smoke is covering the angles, and therefore, if no one's holding it, then that's going to make a nightmare for when you swing. But if both teams are doing it, then there is that expectation. And speaking of an expectation, RB managing to straight out Kongshu towards that main. It was a straight 1 versus 1 for Vukashu, having to make that fight work, and they do. No flashes, no fault line online. That's pretty big if you're DRG.
And Vukashu starting to heat up is not a good sign for Titans, considering we highlighted this player so much in the preamble. Having a bit of a weaker performance right now, which is to the merit of Titans. But if DRG can get Vukashu back online, it is a scary prospect.
Yeah, it is, especially when you've got 4 members, or 3, sorry, members of DRG all towards this arcade side. Fukashi does fall to RP, fires Luke after the stun, recovers and decides enough is enough to push through as came. And meanwhile, it's Spirits asking if anyone can still hear him over the radio, if anyone is still out there, but it's just Titans positioning themselves and waiting for the last member to fall into the trap.
This has to be just probably one of the worst situations you can ever find yourself in Valorant. 2 rounds in a row, the sole anchor on A, and has now had to rotate back and pretty much been given the task of trying to save the round in an unwinnable situation. Has access to the paint shells, will be able to pressure just a little bit, but they have no idea about Luke in this corner. There's just not really anything they can do.
I always just love cutting and you just see the dancing Luke so tentatively trying to make sure he doesn't accidentally give that 1v1 away and suddenly oh my what? Shut me up. That was far better than whatever I was chatting about. RB has been filthy on it. We do see Luke there. Yeah, here we go. The dancing, managing to find Spirits and Titans. I mean, this was their map pick. They may be able to pick this up, and do we see a timeout from DRG? It looks like that's exactly what we're looking at. And yeah, DRG, you cannot afford for Titans to find a foothold and suddenly try and bring this back.
Just a reminder for everybody watching, this is an elimination game. The loser of this matchup goes home, gets to watch the rest of the series, rest of the playoffs from the comfort of their own PC. And it is already 1-0 towards this Titan squad. It is DRG with their backs against the wall that have to win both these maps if they have hopes of a deep playoff run.
Indeed, and again, this isn't even DRG's map pick. I believe it's fair to say no one had really expected from the performance on Ascent this map to be near as close as it has, let alone for DRG to be walking away with it as they currently are. But catching back up, there's only 2 rounds difference, and with this, with what we've seen previously from timeouts, it has usually led to massive aggression.
Luke actually on the attack side picking up an outlaw, which is something you see sometimes, but not something you see often, especially with that duelist player. Most likely not going to be able to dash their way onto site, just looking for a pick, and we did speak about this before. This has kind of been the one weakness in Luke's game, is playing with these snipers.
Yeah, the bane of Luke's existence has had managed some success, don't get us wrong, but for the most part, yeah, could be a little more to be desired, which, to be fair, you know, these guns are not exactly the most forgiving things. Speaking of forgiveness, it's Fukashi. Now, we mentioned it so many times, the one player you would hope to be online, the Aftershock, trying to force him out the swing, the pre-fire not quite enough, and the Brim smokes collapsing towards B. All smokes basically dropped, but yet Titans holding firm, no need to push just yet. This positioning from Evo getting pushed out, and the trade actually will go in favor of DRG. That's a gun online for them.
Now we're gonna have 2 rifles to work with, and if Spirits can get 1, this would be huge, but no, it's taken out. And now Titans' chance of getting this 8th round for themselves is looking more and more likely.
We have seen, though, Titans planting in that corner yet again. Has been a pain for them, flexing with the flank, but will not find anything. Instead, it will be RB, informing of how unlucky he is. And with 2 members left, only 1 with a gun, DRG cannot really hope to make this work short of a miracle.
Luke just playing this one perfectly, jiggling. Pretty much as soon as they hear that drop, gonna throw the showstopper, dancing around a little bit, showing them fancy feet. But for the side of DRG, they're just looking for any exits they can get. They're gonna be saving. Anshu at least is gonna be saving this 1 rifle. Never mind. I take it back. As soon as I say anything, they are just taken down instantly.
And Howong, they're super ready that, or had an inkling at the very least that Nick would be sitting there trying to get that stun for the kind of those post-explosion frags, try and get any exits, will not allow his team to fall. And because of that, quite a lot of econ saved for Titans, quite a lot of momentum gained. And the shot there, a little bit dicey, but does manage to make it work. As now 8-9, and I believe it's been quite a few rounds back-to-back, at least 2, maybe 3 for Titans. I want to say, yeah, 3 rounds back-to-back now for Titans. DRG have to stop this fight.
This round could be an explosive one. Off online for Spirits. See if they can make an effective use of this weapon. But it doesn't matter because while they're pushing out towards A, there's already members on B. And Albo is just one step ahead of every play you try to make. And while there are so many ultimates online, nobody wants to be the first one to spark that gunpowder.
Oh, you really don't, especially with the neural theft. Now, Kangshu very much trying to get one, but Howong will fire it right back. However, though, towards that B site, Nick's actually able to pick up one as well. Gets the Rolling Thunder online. Steel Garden as well for Vukashu. There is an idea, a theory. Potentially, we've been saying that a lot, but there is something that DRG can maybe make this work with. That plant going towards that center column now, not towards that corner at all. All 3 members for DRG linking up towards this door. They have a feeling that RB's there. Armageddon's gonna fall hiding in the smoke, and you'd mentioned it about popping out. But Nick, though, good there with the retrade. And the Rolling Thunder, do they expect Howong in this box? The pre-fire, the shots, and Coco, it's all on you.
Left all alone. A situation where Titans have been before 1v2s and apparently cannot win this one. It was set up perfectly, but Nick, the player that was highlighted by the Chinese broadcast before this game, manages to get DRG to their 10th round.
Oh, you are not meant to be able to walk away with that if you're DRG. That initial frag was beautiful. Like, TEC were playing, but all on Nick. It really does seem, yeah, on the shoulders of Giants Flex and falling. Coco having a gorgeous position, but the spray transfer not quite there. And we should see the heartbreak. I think you can't really say much more than what that face is. Well, you can, and it's with another timeout from Titans.
Time, I think, reassess. It was a close round, one that they just barely lost. And for them, they seem to be playing these ones pretty well. The post plant was there. It was good. It should have worked, but just Coco not able to get that. Yeah, just gunplay at the end of the day. And DRG, while they are falling back, they are falling a little bit behind. They are still 2 rounds ahead. They have that buffer to work with. And I would love to see a little bit more aggression from them. They've done a good job of inserting players onto the flank, but they haven't done much in terms of set plays to really force the tempo from Titan.
Yeah, exactly, and we will need to have a look at this ult economy now. DRG, actually, they only popped 2 in the Rolling Thunder there. Meanwhile, we did see Titans, like, they popped the Neural Theft, the Showstopper, Armageddon. Not only did they lose that round, they popped a lot into try and making it work. So, with only the Rolling Thunder online for Coco and half of the ult economy for DRG looking flawless. You mentioned the aggression, Snow, at the very least, that seems like what we're getting.
The Titans read that one perfectly, and they know now that A is this weak site. The question is just how fast can they get there? They've spotted Vukashu. They know that there's a potential that somebody is on site, but Luke has already found their way there. And we will be committing to a 5-on-5 retake on what could be one of the most important rounds in this game.
That spike going in the corner, it has been a problem for Titans. The Rolling Thunder actually trying to stop the Showstopper for Spirits. From Spirits. Luke, though, falling towards, but the Reds are both sides 2 for 2. As we see it, the spike ticking down now. Howong trying to get that molly towards the main to stop the push. Will get it, will dodge the paint shells as well. Kangshu, though, having this feeling about Coco. The Steel Garden being popped, and Howong trying his best before it goes through to get a frag. Not gonna find it as now 3 versus 2. Kangshu, though, picks up Coco, in that positioning from Abu not gonna be enough.
That is just a sigh of relief for DRG fans as they creep closer towards pulling this one to map number 3. And it's just good utility usage. It's something that we didn't see on Ascent. We didn't see them playing off of each other well. We didn't see them using these ultimates effectively to get themselves into good positions. And now while Titans looked like they might have been in the driver's seat, DRG are establishing their dominance in this second half.
One thing to be in the driver's seat, but if you have a flat tire, you're not going to be going very far, and that seems to be the problem for Titans. Anytime they try and hit the gas, that tire does mean they're not moving very far. DRG, however, maybe not as fancy a sports car, but all wheels certainly inflated, pumped, and getting them moving slowly but surely. And to be honest, slowly, very much the aim of the game right now. Super patient, super controlled from DRG, and Titans not really able to adapt.
We saw DRG wanting to play slower on Ascent as well, but Titans didn't let them. Titans allowing the slower style of gameplay is working into DRG's favor. I'd love to see them push the pace a little bit more, because that is what works so well for them on Ascent.
You can see them here. I mean, RB has been very much someone you can rely on to try and win these 1v1s. It is Spirits just holding out, and Spirits has been doing well as well, but in theory, this would go towards RB. No, this time, we love talking theory, but in reality, Spirits walks away with that one. That's a big pick. Tato down. No salvos to worry about in the post plant. No Armageddon should it come online, because RB has been that explosive player. And now this aggression towards this B site. The timing from that was beautiful, but oh my days, speaking of the devil, Vakashu finally online.
Speak of the devil, and he will appear, and that devil is Vukashu in this game. Just shutting down any potential play Titans want to make. And with their economy in a weakened state, they are still going to be able to buy into this next round. But this rifle would have done them a hell of good.
I mean, that's what you want to see. Not if you're T-Virus, look, but if you are Spirits, a phenomenal, a monumental first pick. And I'm so glad you look at that. That was so important. That is the spray control that you would want to see if you've got two members not quite ready for your angle, not quite ready for your swing, which unfortunately, hate to bring it up, but Coco could not make that work just a couple of rounds ago, and because of it, DRG walking away. And now, do or die for Titans. At the very least, we're going to overtime, but at the very most, DRG, or at the very most, we're going overtime. At the very least, DRG want to end this now.
They have their perfect idea. It would be heading towards this map 3, and it's a double setup on an off angle that could just obliterate Titans, but they've read it. They are one step ahead of the play, and they are finding their way forwards on towards this site. It will be another post-plant situation, but this time, DRG have no ultimates to work with.
And that's the thing, if Titans can put this round on the board, their econ gets a bit stronger, their ult economy gets a bit stronger as well, so I mean, in theory, DRG really do want to end this now. They can't afford to let this go much longer. If they do, Titans can get that foothold, can get that grip towards an RB, the control underneath, trying to make sure there is no shenanigans for DRG as they try and lean towards this tower push. The positioning from Titans is so strong. DRG are just going to have to take these fights and win, and that's a start.
Howong holding the cross, though, is going to know when these players are coming through. DRG just want to push the pace. They know where these players are playing, and it's Coco last alive. And while it will not be a round win for DRG, the amount of damage that they have done to the economy of Titans is huge.
Yeah, exactly. They are going to have to, you know, keep in mind that no ults online that round, but this round now, we might start to see just a bit more coming online. The more this goes, the likelier we get to overtime, of course, but not only just in terms of, you know, the obvious statement, the round differential, but just as the ults come online. Let's have a look. We see Spirits haven't actually opted for the Outlaw here. No real shields coming through. Want to have a look a bit more as well. All members cannot survive a shot from this Outlaw from Spirits, so if Spirits can get this initial angle, which they are trying to get. Abo trying this position again, tried it last time, but this time not going to work out near as well.
It's Luke now going to push the pace. He's going to trade 1 for 1. that might not be good enough. It might not give Titan the gap that they need to keep winning these rounds. They're just trying to push forwards, trying to find a play, but it's DRG that are backing up, able to find the kills. But now, a 2 versus 2 situation, a post plant for DRG to bring us to map 3.
The spike not exactly planted for RB, though. In theory, it's just Coco. The positioning, though, seems to be working out incredibly well. Coco believing, actually, that Vikash knows where he is. And there's a little bit of a ring around the rosies here. The Armageddon being popped to buy any time to kill as much as possible. Vikash, though, with 3, pushing RB, making sure that salvo comes out as quick as possible. But the headshot there, the spike taken away, and the salvo gonna kill enough time. RB just has to drop. The shot not even gonna find its mark. 10-12 for Titans, and DRG might be getting a bit hot under the collar.
They are definitely going to be having a bit of stress coming their way. We might potentially see, I believe it will be their last timeout. I think they have 1 left ready to go. Maybe that could be the thing that leads them into a set play, and this was sketchy. The 3 versus 4 situation, but it's just Titans trading each other out well. The 2 members left alive are those with stall utility. It just works out exactly how they could have asked for.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing. Titans, I mean, they have been struggling a little bit, maybe in terms, and here we go, the timeout that you so excellently called, Snow. We have been seeing that the refrags are there, but Titans have been very much exercising. They know exactly who they want to take these fights. They know exactly who to be putting in danger, who that they can afford to lose if the fight doesn't go their way, and who they can afford to refrag. And DRG have been leaving it right to the end. They've been close a lot of times, but close is not enough in Valorant anymore. Not that it ever really was, but particularly with Breach, with Tejo, with these super stall utilities that you brought up. If you've got 10 seconds left on a spike now, you don't have enough time to defuse.
Do you see this timeout? These DRG players potentially looking a little bit stressed. The pressure is starting to mount as they know that this is their last opportunity. This is their last chance. They are on a save round now. If they lose this one, they've got 1 more opportunity to bring us to that map 3. But if Titans keeps going the way that they are, DRG are very much going to be sitting at home for the rest of the playoffs.
Exactly, and that's a super aggressive push there. DRG managing to take out Abo immediately. The only ult that's actually online for Titans as well, which is pivotal for them. We do see like the Steel Guard and Armageddon. Basically, all ults are ready to come online. Armageddon being the lowest, but even it halfway through Vikashu. Now with this angle, trying to wait on the shot. The Vise will actually cuts Luke off, but with only a Sheriff, Vikashu has to try and back out. The showstopper from Spirits is massive. The orbit being picked up to try and get that Rolling Thunder online. DRG may just need to commit everything to try and seal this round, but if they fumble, if they falter, Titans will find a massive opportunity to take this overtime.
RB has been excellent in this game so far, so having this player alive as one of the 3 is definitely going to give you a heightened opportunity. And Howong has already found a pick. They are going to be stopped, but they have 40 seconds left. They don't need to push this one. They don't need to be aggressive, and they know that. It's just going to be a rotate towards this A site.
Anyone here that wants it, we see Coco. This plant comes down, depending on what you want. You can either get the Orbital Strike or the Rolling Thunder online. Flexen sitting here with that crossfire from Kangshu, but it may not be enough with only a Guardian. The Salvo actually is going to try and shut down the push. The flash as well, 13 seconds. This stick is going to have to come down. RB good for 1. Flexen with the Guardian. The Orbital Strike getting popped onto the site itself. The force that's by RB. Swept around it. Gets the kill. And with that, the plan goes down. A lot of economy built up, a lot of ults used from the side of DRG, and that, if you are Titans, is exactly what you want to see.
And there is nothing else that you would want if you are this Titan squad than RB in that clutch, in that 1 versus 1. You know this player is always good for that. Historically, every team they've played on, this has been what they've done time and time again. And now DRG has their last opportunity to win this one cleanly.
They still have a decent bit to work with. Rolling Thunder, 1 off Steel Garden as well, but with the Ult Orbs not in their favor as much, they're going to have it. Meanwhile, Neural Theft Orbital Strike, Rolling Thunder, all going to be coming down. Should Titans try and take this overtime, which they absolutely, of course, are going to. Very aggressive push from T-Virus. The Orbital Strike goes down to prevent any swings out, and it's a 5 versus 5 retake with 2 ults online for DRG. We see the Rolling Thunder, the aftershock as well. The util spam is crazy for DRG to keep up with.
But Dong has found the perfect position to play in. Could just ruin Vukashu's hopes here. But no, they found the pick, and DRG now has an opportunity. The Steel Garden is online, but they have to push the pace, and RB is waiting with this shorty.
Oh, the salvo comes through, trying to push RB out. He does try and get the timing as late as possible. Good for one, but only that much. The smokes go down, and the absolute edge. The spike is at very least half. The full thing is coming through. Not going to go through now, as Luke picks up one as well. It's Vukashu. 2 versus 1. He will go down, and overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Titans have done a hell of a comeback, and if you're DRG, that little sweat under the collar, I believe, is now a full waterfall.
You cannot fit any more pixels between the end of that spike being diffused and it actually being diffused. Literally that final bullet saving the round from Luke there. For Titans, bringing them to this overtime. And now, if you're DRG, that stress that was mounting before is at an all-time high because you have lost your chance to win this cleanly. You have to go through this grueling overtime.
And I mean, that, you know, Titans at least, not that they will be considering this, but they already have a map inbound, you know. They obviously want to take this, but DRG have that added stress of do or die this overtime. If they do not walk away with this win, they're walking away from the entire bracket, as you said, Snow, to watch from the comfort of their own PCs. Very pivotal on this. We've seen how pivotal T-Virus looks. Initial first bloods have been, and this again, beautiful satchel work to dodge the breach stun, and now the page shells to try and kill as much time. There's still very aggressive swings, and it's RB actually that falls to Kangshu.
Luke just being so greedy, trying to find those kills, and nets nothing. DRG with that opening pick has an opportunity to force their way towards this A site, but there's 3 members from Titans ready and waiting. The drone is going to give them a bit of information that somebody is here on site, but it's a fight towards Mound. 4 players from DRG just swinging together. It's the Avengers peak as they manage to just bring themselves onto site.
Oh, if you want to talk about avenging, DRG are avenging their chances here. What could have been a very close overtime. No expectations from Titans. At no point have DRG ever had that level of a positioning. And it will good for 2, will only be there. Vukashu coming online. The flash, excellent. The swings, excellent. The timing, perfection. And now, DRG, you cannot afford what has been played beautifully, what has been swung excellently. You cannot afford to give this up.
My heart couldn't take it. My heart couldn't take it. I mean, DRG, surely they have to close this one out. They've been given so many opportunities, and they've been handed another opportunity to win this game. And Titans taking their timeout, their last opportunity these coaches have to speak to the players in this map.
Oh, and I'm sure you want that 40 seconds to be 4 minutes if you're the coaches right now. You want to get every last piece of information that you have gathered over these last 25 rounds. It has been grueling, and DRG, even if they take this, they then have to move on to Lotus to do it all over again, which is going to be adding to that pressure, adding to that stress. But we're still on Fracture right now. Match point for DRG. And they want this badly. You can tell. Look at that. Everyone's getting a little bit restless. Everyone's getting hyped. There's a little bit of maybe just get this coach talk out of the way and just let us play.
Titans have been in this do or die situation before. That's how we found ourselves in this overtime. So not unfamiliar to the stress that this brings. On the side of DRG, for them, it means so much more. Winning this one extends your chances, gives you another opportunity to bring yourself forward in the playoffs.
Well,
you
can't
can't-
afford to give that up. Both teams know how much this means. They are treating it with the gravitas that it also deserves. And DRG now double stacked this angle from Vukashu and Flex. And if one member of Titans overswings this without the relevant util, that's going to be a problem. RB going to use the drone, immediately spots out Flex, and that's enough to back him out. Vukashu, though, playing the off angle excellently, dodging the flashes, dodging the paint shells. That's Luke, who has been so pivotal to these entries already fallen. The gap in the smoke for Flexen is great as well, and we see Vukashu so ready for Abo here. The swing headshot is clean, and with Titans only 2 members alive, it looks like we're going to Lotus.
Who else but Vukashu to bring you this map win? Has been a quieter one for them so far, but picked up the pace towards this last round. Now it's Coco and RB all alone. RB has had an absolutely monstrous game, clutched out some key pivotal rounds to get us to this position. But it would be a next generational play if they can win this one out.
Possible. There is still, you know, a little bit of util left. We've still got flash, still, you know, that's stun 30 seconds out, but the timing now, Spirits knows that Coco's stunned. The aftershock's not going to find its target. The flash goes through, but Spirits, with no eyesight, still gets that headshot, puts us 1-1 and into Lotus, which I cannot think of a more fitting bloom for DRG.
My gosh.
I think we're both playing.
How do we go from Ascent to this? How do we go from a DRG that just looks lost, looks like they can't play together on their own map pick, to a DRG that is swinging off of each other, that is using their util perfectly, that is shutting down all the ideas that Titan had? And no, it wasn't a clean match. Nowhere near a clean match for DRG, but it was still a victory.
It was clean enough. Yeah, at the end of the day, it put a map on the board. And if we look through, what is going to be nice is for anyone that did see the Ascent game, it was basically all Titans in the highlight. This time, we're going to be seeing a lot more DRG, a lot more energy, more activity, as you said, Snow, more active swings, more repeaks, more refrags, more confidence in that positioning and the utility. Some cheeky, and there it is. I was going to say some cheeky sprays through smokes, but Luke was equally a smoke demon on Ascent, so why not continue the trend, at least to some degree?
And it just raises so many questions for Lotus, and it just raises so many questions for the map bans for DRG. Why was Ascent their first pick if the Fracture looks so much better? And they just seem to know what to do on this map. They seem to know how they could counter all these plays, and I think in part it comes from what we were speaking about pre-game. Nick playing on that breach instead of that fade has more options to lead the team with these aggressive plays, to use that util to find good positions for this squad, and they really utilized that.
Yeah, I mean, emphasis on util. We'd seen some really solid gunplay, but for the most part, it was just that utility, and we get to see that right now. You know, the paint shells, the stuns, just so effective, so solid. Even if it didn't quite work out for Titans there, it absolutely did. And I mean, if there is one map that is even more arguably so than Fracture, that is relevant to utility, that is relevant off of tight, clean executes, it is Lotus.
And that raises the question, right? How's Howong going to do the IGLing? Luke not quite getting as many first bloods in this game, not being the same performer. RB was picking up a lot of the slack, but when it's like we said about before, when Luke isn't getting you that first blood every round, when you're not playing these rounds out 5 versus 4 by default, Titans does seem to struggle.
Yeah, and I'm sure that will reflect it once we have a look at those stats. I believe it was, 13 first bloods to 2 or something in Ascent. It was absolutely wild. First things first, we're going to be checking out that MVP. No surprise, to be honest, Nick. 88% kill assist or kill participation is absolutely crazy.
Just shows that this player has been a driving force. We spoke about Vukashu and how well this player's done in terms of the fragging potential, but Nick being that anchor for this team, the utility usage, as well as the fragging potential in this game, has been the thing to drag them over the finish line and get DRG this win.
One thing I do want to just very quickly point out for Titans going in, you know, Howong there is at the bottom, 12-21, but with 16 assists and some very pivotal moments. If that is your weakest performing player, Titans should be happy. 16 first bloods versus 10 for DRG. That is crazy.
But that's the thing, right? DRG, while they aren't getting those first bloods, they're clutching out these rounds. They're getting a lot of multi-kills, a lot of opportunities where they bait for each other and they're able to trade out. And it is difficult playing against a team like Titans because they are just going to relentlessly run at you, look for these first bloods, look to get Luke online. And we've seen that Luke can do some magical things on that raise. But at the end of the day, if they're not able to get the spike down, if they're not able to convert the round, it doesn't matter.
No, that's the big thing. I mean, that's the thing. Gathering space is only important if you can keep it, and DRG had much more commonly, you know, reclaimed it rather than giving it up. Ascent, they were never able to touch it, or when they did, Titans just took it right back. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on. I can't believe I get to say this, to a map 3 after this break. Snow and I will be right back with you afterwards. But you know what? I think we all need fed, we all need watered, because I don't think any of us know how this third map is going to go. Should only be 4 or 5 minutes, and then we will be right back with you. Please do not go anywhere. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to, well, I believe I've been saying in theory, as probably I'm sure someone has a counter at this point for how many times I've said it, but in theory, a map that no one should have seen coming. We are moving on to map 3 of this DRG versus Titans. Myself, Mad Dante, joining me is Snow, and yeah, I imagine have a lot to say, but probably not much time to say it in, to be honest.
Definitely not. And you say in theory no one would have seen this. The real believers, the true believers in DRG would have seen this come through. And I mean, last time these two teams played, it was a 2-1 towards Titans. So DRG did get a map in that. And I think for me, it is very difficult coming down to this map number 3 because Titans look so dominant on Ascent. We know that Lotus is a good map for them already. They've looked really good on this map. And DRG did win it the last time they played, so there's so much going into account that it's so hard to think about what these two teams can do.
Yeah, that's the thing. So kind of just talking about the stats very briefly, DRG beat Titans the last time they ran Lotus. DRG beat, as you said, the last time they played Lotus 13-10 against Nova. So there's quite a lot here that's kind of leaning towards DRG at the moment here. And we do see the picks, the agents are already coming out. Spirits, we'd actually been mentioning the Yoru meta. We haven't seen him until now. Luke has opted for the Raze instead of the Yoru, which has occasionally caused issues for Titans. Snow, you have been a big proprietor of, you know, reliance on Luke on either that Raze or that Jet, and where that flexibility is necessary has created some issues.
And Titans have done a really good job playing around it. They play around these Raze comps super well, but at the end of the day, it's a band-aid for a much bigger issue. It's like you've got a massive cut on your head, you're trying to bandage it, you know, you need stitches, you need something else, you need to actually help with what that issue is. And that's part of the reason why Titans struggle sometimes, because they just don't have the same flexibility in their comps as other teams.
For anyone that went to school, particularly in the UK, I'm sure you'll appreciate this. It's like when the nurse gave you the wet paper towel and you were you know, and your leg had been broken. That's very much how it was. Maybe other people not as relatable, but yeah, regardless of the injury, wet paper towel would have fixed all, and that seems to very much be Titans' outlook right now as we get into this. We've been seeing how aggressive Titans specifically have been playing, trying to create the space that they want, and that does seem to be where they thrive.
I mean, I think we might need a bit more than a wet paper towel on this one. We're going to need some spitballs or something to do a bit of damage towards these players. Titans have already got RB out towards Mound. Information being gained that nobody from DRG is on this side of the map. And off the back of that, Titans are stacking towards A, which, unless it's a pivot, would be the right call.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got that link, you've got that door. You do have to make a decent bit of noise to try and get through it. And of course, they do have Abo waiting on the other side of it should that get popped. And now the Teho drone comes through. Gets broken though, so only going to have full confirmation of 1, maybe 2 players now. And the spray comes through. The Viper walls have been up. We mentioned it, there wasn't much value beforehand. And Howong going down that early is absolutely massive for DRG trying to take this first fight.
No more smokes available, but there is some util. The deadlock, a sonar blast could shut down this push, but DRG doesn't care. They're just swinging. Everybody's getting onto site. You put more bodies than Titans can handle, and all of a sudden you find yourselves in a 5 versus 1 situation.
Oh, and RB trying to slide down the rubble, but I think the only rubble is going to be Titans' dreams of taking this pistol round. DRG evening it back up. I believe the last time we looked at the stat, it was Titans at a 51% win rate for the pistol rounds, but DRG now sealing the deal and getting that underneath this initial flash. And we have seen so many just clean shots through smokes to try and make it. It's good to see that DRG finally are able to put one on the board for themselves. I'm sure, though, if you're a fan of the Titans, you do not like the way this has started.
They were completely right on the hold. They had members towards the right site. It was just Howong going down early. You no longer have that Viper utility. It causes you quite a bit of issues in terms of trying to hold the site. But now, rather than an aggressive play, it's actually Titans playing a little bit standard, which could just be the death of RB, but somehow they managed to just eke out of danger.
Eek is absolutely, I believe, what RB is currently thinking. The fact he was able to walk away with his life and join up with the rest of his team, very solid. But look at this, the aggression from Spirits here. The flash comes through, but he will be met with nothing more than classic right clicks and a stinger, as all members of DRG have been informed that there is a massive dogpile towards that C site, and now the pivot towards B.
Not a situation that you love TPing in and being like, oh, there's 4 of you here. Well, I wasn't expecting this. Luke already going aggressive, already pushing forward, trying to gain this space as RB comes from the flank, but it's a weapon disadvantage. But somehow, Howong with a sheriff shot just shuts down DRG.
That pinstripe there could not have been more back and forth. Honestly, a little bit of a blunder for DRG there. Maybe could have just been phenomenal timing from the Titans, but DRG looking like they weren't quite ready for these angles to be held. It looked like whenever the refrags were coming through, they were just a bit too late. Unfortunately, we see Vukashi trying to go into that smoke and giving RB2 for free, which gives Howong the opening, which gives him the positioning to get that beautiful shot. And if there's one member that just doesn't miss heads with a pistol, if you missed it on Ascent, probably some of the nicest shooting that we have seen in the VCT CN.
DRG very angry about that round, trying to just push the pacing and find their way forward, but Flexen has no business being on that site. That is nowhere you can go. And there are members of TEC everywhere, but Vukashi, like the boogeyman, is taking people out in the middle of the night.
Anything you can do, we can do just as well, if not better. Picked up a gun now for Vukashi, and you had mentioned it, so, and you know, everyone had been mentioning Vukashi was the name of this team of DRG, but now the rest of them just as equally alive. Howong being found out, tries to pop the orb to cut off the rest, but he will actually be cutting off his own teammate as the orb falls, and so does Spirits from the Outlaw. That magnet trying to keep the members from DRG down. The page shell's not quite, and Vukashi finally able to keep Howong down, but now with a 2 versus 1, he has to do exactly what Howong had did.
Maybe this could be one of those situations where Vukashi just does Vukashi things. It is a 1 versus 2, like you said. But if there's any player that I would expect to win out this round, Vukashi is definitely that player.
The patience, you can tell people are getting restless. You can tell Titans seem to have the read they believed. You see Nabu there trying to fake the steps. Oh, the clutch shot barely grazing Vukashi's waist. He knows he's only dealing with an outlaw and then an actual gun at the very least, but now with the positioning found, the swings from Luke maybe a little bit overzealous, distracting for Abo, but at the very least Abo has got that positioning, has got that timing, will get the frag, but could have worked out very differently had Vukashi just landed those initial shots.
That was a scary prospect. The bait was good, but the execution almost didn't come through. And Lexin, what are you doing there, buddy? What are you doing there? Just TPing in, no real thought, no real reason, no real duty to back it up at all. And Titans just, you know, sits on site, kills him for free.
And that's the thing, whenever some people haven't gotten used to the fact that Sova's finally been shifted from the meta, and so they try and become a Sova drone themselves, which it turns out whenever it's not 400 credits, it's the cost of a life. Not as good. It's not as good, it turns out. So with that, Titans managing to bring themselves up, and again losing the pistol round. Don't think many people had expected this, but the buys now equal. The ult's starting to come online. These next few rounds are super pivotal, and DRG opting to go back kind of for that slower play, and Titans actually rotating Howong towards that C and leaving him all alone on it.
The pressure through A gained. Abo, its ultimate, the Annihilation, is online, ready to use for a retake, which it might have to be unless Howong and Coco can go absolutely huge, but it's Vukashi back again, and they are angry.
Oh, the nightmare is just finding itself as the Omen smokes pop. The neural theft gives the wall hacks that you need. This drone as well from Teho. Abo just walking around it perfectly. Spirits with the aggressive hold, knows that someone's going to be swinging. Drops Luke without a second's hesitation, and with that, it looks like the call has been made. It's 5 versus 2. You may as well save these guns because you're not saving this round.
Need it for the next round to find any kind of pressure on the map. And the issue is that Lotus has become quite retake heavy in the current meta, but Titan is trying to meta break a little bit and hold on site. While it has had a little bit of effectiveness, these flood retakes have been good for them. This round, DRG just commits so many bodies to site that there's just not really much that TEC can do about it.
But they may need some TLC as we're getting further and further into this. We had mentioned Snow, you know, we didn't know how Lotus was going to go. I mean, yeah, 113 for DRG, or sorry, 13-1, I guess I should say, for Titans, and then a very close showing from Fracture going the way of DRG, and now DRG already more rounds than they had on Ascent, so it looks like we're in for this very long haul, which is, I imagine, going to be pretty grueling for both these teams.
Tit for tat. If it goes anything like the last one, we get ourselves in overtime. We will be very hyped, but the players probably not as hyped.
And again, Snow, you have mentioned it, and for anyone that has missed it, this is elimination point for either team. They will have to walk away should they take this L. And it does not stand for Lotus, it stands for loss, and a massive one it would be, as the defaults coming through. DRG Vukasha here sitting there, Luke with the tried. Maybe not so tested Bucky, but this may be the time it changes.
No drone to... Although there is a drone, but they're not opting to use it just yet. Vukashu's alone as the lurk. But members are rotating back. When this drone is used, they're going to spot Luke in that corner. The question is, what will the counter be?
Oh, assuming they pop it, they may just assume it's quite a deep hold. The util so far may miss. There's the drone finally. They know the Bucky's there. The magnet comes through, the salvo as well, but Vukashu's footwork is just enough, but no one knows. The Spirits is at the back. The magnet was good at caught him, but the TP was so aggressive. The space has been taken. Abo has to run away, just barely makes it back to the site with his life.
I think Luke thought that was a teammate. It looked like it was a teammate. Just sitting behind like, oh, we've got Yoru here. Wait a second, we've got Yoru here? We don't play Yoru. And now Rolling Thunder going to carry on this push as Coco finds a kill. The Annihilation could just be Spirit's death, but Abo can't find the spam. And with 10 seconds left, this spike is going to go down, and DRG have found themselves with an advantageous position.
No snake bite to prevent this, the spike being dropped as well. The TP are that's the denial. The smoke gets the information. The shorty as well falling on top. That is a full assassination there. The strike comes out. The shots from Flexen aren't quite there. Kangshu doesn't really know where the spike is, but Howong certainly knows where Kangshu's head is. The defuse getting halved and now being donated to try and get that ult economy as healthy as it can be. And ladies and gentlemen, get comfy. Get yourselves your water refilled if you need. We are here for a while, I feel.
RB doing their best Thanos impression there, pretty much turning around saying, fine, I'll do it myself. We need a round win. I will make it happen. And this player is so prolific. We're seeing them on this Omen. The mechanics from the TP to get that information was, it was chef's kiss.
Yeah, I mean, people have said, you know, Omen's ultimate, the From the Shadows, not really the best. The Shrouded Step as well, but RB showing exactly what you can do. If you've got a bit of aggression, if you've got a bit of greed, maybe a teensy bit of luck sprinkled in as well for good measure. But at the end of the day, it's absolutely enough to put TEC ahead on this board. The extra dimensional drift coming through. No one spotted for Titans, so DRG, knowing this site is clear, the deadlock wall, they're blocking it down, trying to buy as much time. The salvo's dropped as well, and by the time the spike goes down, Titans are very much ready for this fight.
DRG one step ahead though, but it's Abo just sprinting forwards, and Titans playing it perfectly, trading each other out at every opportunity. Found themselves numbers up, but Vukashu looking to be that demon of the night, looking to find these kills, and with B site completely open, this spike will go down.
You have mentioned the boogeyman, and not only that, it's not even going to be on B, it's going to full rotate towards that C. Flexing with the paranoia, both Shrouded Steps 2 seconds away from a smoke as well. I believe we've got no trips online for Vukashu, unfortunately for him, so it is just going to be reliant on that camera. Look at the positioning as well. Titans pretty split right now, trying to clear as much as they can. The tripwires being shot, that is going to give Vukashu the information, and now with this lurk, or that kind of retreat towards the hall, now rotating back to see with both members, anyone's game.
There is potential for that Viper's Pit to be used if Howong wants to use it. They're gonna have to push the pace for Cashew. Has been spotted. RB gets the information again, but it's a TP that's onto site. They don't know where he is, and he's already found the 1 and the 2 for Cashew. You don't even need to be seen. RB can sniff you out.
Oh my days, there is the boogeyman, and then there is the person who hunts the boogeyman. And RB is certainly the man you call for that. That was filthy. They believed similarly to how RB had run the last time that shrouded step was back into the smoke, but no, behind you, lurking in your walls, making you as paranoid as you can be, and completing the nightmarish play. Look at the position of the smoke, look at that confidence, look at the bait, and look at these shots.
Doesn't even know. Just here's the audio. It's literally like watching Daredevil play. Just eyes closed, listens at the echolocation and finds the shot. He's flexing in a deep position, and Coco has no idea how they got there.
Oh, I am so glad to be proven wrong. I said the Omen utility with the Shrouded Step, with that ultimate, wasn't going to get much value. Alpha immediately shutting it right back down, takes out Cashew, takes out Flex, and the flash actually does more harm for Spirits than Abo. The positioning is beautiful. The double setup from RB as well. What was looking incredible from DRG is immediately swung back from the Titans.
Oh, Titans are feeling themselves now. You see from the way they're playing, the double swings, the trade outs are just so effective. And it's DRG that has to play together in this. Oh, that's funny to see. It's just the perfect timing. But it's DRG that are just a little bit behind on these trades, on these swings. One player goes, they die, the second comes in, but it's just that second too late.
Yeah, it really is. And as you can see, I mean, all this anticipation is building, all of this hype. I can hear it in my voice as well, because it is going slowly but surely. It should make it till the end, but at the moment we got a timeout for the members of DRG to try and plan, think about what's going wrong. But at the moment, I think you've got it down, Snow. It is just those refrags, those trades not quite being where you'd want them to be.
It's also Titans just knowing what DRG's game style is now. They don't fake often, and when you see one of these players that isn't Vukashu, you know that more than likely there's 4 other people there. We don't see many 3-1-1s, many 2-2-1s, information style plays. It's normally 4 members of DRG together and Vukashu alone, and they know that if they spot the Cypher, everybody else is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, that they have been relying on that, and that's the thing which we've seen Vukashu, you know, whenever they do get that more aggressive style play, they're able to get the frags, open things up. You do look at the scoreboard, actually, that kill feed, it's so equal for DRG. Everyone is doing as much as they can, but meanwhile, it's Avo and RB kind of leading that charge for the Titans.
RB, pretty much the default play that they've been doing on this defensive half, just one way towards Mound, get this pressure, can always TP out if something goes wrong, and they are going to force a little bit of utility out from this side, as Mound has been gained by DRG.
Oh yeah, and RB trying his best. The teleport coming through, but I think DRG, that might be causing some panic, some very fitting paranoia, but there's a lot of util online. Kangshu has everything to work with. The drone does get shot down, but Armageddon can fall, and RB just dancing in and out between these angles, the door having to get opened. We see Vukashu trying to lurk towards that B site, making sure that if they do want to go through this door, there's going to be no one lurking on the other side, but it's Luke on that site just waiting, as 3 members are now towards the C site for TEC.
It's very rare that DRG rotates away, and Titan knows that. They're just happy to sit here, happy to play these crossfires and see how it all works out when chaos ensues.
And speaking of the white flag, the flag has been raised, but it is actually going to be a little bit of a fake. Everyone getting towards that door. The paint shelter going down to try and slow down the push. Nick falls. Flexen does as well. Gets painted, showered in it. Look at just cleaning up RB, doing it as much as well, and Kangshu has to try and make everything work.
I mean, Luke literally kills one, gets a kill with the paint shells, throws another paint shells. You can't even get onto site. Luke playing this like it's a Sentinel almost.
yeah, the sight, that control, that lockdown, these shots as well, nothing short of incredible. And then the artist, you've asked for a commission, he is happy to show you it in person, and Titans just walking away. DRG seem to be the favorites to take this, but Titans deciding enough is enough. We are trying to end this and we want it over.
Hasn't felt the need to use this Viper's Pit, just still sitting on that one. Don't even need to pressure a site or take any of these angles. They have access to the Showstopper, they have access to the Annihilation, and while Armageddon's available, he might not matter because RB is going huge and just destroying every single member.
Just in case anyone is curious, Abu is the one with the Annihilation, that's the ultimate, but RB with his access to his own Annihilation, which is a Vandal, and 3 members dropped for DRG. You cannot ask for more. This mound is now a testament to 3 members of DRG buried underneath that little pile in the sand.
And all the bodies pretty much on the exact same spot. I mean, there's not a better play from RB that you can have. DRG, I'll be surprised if they even go for this. This is such a risk. Maybe you send flexing in alone, but Vukashu running in, looking to maybe try find some kind of favorable fight, but there's just no hope at all. There's so much utility still available for the side of Titans. And now Flexen left all alone, trying to plant the spike, trying to be the hero that their team needs, but it will not matter because Titans are everywhere.
And that is so pivotal. It looks like DRG are believing, similar to how you'd mentioned it, Snow, that, if you see one of DRG, unless it's Vukashu, you're going to see the rest of DRG. DRG seeming to believe that Titans are operating in a similar way, which is not the case. Abu super late, super making sure that there's nowhere you can run, no angle you can get, no cheeky positioning, and this is already the 2nd timeout. DRG need to try and find anything, but to be honest, it does just seem the control is just the way of the Titans.
I mean, DRG just needs to play the map more. I think it's not really much more else you can say. DRG at the moment are just playing very one-dimensionally. Oh, we'll pressure a little bit early round, and then we'll just pick a side to go to. Doesn't really seem like there's much info gathering from them. We've seen a little bit of util use. They don't really try to find out where these holds are. They kind of just pick a site pre-round and then end up going there anyway. And sometimes we've seen some pivots towards B, but it's always super late in the round. And when you're committing to a site with 10 seconds left and you're playing against a Raze, a Deadlock, a Teo as well, there's so much stall to stop you from making your play that there's just nothing they can do.
No, and that has summarized it as best. It does seem to be, it would be nice to see the faster rotates and things. Even now that you've got the information that Avu's kind of playing, how Vukashu's playing, in terms of that, that lurk, it would be nice to see, as you said, that kind of pull away, get some initial early contacts, rotate to the other side, maybe try and run through the mid, kill Abu, and then you've got all that extra bit of control. Speaking of all this extra bit of control, Titans want to shut this down, the showstopper from Luke, but actually the aggression hasn't worked out for Titans. DRG somehow prepped for this. They understood that the last time they called a timeout, Titans didn't want the round to even start, and this time they are more than ready for that.
I mean, maybe it's looking good for DRG on their defense because they seem to do a very good job on defense right there, holding their own spawn.
I don't know why that made me laugh, but just holding their own spawn was just delivered flawlessly, much like this round has been hopefully delivered flawlessly from DRG in theory, 4 versus 1, but RB, you'd mentioned they had access to the Annihilation. Unfortunately, Vukashu gonna shut that down before it even has the chance to start.
No opportunity for this one, and DRG just off their timeout. Most teams go for a set play of their own, but they remember that Ascent game where they took the timeout. And Titans came out with a hyper-aggressive play, and they expected the same thing. Like you said, they were ready. They were waiting for it. But the issue is that was a Titans blunder. It wasn't a DRG success.
Yeah, true. And Titans, I think, that's an excellent point to make. I mean, it's all about, who makes less mistakes at the end of the day, and that's a really pivotal mistake that Titans made. But to be honest, it's really their only one. The rest of it has been super clean, super controlled, super just cohesive. And if DRG can't start matching that, and the only hope they have is to punish mistakes, I don't think Titan's going to get away with many more.
I don't think I've ever seen a professional team have all 5 ultimates up, but we're one orb away from DRG having absolutely everything to work with, which could be a sign of them having some great rounds to come, but it could also be a sign of them being a bit too hesitant to use those abilities.
Over caution, it can be brutal. It seems to be you won. Surprised that we don't actually off their spirits. Should be trying to get that all orb, especially. I was literally about to say the Viper's Pit from Howong hasn't needed to be used until now, but now absolutely getting popped. Coco trying to hide as best as he can in this corner. It's such a commonplace. No fear, actually. DRG still trying to get this plant even with the Viper's Pit down the snake bite, showing why that's a terrible idea.
Combination of utility is perfect, and with these DRG members being corralled towards the site, it is Vukashu on a lurk that is going to be taken down. Armageddon still available if they need it. Salvo is going to be used instead. How does DRG even plant? There's just so much storm utility.
Well, when Howdong's looking at your spike with a shorty in hand, I think the answer is they don't. I think Gangshu literally sits in this Viper's Pit to try and save his gun, maybe get an exit so we can see the pre-fires coming down. But drop from Coco and Howdong, you are not walking away from that Gangshu. So now, with a lot of ultimates on the board, there's only 1 round left, so you may as well get the kitchen sink and throw that too.
It feels like Titans are the masters of trap plays at this point. It's almost like when DRG has a round that is too easy, there's always a reason for it. And the reason this round is DRG's probably like, oh my gosh, we just got sight for free, guys. Like, we just walked on, and Titans are like, not for free.
For anyone as well, I didn't see my co-caster, but I imagine the finger wag was there because you can't see.
No, I've been called out.
Because if you say the finger wag has to be there. It's just law flexing with that teleport. Howdong immediately shuts that down, saying hold on. Spirits trying this aggressive push with the extra dimensional drift, but no frags go in the way of DRG. They've got that positioning, but as you said, Snow, if they've got that positioning, it's likely because Titans want to give them it. It's a good shot for Spirits, but they have to do a lot more. Armageddon falls, finds another, can't get quite the 3rd just yet.
Spirits doing an absolute huge service for their team this round. They've done more than enough to give DRG the advantage. The final round of the half, RB teleport away, try regroup with the team, see if they can make something work. No ultimates to work with, but it does not matter. They just want to take these gunfights.
The Rolling Thunder is popped, it hits Avo, so it's really only RB. The teleport comes through, finds the Cypher camp, there's still so much more to deal with. The fault line goes through, Nick picks it up, and they know where Avo is. 3 versus 1, and while DRG needed literally every ultimate, they are able to take that round and bring us to an 8-4 half.
And while great, they won that last round, they used those ultimates effectively to get themselves that round. What were they waiting for? Because that half, I feel like we barely saw them use any ults. That Armageddon was held for so long. We saw the Rolling Thunder barely be even used, and there were just so many ults that they were sitting on for so many rounds that could have been used earlier.
No, I do have to agree, especially, I mean, again, I will defend Omen's utility until the day I die, even if some of it is less than ideal, but when your Omen is using From the Shadows more than basically any other ultimate, at least that I can point to in a half, that's a problem. Usually Omens, if there's one ult you want to sit on for a half, that's completely fine if it's the From the Shadows, but if you're sitting there with the Rolling Thunder, the dimensional drifts were taking a little bit to pop, so that is something that may be an issue for DRG that they're going to have to talk about, that they're going to have to rectify going towards this defense.
And DRG, we know that from that past game, when it gets to that defensive half, they do look a decent bit better. They can hold these sites well. They can play off of each other well. They are really good at preventing Titans from making these high progressive set plays where Luke gets so deep into sight and looks for those 1v1s. With how Titans have played this first half, it's going to be an uphill battle for DRG, to say the least.
It's real, you know, it's one thing Sisyphus that pushes the boulder up the hill. It's another one when that boulder is punching Sisyphus as he tries to push the boulder up the hill. And that very much feels like what's happening right now. This boulder has hands, and this boulder is Titans.
Throwing hands. Yeah, imagery I was not expecting to see this morning, but it's imagery that I am loving to imagine. And when we go into this pistol round, one thing that points out to me instantly is the fact that Kangshu, full confidence going for a Sheriff, not even going for any util on this Teo, just feels like the salvos will be enough and their aim will do the rest.
I mean, that's the thing. You're not opting for that drone. It's a pretty big piece of utility. You know, you don't really have... You can maybe go for an aggressive Cypher cam from Vukashu, but really, that's the only piece of, you know, utility that's going to give you such information. Look, immediately they're trying to get the position, but that smoke, tried, tested, and true. A decent bit of positioning already gathered for the Titans here towards this A site, but DRG just stacked towards this mid. You were mentioning about that 3-1-1 that we hadn't seen much from them. Absolutely in this defense half, already bringing it up.
There's 3 members towards B, and I feel like this points to me that they're going to try quick rotate. They want to pinch towards one of these sides, and they are ready for a counter to this Titan squad if they open the door.
And they do. Oh my days, not only do they open the door to 3 frags and a very likely pistol round take, unless we have seen Coco do something. Ghost adds Nick to the afterlife. Is he going to try and follow it up? He does, but Kangshu just slightly better than Coco. And now, Luke, usually your first blood demon, but whenever that good luck has already been utilized, is it going to be enough to double swing? Vukashu puts them down. DRG put this pistol round on the board.
And a very nice start for DRG, a very nice trap play, predicting that it's probably going to be that A hit, knowing that that site is a little bit more contested, a little bit. I wouldn't say it's easier to take, but it's at least easier to hold in the post plant for the attackers.
Yeah, that initial open space is an absolute death sentence usually. I mean, particularly with all the util that could, you know, that could come out to play. So Titans really needed to get that initial space covered, and unfortunately for them, DRG just bursting out of that doorway. They couldn't find it. Speaking of bursting out, the Outlaw! Good for 2 from 1 shot. That's what you like to see from Spirits. And I'd mentioned it before that Yoru or any sort of teleporting agent means you can force that initial contact and then get out for free. No chance you're refragging that.
Damage done towards Spirit could be their death. Maybe this grenade lands, the paint shells is going to force Spirits into a bit of a risky situation, but the Outlaw is the perfect weapon for this one, as Titans are going to be stopped at Mount.
Oh, and the Outlaw nearly finding its 4th as Avo just having to walk away with his life. Only 45 HP. Coco, not much more to back up either. In theory, if Spirits does want to swing, he could have been on for the ace as soon as I say it. Of course, Caster Curse not going to go down that way. Vukashu hiding Coco, though. Very confident in the swing. Kangshu having to be the one to bring him down, and Abo getting some damage done. Meanwhile, at the other side of the map, slowly but surely coming in, flexing here. No concerns. Abo has that feeling, and has the correct feeling, but just trapped on this mound with very little to go.
Shot to start off, damage being done, could be what they need. Knows that flexing's there, but it's only 1 bullet that is needed to take this player out. DRG picking up the anti-eco end of round that was expected for them. I don't think they were expecting it to be that close.
Yeah, no, especially when you start off with this shot. Oh, yes, the shot actually just barely grazes Luke. Not enough, but will be enough in the end through that Cypher cage. Is absolutely gorgeous. And look at the setup that we have now. We do actually see Vukashu flexing, going for the Guardians and such, going for the buys. Meanwhile, of course, full buy for Titans. Armageddon actually nearly online for Coco already is a massive deal. Dimensional drift for Spirits, especially on that defensive side, could be massive. We'll have to wait and see if this Viper Wall's played around enough, as the util expanded on A is massive, but it has meant TEC have this read beautifully. It's a clear C site.
It's a great fake from Titans. They've drawn rotates, they've drawn so much utility out, but maybe they've taken a little bit too long to make their play. The members of DRG already back here and already waiting.
Oh, and its initial shot, not quite finding anyone just yet, but just a pixel or two off. And to be honest, Titan's now looking like DRG on Ascent, kind of trapped, using all that utility to buy some space. And while they do a little bit, they're then just sitting towards that main side, not getting anything. Meanwhile, we do see a push up from Flex and basically guaranteeing that DRG know this is a full commit. The salvos come through, but it's equally going to be Virus, Luke, and RB coming through. The damage is done. No teleport for you. Vikashi shutting that right down as Luke tries to take the space, falls to Kangshu, and I refuse to stop rhyming apparently as it goes down. Another one for Avo, finally falling as well. And with that, 2 versus 4.
They made a guess as to which site to take, but unfortunately, you went towards the site with Vukashu, who has all the weaponry they need. Double swing from Coco and Howong, and Coco making this round just a little bit closer, but not close enough.
Oh, indeed. And now all of a sudden we are getting to that 7-8. DRG have came out swinging. They are not letting this go without a fight, which, I mean, had we just seen the Ascent game, we didn't really believe that was the case. It seemed like it wasn't DRG's day. They hadn't shown up. They weren't prepped, but this is a different monster altogether. The guns, the econ looking very solid. The ult's starting to come online, and meanwhile, it's just Sheriffs, and there may or may not be an outlaw coming to take those Sheriffs down.
Luke gaining some pressure towards Mound on the other side of the map. Howong hoping that their lurk can be the thing that changes the potential play. They have gained no information so far. That door being open, they know that there's a player at least trying to pinch towards this Mound position. Nothing else gained.
You drop that salvo as well early again, Coco. It's such a pivotal piece of utility, but there is nothing left for us. So that, with the timer ticking down now, means that Titans cannot force angles as aggressively as they may want. Meanwhile, DRG, we see Flex and trying to dodge in and out of that Viper wall, but the Cypher Trip's going to get found. The util being expended, and another aggressive push towards C. Luke coming in with the buggy, trying to get Vikashi, but will fall. You will not catch him with that.
Now Spike's going to go down, but Sprint's just gaining all the information. You spoke about having no Sova drone. What's better than a Sova drone? An unkillable Yoru, just telling you exactly where every position is. And now Vukashu is already on site, finding these kills, and they are just ripping apart the entirety of Titans.
And that's the thing as well, for anyone that doesn't remember this or doesn't utilize it as much. Obviously, you want to keep your eyes on the screen so you can get those shots. But while Yoru is staring at them, you get a full map update of where each player is standing to the pixel. So everyone has all the information they need to work with there for the side of DRG. That shot from Vukashu, knowing to pull out, knowing to back up and give that space that you're not likely going to have an easy contest because you've got the gun advantage. And that's exactly how Luke falls in Hall.
Oh my gosh. A timeout taken by Titans on what was a very dominant first half, and now leading into the second half, it is all DRG. And if the past timeouts tell us anything, it is that Titans are about to make the most aggressive set play of the half so far.
Maybe they have learned, maybe they expect DRG not to read it. We'll have to wait and see. But so far, you had mentioned this half began 8-4 for Titans, and we are now straight back, equalized 8-8 for DRG. It does seem to be defense is just the thing. The D in DRG standing for defense.
I mean, Dante, let's talk back to the start of the series. The start of the series was 13-1. I mean, Titans absolutely decimated DRG on Ascent. We went to Fracture, it was a bit closer, but you're like, oh, okay, maybe DRG's just scaling up a bit. But now, they are in full force, they're in full swing, the game is in their control, and yes, it's still 8-8, but they are not looking like they're slowing down.
No, defense-rated gaming is what I am going to refer to as DRG from now on. I'm sorry, the organization has changed, and I am giving myself the official capacity to do that. But in the meantime, we're going to have to see how Titans can deal with it. We now see basically full util, full economy with the ults coming online. This is as even as you get. RB has been trying to keep control of this mount. Flexen, though, is now the sole owner. The mortgage has been paid. Flexen's dues are due, and T-Virus Virus Luke cannot pay up.
Duke not being the first Blood King anymore is definitely showing some cracks in the side of the Titans. How does the round change when you're the team that has to play the 4 versus 5 rather than always getting that free kill?
I don't mean to contradict you. Technically, still the first Blood King, just not in the way TEC would like. Like, technically, still the first Blood, still the king, but very much in the wrong side of it. So, phenomenal work from Flexen, and that seems to have been enough to just keep Titans fully away from that C site. They're now converging towards this B. We watched DRG do this, and it was a successful round for them on their attack. The Breach Stun plus Armageddon is going to be a difficult thing to escape.
I mean, RB with some excellent mechanics. The TP, I've never seen that before, but Armageddon in tow, ready and waiting. Coco just look for any sign of life. As soon as that flash comes in, this ultimate's going to be used to stall out these players. DRG is forced back, but they still have the numbers advantage.
Forced back, but who are you forced back into? It looks like you're tight, you're forced back into Flex, and his lurks have been phenomenal. But RB, you're talking about Omen. What a theory with a kill complex. Howong reaching up, and now 2 versus 1. Howong having to remember whose team he's with, who he's back up he's got. Flex and pops the smoke, taps, jumps out of it now. 2 versus 1, the classic, the right click's not going to be enough. Ducks back into the smoke, taps the bomb, gonna stick into half the steps, are not gonna scare Flex, and the shorty is not enough, but it is just barely gonna make it. So Coco lives 24 HP and a dream that keeps on dreaming.
What on earth was that round? I mean, Howong really showing why they are such a force for this team. Not only IGLing coming up with these strats, but also that fragging to just save this round. 3 kills back to back to just turn the tides.
24 HP, the desk slam, you cannot really like say more than that. There is nothing I need to contextualize, there is nothing more that you could say other than just to show that clip. Again, incredibly tight fought from DRG. Not a lot of ultimates have been expended. We see the Rolling Thunder coming back online, we see the From the Shadows and the Neural Theft for Vikashu, Annihilation, Viper's Pit, and similarly that From the Shadows from Titans. So very healthy from both teams, and depending on who brings this round home, it's going to be real scary for the opposition.
In a bit of a rut right now, not doing so well in this game. Titans and Howong specifically have to find a way to get this player back online, get this player a bit of confidence, and he might just come here flexing, taking that first fight against who? How have you done this? How have you just won this round for your team? And it's Titans still trying to battle forward, still trying to gain this space, but there's just nothing they can do. There's already 4 members from DRG here and fighting.
Oh my days, Flex, and I'm so glad you're confident enough to say this round is pretty won, but to be honest, RB similarly could do something equally as terrifying. The From the Shadows is now popped. Both From the Shadows now being popped, trying to make sure all this positioning is gained to the best of the ability. T-Virus look, getting the plan. RB has been phenomenal with these TPs, with these little cheeky angles to trying his best again to fake out DRG. Obviously not got as much space to make it work, but who needs space when you've got Shot Spirits? Returns 1, returns 2, and Abo 4 versus 1. There is no way.
I was ready to curse this one, but surely not. We did implement the double caster curse. We're testing it out here. It will be for naught. DRG are just that little bit stronger to battle against it, and it is just off the back of Flex, and single-handedly, this double spray down at the start won them the round for sure.
I mean, to only be able to see Coco but pick up Howong as well is absolutely filthy. Again, that Viper's Pit has been online. It's really difficult to use, don't get me wrong, but with a 9-point ultimate, sometimes you do just have to bite the bullet and force it. We might even see it come out from this round. If Titans can just get on the board, can just get onto a site and pop it, you've all of a sudden got Howong in the bucket, Abo with the Stinger. If you're able to pick up a gun from any other encounters, you can really make something work. So we'll have to see if Titans opt for it, if they're going to play conservative with this Viper's Pit, which is what they have been leaning towards.
RB just firing some shots out, trying to establish a little bit of pressure, force them to use some utility, and it's worked. 4 members now from DRG are over towards this A site, and they've realized that it's going to be a C hit now, but they are too late. They are too slow. The rotates have already come through, and that is the benefit to this Yoru. The TP comes back through. Spirits somehow on both sides of the map.
Oh my goodness, not only both sides of the map, both sides of the afterlife, bringing down Luke. So Luke managing to get that first blood, as we mentioned so often, but does have to pay his price. And now we see the Viper's pick go up. The gun's very much favouring close encounters of the Flex and doing some equally getting popped up for the Annihilation. I have no clue how that managed to pick him up. The Bucky from Howong as well. And now it's just Nick. It should have been DRG, but TEC off the back of that Annihilation. I need to see that.
Have you ever seen a more unlucky player? The Annihilation wasn't even aimed at them. They just happened to jump in line. I mean, the play, in theory, Dante, was perfect. They were in the correct position. The jump down was going to be there. And I don't know if we're going to... Yeah, look at that. Look at that. It wasn't even aimed at them.
He wasn't even on his screen! He wasn't even on his screen, ladies and gentlemen! That's... Oh, you know what? That feels a bit rigged against Flex, and I'm sorry, speaking of rigged against Flex, and RB is already in rubble, adding your skull to his collection. And with that, Titans have the momentum to potentially carry this all the way home.
Titans, they have RB TP's in, kills your controller, TP's out again. Nothing that you can do, and now, without smokes to play around, these DRG holds are going to be a lot harder. A lot more dry peaks are going to have to come through. The rest of the utility is going to have to work even harder to get them these favorable fights.
I'm sorry, I'm still thinking about the previous round. I'm not going to lie to you at all. I'm still thinking of that is wild. But of course, moving on, as DRG have to do, they have to get that out of their mind as well. I'm allowed to at least linger on it for a bit more. They cannot afford to do so. It's 10-9. It's super close. Again, elimination point. If you need to understand exactly why this is so hype, why this is so exciting, especially because 2 hours ago, we kind of thought this series was over.
We thought this series was going to be a quick 2-0 sweep, but now we're in what is one of our closest series so far from these broadcasts. And Luke, doing what Luke does, wasn't quite a first blood, but it is a pick that will turn the tides in Titan's favor.
And now with DRG, you've got Spirits on half HP. The Dimensional Drift, should he choose to pop it. The stun is good, but Avo's footwork is better. Dancing around that fault line. Very, very steady balance. And because of that, 2 versus 5. Both members of DRG looking to try and save, and this is getting scary for them.
I think we may potentially... I mean, actually, they don't have any timeouts left. I think they used them both in the first half, didn't they?
I believe so, yeah. Yeah, they
did. I was going to say, we might see a timeout. They would love a timeout right now. They would love an opportunity to have a chat and think about what they can do to improve this defensive half. The trap plays have been really good for them, but now Titans they've done something really smart. They've started sending RB out on these pushes because they know that RB can just TP out if everything starts going wrong.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, speaking of, yeah, you get to see that initial frag, and yep, the shadow step, the cloud step, just immediately. Oh, a little bit of a lucky shot there from Luke, but at the end of the day, it's not the lucky shot that's put down in the history books. It's the scoreline. So anything that gets you that additional point is invaluable at this stage. DRG having to work off of a kind of semi-low buy. Now we see a Guardian and 2 Vandals, so they are committing to playing for this overtime, which Titans were able to in Fracture. We'll have to see if DRG can do the same.
A stronger hold towards this C site. They've noticed a theme. It's early pressure towards A, rotate towards C, and Titans are doing the exact same thing. DRG has read it, but they might not have the weaponry to counter it.
It all comes down to this shot. The swing comes through. RB follows it up. Cashew having to try and get out, does manage to dodge the spray, but again, when you're already down a member and it is Spirits, you don't have that dimensional drift, you don't have that, you know, fancy Sova drone with extra steps. This is such an uphill battle for DRG, and TEC cannot throw this away.
But if there's one site that you would want Titans to go towards, it is the site with this Cypher. The double trip setup. Ready, just creating essentially a kill box for anyone that tries to just rush in without hesitation.
We see Flexen now doing similar to RB, just trying to kind of bait TEC out with these TPs, gets the angle, finds the Guardian shot, good for one, good for two. No one else actually rushing out of the smoke just yet. Yukashu picks up Howong, that was a bit delayed, and I did just mention that you could not afford to give this away, and TEC with 15 seconds left on the board, rushing towards this A site. There is already a member set up for DRG though in the form of Nick, so he can land this shot on Abo, which does seem pretty likely. We're going to 11-10.
There's no time. They just can't plan. They just have no time to do it. There's nothing to work with. It's an absolute blunder from Titans on what could have put them ahead, on what could have put them to match points and could have brought them forward in the playoff. But instead, it is DRG bringing it one round closer.
Oh my days, I don't think there's more of a caster curse than saying you can't afford to give that away, but give that away is exactly what they do. This delayed swing from Howong, this was the big thing. Had he got it a bit sooner, Vikashu would have been stuck in the neural theft animation. He wouldn't have been able to get the shot. Howong may have been able to get the turn to get that double frag, but instead he falls. The neural theft gives all the information they need, and now we are 11-10. The Econ still looking very solid. Spirit with a super aggressive push, trying to push through this Viper wall. Was gonna try and stop talking, but this Viper, there's too much going on now. The paranoia is flexing with the TP, the flash as well lines him up. Spirit's already with him, and Evo left all alone before I can even stop talking.
Flexen is just taking control of this game. We saw it earlier, rounds single-handedly won by this player. And when this whole season, it has been the Vukashu show for Flexen to show up in their time of need and prove that this is not a one-man band is incredible.
I mean, not everyone has showed up. This is an ensemble. You need your bassist, your lead singer, your guitarist, your drummer. You need everyone. Get someone on the saxophone. Why not? Underrated as hell. And to be honest, if you want to talk about underrated, Flexen has came out of nowhere. I mean, that one in his name, Flex, has absolutely won this round for DRG with the backup of Nick. That flash was absolutely phenomenal. And Abo just having to kind of sit at the other side, listen to the lovely sounds of the waterfall, and the timer tick down to an 11-11 split.
What a crazy round for DRG to pull this one back and bring us to 11-11 as well. They just go full aggressive. Both these teams wanting to commit towards rubble, wanting to take that space. But it's DRG that wins it out, and now it's going to set an interesting precedent. Titans haven't been able to win a round where they've gone towards A. They've only won rounds on C or B. And now DRG is going to know that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, and to bring him back to your previous point, you know, we'd seen RB had initially been, you know, the person to kind of go in and get that, but we've Flexen and co seem to almost realize that now. They seem to understand where RB's going to be playing. That's why Flexen decides to jump up on top of the mound rather than swinging it long. And TEC having to be forced to call this timeout. And you'd actually mentioned it. I was going to bring it up, Snow, as well. That might be good for DRG just to talk the last little things they need to maybe get themselves over the finish line.
The YouTube chat seems to think that it's absolutely going to be an overtime. 69% on that one in terms of the votes. They believe in both these squads that no one is going to come out the victor. I think for me personally, the winner of this round surely has to win the map.
I mean, you would say surely, but we have seen some filthy things done by every player. Remember that pistol clutch all the way back in Ascent from Howong. A phenomenal shot that was done, a phenomenal 2-versus-1. We've seen similar from a lot of players in Fracture, some almost unwinnable moments. I mean, I think Spirits had done some flex and has done more than show up. Even Luke, when he's not getting those first bloods, it has to be said that impact is slightly less, but that is only slightly. He is still managing to get those frags. He is the lowest right now, but he has been playing off of his team phenomenally well, it does have to be said.
This time dwindles down. We look at these ultimates, and the only real thing of impact is DRG Spirits having that interdimensional drift ready. potentially for a retake or an aggressive play. But right now it's a trap set to be sprung. And Abo, the mouse, potentially walking into it.
Bated breath, ladies and gentlemen. This is for everything likely as well. Both teams with a bye. I want to say as well, didn't get to see the econ for Titans quite as well, but fairly certain should they lose this, they will have to force up. They will not have full guns or utilities or shields. They will have to give something up, which may give DRG the advantage. Should DRG manage to take this round, a minute left and no one has moved.
They might not be expecting Vukashu on this A site. Has been the sea anchor for pretty much every round. And in the pivotal moment, it's been a swap. And it's a trap play over towards these players stuck on Mount. But T-Virus, Luke, with the movement, somehow stays alive. And Abo has found a timing, potential lurk to pick these players off. But Nick is one step ahead. And off the back of that, it is DRG that are looking to pincer these A players. Looking to cut off any momentum the Titans have. And it's Vukashu, the demon, the boogeyman, ready and waiting to win their team this game.
Luke and RB though doing something similar. The paranoia is going to hit both, and Vukashu actually with the trust, believing that paranoia is going to hit, swings in regardless, knows he cannot see, but if there is one person trapped in the darkness with you, you cannot have it be Vukashu.
Horrible to watch if you're a Titans fan. Just one player shutting down your push completely on a completely unexpected round. Has played C every single round and all of a sudden swaps it to A. And now the mental game is there. It's in the favor of DRG. They are one step ahead of Titans, who feel like they have to push the tempo.
The super aggression, the light buys, they don't have the econ to work with, so it's going to come down. From actually go the way of Titans though. RB managing to pick up 3, and with Kangshu and Nick just stuck towards C, this deadlock wall might be all they need.
Oh no, they're not going to know. They have no idea that they can creep under that wall. There's a player inserted. Nick is behind, but Howong maybe has an inkling. We see a couple of pings going towards this position. Hold on, are you going to check it? Are you going to win this fight? And they are. We might be heading to this overtime. Dante, these viewers might be right.
Oh, Snow, I don't think anyone could have predicted this. The salvo comes through, but the sound sense is going to reach Howong, not actually biting, getting caught himself. One shot from the short he goes. Second one goes as well. Kangshu trying to swing off of him, but Howong gets the Phantom Bulldog. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 maps in a row, overtime. Ascent was a button check. Ascent was making sure the USBs were plugged in the right way. This is the Valorant you've came to see.
What has changed? It is DRG that are just playing together, but now whenever Titans' backs are against the walls, they are always able to pull these rounds out. And there is one player you have to highlight who has been such a big factor in these past 2 games, and that is RB.
RB, every time you think, I mean, you get to see this. Look at that teleport. 1, 2, 3. No one from DRG expecting that. A filthy position, a filthy angle. RB, I think, is going to cause a bit of an increase in Omens doing random teleport plays in your comp queues, ladies and gentlemen. So get ready to blame him for whenever your Omen teleports somewhere randomly and dies in the first 10 seconds.
I was thinking about this. I was like thinking about how with all these RB doing all of these jump peaks with the TP, I'm like, I cannot wait for my Omens to do that and just die and just TP out onto the angle. Just it's definitely not something I'm looking forward to seeing. But now we are in this overtime as this time dwindles down. The timeout taken instantly by DRG. If they cannot win this round, it's going to be looking rough for them.
I mean, the last time this happened, it was Fracture. It was, I think, the exact same scenario. Titan managing to just pull it back, and then DRG winning a pretty decisive double round to take it home. But this time it would not just be taking the W, it will be putting Titans home. It will be putting their place in the position to follow it up later in this tournament. It will not be over just yet for the winners, but for the losers, you've got to start thinking. You've got to keep your mental straight. 2 rounds is the difference between watching this at home and living it live.
Aggression from Titans towards Rubble, just establishing a bit of pressure and rotating. I love this play. They forced DRG into Mound, giving them all of this space, and we've seen this before. We've seen Titans try to pull the strings of the marionette that is DRG. DRG for once resetting, re-establishing their control of the map.
DRG, very much Pinocchio. They are a real boy. They have their own ideas. They have their own plans, their own discussions. As the deadlock wall falls, tries to give the information. You do see, look at Titans, though, a bit conditioned, a bit of belief that it may be a lurk or that it might be a change of mind. But no, the walls are going to come down. The doors are going to open. This is how this map's going.
Abo all alone. Big ask from Titans here. They need this player to be the hero. 30 seconds left. Gravnet gets nothing, but they know there's players here. There's rotates coming through. Coco's here to support with all the utility being used. It's all about these gunfights now. Who can push forwards? Coco gets taken out. Bravo gets both. The Annihilation picked at such an inopportune time. It gives DRG a chance as Luke is already looking to come back, already looking to trade out, pick these fights, and they are taken down. And RB is left alone to be the hero yet again.
Oh, my days. I mean, again, one person that you want to make this work, but Flex, and I do want to just point out getting the pick on Abu, not getting caught in the Annihilation, has definitely had enough of that for one series. And speaking of having enough of that, DRG ending the round in their favor. One more to seal the deal and send the Titans home, which again, Titans began with a 13-1 on Ascent. No one could have seen this coming.
01 is going to be feeling the pressure more than Luke right here. They have been such a driving force for this team. Their first blood to first death ratio has been astronomically good so far, but this has to be their weakest series. In this split, I would have to say, in this split altogether, the fact that they haven't been able to find those entries, haven't been able to have that same impact, and Titans is struggling for it.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they've been able to rely. Like, look at RB. You see that 22 and 17. RB is definitely trying to pick up the weight of the world on his shoulders, but it's not quite enough. Potentially, he is trying his damnedest, and he is carried a long way. But he does have to get over this last little hurdle. And when it's been sitting particularly towards that C site on Mound, it's not always been the easiest hurdle to climb as everyone gets readjusted. That timeout ends. Flexen has been flexing his ownership of that C site, and we see it yet again for what could be the last round of this series for TEC's run and DRG moving forward.
What a way it would be for DRG to win this one, coming back from the depths of that 13-1 loss to win it in not just one overtime, but 2 overtime maps. And Titans, not wanting to throw this game away, are going to take this one a little bit slower.
Ladies and gentlemen, the breath is bated. I can imagine if you're sitting in that audience right now in China, you will be just waiting. Lungs filling with air. You do not want to peak, and Spirit's even not biting as the drone pops, but that's not going to be enough. The stun comes through, but the magnet is overzealous. Kanchu stuck as well, able to pull the sensor off, but that's a good first pick. Coco picks up Flexen as well. It's phenomenal. This aggression pick, and that's going to be 2 down immediately for DRG.
DRG now has that uphill battle yet again, but we've seen them win rounds in this situation. When Nick is alive, when Vukashu is alive, we can never count them out of a round.
Oh, it's just getting so. But we mentioned before that Titans couldn't afford to let such an advantage slip out of their fingers, but they have before. This swing comes through. Vukashu going down to 40 HP. One body shot will be enough. Nick trying to get this cross to dance through, but goes down, loses Vukashu. It comes down. Will this angle get cleared? In fact, no. A full peel away, except for Avo. Waiting for the swing. Punishes Nick. Overzealous indeed.
There's Titans that are in the driver's seat saying we will have one more round. But Kangshu all alone, if they have anything to say about it, this would be the highlight of their career.
The highlight of their career, the highlight of DRG, to be honest, to start a series 13-1 and bring it back off of the back of your players. The stun comes through. Not going to be given any information. There's no like voice cue or sound cue that has tagged, but all this utility. Kanshu just being pushed away. RB, no shenanigans there. I was maybe about to ask for a knife considering the spike was already ticking down, but again, you cannot afford to let anything slip through your fingers.
The pressure is on, and Titans reading this play perfectly. Coco knows that there's potentially going to be a player lurking up through Mound, and it's DRG trying to go aggressive, trying to make something happen on that map point. Now heading into our second overtime, these teams have shown everything. They've thrown everything at each other. It is down to these IGLs to come up with something different.
Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, very quickly, just try and show some love for either team. Both have put up an absolute clinic. The flash comes through, and oh, speaking of clinic, Virus Luke is going to have to attend one for the headache. The Spirits has just given him that. Is a beautiful initial shot. And the First Blood King, unfortunately, again, wrong side of that kill feed.
It is Luke struggling on the operator. It's something that we highlighted before this series even started. And now Howong, left alone on site, has Coco here to support actually, but is not anticipating the TBs in. And it is DRG taking full advantage of their aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, you good to say.
With that, the space is controlled. The dimensional drift. Spirits is going to walk right through that. Doesn't care about your paranoia. Finds one, spots Abo. Now, both members alive of TEC have been spotted by DRG. The spike already ticking down. Meanwhile, just very quickly, our YouTube chat as a shout out to them. They're voting on how many OTs we are going to see, with 3 currently taking the lead, unless Abo can maybe do something absolutely filthy win this 5 versus 1.
There's absolutely no chance.
No.
It will be Titans just thinking about what they can do in this next round. No more input from these coaches. It is up to the players. It is up to Howong to realign the team, to figure out how they can get this online. And oh, that's got to feel rough. That's got to feel rough for Luke. Just in the most important round of your split so far, being picked off like that.
Yeah, no, that's hot. I mean, the flash, the swing, the confidence, knowing. That's wild as well, because you've got to remember, basically every encounter on C has been on Mound, and it's been RB or it's been flexing. It is so unlucky for Luke that the one time he picks that angle with an op, he does just get cleaned up. Maybe not unlucky, maybe just read by DRG. But anyway, we are moving on to, again, what could be the penultimate round. YouTube has said we are going to 3 overtimes total, so we're already in 1. TEC need to win this round if we see number 2.
Look at that trip. It's there, trying to catch Luke out, but it will actually net nothing. Trip wasted, not used. Spike will be planted, but it's a full 5-on-5 retake, and we know DRG can make things happen in these situations.
Luke not biting, the sound sensor getting popped out as well, but the scan is massive. Luke getting stunned, the swing, he's trying to bunny hop away, but that's only going to make his shots even harder. The salvo comes through as well. So much utility, the entire kitchen sink is being thrown. RB, such an aggressive TP, and there's one person that can do something like this. Look at the angle he's sending for the smoke, he's waiting to cash, he gets far. The is insane. Spray, not good enough to find anyone else through the smoke, but Abo's good enough to finish it, and good enough for a second, and one more cannot be found. Flexing, having to do something similar to RB. Howong's trying to look up, but Shorty's insane. 17 HP. Howong's pulled out as well. The sprays are coming through, ladies and gentlemen. It's overtime number 2.
Oh my gosh, what on earth was that round? I mean, you cannot pick up a round to sum up this region more than that one right there. Pure chaos. It's RB finding these picks. It is flexing, almost turning it back in their favor. And at the end of the day, it is us playing yet another overtime.
Ladies and gentlemen, we may be in for, if we can do, if that prediction is correct, and we go to a 3rd overtime, this could be the best game of the entire series thus far, maybe including future games to come. We could not have expected this. We could not have asked for a better half. Very quickly, the YouTube chat have been asking why DRG couldn't do this in the first half. Defense just seems to be their game.
G playing aggressive through towards B. We've seen this play before, but this time Flexen is tuned in. Flexen's waiting, but Abo is just one step ahead. They are just that much better. And Titans with the lead. Luke finally having their redemption with the operator, giving Titans an opportunity in this round.
Emphasis on op, indeed, but we have to look back. It's Abo and Howong with that beautiful hold. Flexen with a super aggressive teleport, which, as you said, we had seen before, and it had worked out before. This time, not so much. Luke with a disgusting little angle there, finding Nick, and for the first time, I believe, in our OT sets thus far, it's Titans with the lead.
That's the first time we've seen Luke pick up that operator. Effectiveness that came up, well, second time. OT in general is the first time we've seen it, and to see that effectiveness come out after how much they were counted in that last round, I mean, that has got to hype up this Titans team. They've got to be feeling confident going into this round, and now the ball is in their hands. Will they shoot it, or will they just throw it away?
Oh, that three-pointer is a potential ass. They know the op is going to be online, or it's at least a possibility now. Very excellent patience from Vikash. They're waiting until the salvo goes down, not wanting to lose his trip too early. Everyone here, full util, full setups, good to go. The drone's going to spot out Nick. They know that breach is here, and Luke is already on this point. We needed that first blood. It's absolutely massive, but Spirits has returned fire. Flexen as well with the position at the door with the paranoia is huge, as 3 members are already down for Titans.
Spike is down as well. Luke finally activates as that first blood king, but it does not matter if the rest of your team goes down. And Flexen, who has had an amazing series, has already pushed forwards now. It's Titans are trying to slow this one down, but DRG will not let them.
DRG cannot let them. If they do, then they walk away with this. I do like they're not getting too aggressive. They have seen the spike is down, but they're not willing to like give up Flexen to try and make sure it goes down. They're happy to give it away, work off of it. They know they've got this 2-man advantage. They know it's a 4 versus 2 with 30 seconds left. Not much utility online for RB, nothing online for Howong as well. This very much comes down to this post-plant scenario with Howong lurking in this orb.
Howong just taken down, and the viewers asked for 3 overtimes. We might be heading to a 4th one, as Spirits gives all the information needed, but it's RB that is still alive. It's RB that could be the hero, that could make the prolific play, but it will not matter because here comes the boogeyman.
Again, lurking in your walls, under your bed, hiding and haunting your very waking nightmares. Vukashu, we did ask, you asked Snow for him to come up, to show up when he needed to most, and this, you cannot say, is anything less than perfect timing. The dimensional drift as well, making sure that there is nowhere for you to hide if you are RB, and now another overtime. We are going the distance, ladies and gents.
I mean, we've gone the distance. This is full-on marathon level now. This is, we've had our 5K, we had our 10K, half marathon, the full marathon is out. These teams, these players are going to be tired. They're going to be wavering. The shots might not be there. And it's Titans going back to something standard that they did before. RB holding this position towards Mound, trusting that his team can hold off this A site.
Oh, and they really hope they can. The deadlock wall goes down. A lot of members from DRG stacked up towards this A site right now. The Yoru TP all the way towards this door. We've seen it before. This time Abo not looking at the Yoru and thinking, why is there a Yoru on my team? That mistake not being made again. But there is a full cohesive rotate towards that B site now, coming back towards A from TEC, but not much space or positioning gained from DRG. And if you look, still very defensive from TEC as well.
It's going to be open, but the spike is hovering towards this B site. It could very easily be a pivot. And Luke taking a little bit of damage, gained some information. They know that Vukashu is towards B. This sends a split, but Luke, with what could be the biggest throw of this game so far, kills themselves with the paint shells. And now Coco has to swing, has to win a fight, and cannot find anything. And the team has been left in disarray, as it is just RB alive, and DRG could be giving themselves another match point.
Oh, Oh no! I said oh no, and I think my voice literally went too high pitched for it to get picked up by the microphone. So, yeah, that. Oh no! You can't have that. That's gonna hurt the mental. Luke needs to reset as fast as humanly possible, or RB needs to get a 4K clutch to give the mental back, to bring that positioning back. But with a shorty at that range, NICC puts us in, and DRG yet again, as you said, Snow match point.
My gosh. Will this ever end? We're stuck in purgatory. This game just will go on until the end of time. The DRG are hoping that's not the case. They've given themselves that match point yet again. And history will tell us that this is Titan's round 2 win. But anything can happen here.
Anything. I mean, that's if these teams have shown one thing, it is anything can happen here. Whether it's damaged vocal cords, damaged mentals, paint shells going over your own team, anything is apparently possible when you are these rosters indeed. And now, no real commitment towards the A site from the Titans. The door's getting tapped. Vukashu not gonna bite just yet. Happy to sit behind his tree, gathering all that oxygen, breathing in all that air. You know he needs to try and bring the DRG finally over this finish line.
The C site is that little bit weaker. Vukashu's going to peek out, not really gain any information, looking to potentially go aggressive. And the timing just isn't there. Meanwhile, Flexen is caught out, is on mound, but wants to fight it, wants to potentially take these angles, and Titans are just too scared to do anything.
Until Abo takes down Spirits. It's not the boogeyman, still living towards A. The deadlock wall going over Waterfall, trying to cut off the angle. Does actually manage to, but not before Nick can get that rotate. And now it's a fake. Yet again, the Viper wall goes back up. But again, the man of your dreams or nightmares, depending on which roster you support, it doesn't matter. That tree is not going to save you from RB.
This game will not go quietly into the night. We are gonna be here a while. Get your popcorn, lean back in your chairs. It's 3 versus 5 now. Make that a 2 versus 5. It's DRG just slowly walking towards their deaths. As I don't think we've had a single round in this OT that hasn't been one-sided.
No, it's not really came that close at all. Unfortunately, been very, very dominant, which again, for how confident DRG have been in these defenses, you would think that they would just reflect that, but not in case. You've got all the salvos, Kamshu, all the Utah in the world. You cannot make a mistake. Armageddon falls. Armageddon is falling. Howong swings with only the shorty and elbow. Backs him up. Nearly a terrifying conclusion, but yet Titans refuse to fall.
There's no way. The hearts of all the Titan fans dropped for a second before they elevated again. That shot from Avo saving that round pretty much. I mean, every single kill is so important in these rounds now, and it feels like whoever gets that opening pick is winning the round.
Yeah, exactly. Again, Luke has managed to fall a few times. He's managed to pick it up once or twice as well, but as you said, he really needs to get that. Even the times he's managed to get that first pick, which I think is once, is maybe twice, 3 times potentially, it always seems to get traded out 2 for 1, usually by Spirits, maybe by Flexen, or even Vukashu. Everyone here has been going toe-to-toe against each other. These rosters are the most equal I think we have ever seen them, and for this being a rematch set, both of these rosters know their homework has been done.
With their homework being done and the information that they've gained, Titans knows that this is most likely an A hit. Members are rotating over, but they might not be here fast enough. DRG starting to commit. We know that they like to heavy rush that back site and util dump there, but it's actually just going to be Titans playing back, using that stall to stop them from gaining space.
Howong's been very figured out. The stuns, the aftershocks, the salvo. Kamshu as well able just to, Spirits able just to pick up Luke as well. You can't afford that. The magnet goes down. It's going to trap 3 members. Is it going to be any additional support? It will not, unfortunately. Another round, and as you said, Snow, a flawless. None of these are close.
And historically, that would tell us that Titans going to be giving themselves a flawless here, as it seems like neither of these teams can really make this overtime work for them. They do great on one side, it goes to the other, and it just completely flips on its head. And while defense was the favored side for both these teams in regular time, in this overtime, it is the attack half that they have been thriving on.
I mean, that's the thing with how difficult the attack was for DRG all the way back in Ascent. You could not have imagined that this attack round would be going well for actually, honestly, even both of these teams. While Titans have been having a really solid showing on it, you know, DRG were able to get a couple of rounds and they were able to end that half 8-4, which isn't, you know, exactly awful. It's not great, but it is at least something. Meanwhile, just two completely different monsters. They know how much this means. They know how badly everyone wants it. The utility getting pushed through Flex and actually getting caught by the magnet, but the backup from the remaining members of DRG, that's an excellent initial frag. It's a second as well, and this could be the end of the Titans.
They're heading straight towards Flex, and this is a player that has been so prolific for this squad, has won rounds single-handedly. And while they are alone on site, Nick is coming to support. The utility will be there. Luke, can you make something work? It hasn't been your map so far, but they are just instantly taken down. And now it's Coco all alone. A 1 versus 3 to try redeem their team.
Salvo online, or sorry, no, Salvo online for a Kong shoot, and there's not really much there for Coco. The stun is used, but Coco's looking towards this. The flash comes through, and that is finally gonna be you. As long as DRG remember to defuse, which hopefully one of them are, but at the very least, that is OT. Finally ended, and DRG walk away. Holy moly.
I mean, what a way to end it. And unfortunately for Titans, what a heartbreaking way for their split to end. They showed so much prowess in the regular season, even in this match, starting it off with a 13-1. And then all of a sudden, those hopes and those dreams are ripped away from them in 2 grueling games.
Yeah, and shoutouts very quickly to the YouTube chat. No one could have predicted the quintuple OT, so unfortunate for you, but thank you for the participation. That was absolutely wild. That was insanity, because look at I'm still in shock over that Ascent 113.
I mean, the fact that we went from there to this is insane. I thought this series was going to be done for. I saw that 13-1. I was like, Titans, they're in the driver's seat. This is an easy series for them. They've done their homework. They know exactly how to play. And you know what? I hate to say it, but Luke in these past 2 maps, just not a good performance. And really, Titans showing that if Luke can't be getting those first bloods constantly, can't be fragging out, they struggle.
Yeah, they do. And meanwhile, you've got Spirits dancing around. You'd mentioned it as well because it had been Flex and 2, but you had Spirits and Flex and dancing around the last 2 maps in Fracture and Lotus. And you want to bring it up as well to build upon your points now. For anyone that forgets, the 13-1 that DRG lost was their map pick, which we then moved on to Fracture.
Yeah, just the way that this series has gone from top to bottom is insane. And it went completely away from the regular season. I mean, it was DRG that lost that regular season, and while they did win on Lotus, I did not expect them to pull it back in Fracture in the overtime, to then come through into this map and just put on such a performance. And no, we cannot say it was clean. We cannot say we have a lot of confidence for them going forwards in the tournament, but my gosh, is it a sigh of relief for them that they get to play at least one more match.
Yeah, true. They're going to have to really, look at these maps, look at this setup against Titans and really wonder where they can find those gaps, because there were, as you said, not smooth. It wasn't, clean. It wasn't surgical, particularly on that Ascent. They're going to have to discover where their holes are and get those patched soon, because right now this is a lifeboat and those holes could sink you.
Get some flex tape on that thing, patch that boat together, and, at least get it going through the playoffs, because it was it was so difficult for them to not only get here, but now to win this game as well. The Titans, you know, there is hope going into the next split. They've shown a lot of good potential, but your whole gameplay style cannot be reliant on one player.
No, it can't. And we'll get to see a little bit of the team comms here. You know, you might not be able to hear them quite as much, but you just get to see, look how focused everyone actually is. There is no hesitation. There is no concern about, you know, any of these kind of, you know, mistakes. People often worry a lot, particularly in Val, any sort of tag shooters, like the consequences. They very much know what the consequences are, and the consequences should be they win this round if they execute properly, if they're able to do it, if DRG can just walk away with it, which at the end is what they were able to do with some phenomenal util usage and play.
And some great plays from Titans as well. I mean, some great reads. This round in particular, they read that it was going to be a util dump towards backside, but then they just overcommit a little bit too early. They're not quite in sync with when they're fighting, and all of a sudden, a round that could have been their victory just slips out their hands.
No, exactly. We had to say, I mean, look at that. You want to look at a Dream Magnet that just doesn't get anything. You don't get more nightmarish than that. It's absolutely tragic. But now going on, looking at the MVPs, there's so many you can see. I mean, no real surprise. The Spirits just for the multi-kills. 9 multi-kills on Yoru is wild.
Yeah, I mean, Spirits just playing out of their mind and really kind of showcasing the Titans' lack of this agent within these maps is going to be a detriment to them going forwards, because they didn't have that Yoru, they didn't have the same impact in terms of those fast rotates that Spirit was able to offer. And while Luke normally has really good games on this Jet and Raze, this series is an example of when Luke isn't playing in top form, the compositional differences can really affect their play.
You want to talk about compositional differences? Let's look. So 15, 27, and 5 for Coco, very quick. 14, 23, and then 24 assists for Nick.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And
24 assists. What? What?
Now you look at this, it's like Titans pretty much all split. It's been their favor in terms of first bloods. This is the first time. And yesterday when they played Wolves, where we're seeing them beat out for first bloods, teams are finding ways to counter Titans and how they play around Luke. And now it's up to Titans in this little break before they play Evo to just figure out a way to change this style, or at least support Luke more effectively.
Yeah, that is absolutely insanity. I've just been informed that Nick's assist is VCT's China's record. 24 is the highest anyone, which doesn't surprise me. What was it? 13, 24, 24 is insane from a breach. Is insane for Lotus. That is incredible. We will be going to the interviews with the players in just a moment as well. We will, of course, be jumping off, and then we'll be back with you just after. It looks like here we are now just jumping to the desk. First of all, a little bit more yapping. I've been completely baited. Very nicely done by the home team production, it must be said. But what more can be said?
Yeah, I mean, excellent bait. I mean, to be honest, they bait better than the DRG team does. They try, you know what? Oh God, cut it out, cut it out. But
we'll be right back after this interview with more trash talk. Don't go anywhere.
Hello， 大家好，我是第二届福乐星。
欢迎福乐星，今天这场去留战真的打得太精彩。
So today's match was like so on the edge, and both of your map wins were on overtimes.
看的是心情一波是3折的，不知道你的心态会不会受到一定的影响？
And how do you feel? And are you like kind of?
图一就被大比分碾压了嘛，所以我就跟他们讲，没什么好失去的了，就。
And they're just like, oh, just play like normal, play like usual. If we lose, that's whatever.
那今天图二你们是选择到了临时变阵，在1周之前玩的都不是这套阵容，为什么这么短的时间内会做出来这么大的？
And it's like, why did you change comps so quickly? I think they're referring to like the change from Neon to Raze.
暴力一点，然后我们可能喜欢这种暴力一点的。
对，今天确实一波 rush 打得非常的帅。那刚好聊到了嘛，因为其实感觉你们之前更多的会打得比较
And because US
但是这个赛季好像更多的会以控图以及运营为主。那这种风格的转变。
And why do you think you like change your play style like quite a bit during this amount period of time?
教练吧，因为他喜欢运营，然后来减少。
And he's like the IGL's calls really just help them like stabilize things, and so there'd be like less uncertainty on stage.
非常多套的多烟体系啊，包括今天也能看到。那你作为控场位的选手，在一些比如说技能的使用，包括对于地图的理解上面，会不会跟他更加的不谋而合？
是的，雷森尼其实。
And as they're talking about like Flex as a controller and the coach kind of understanding his role and his utility.
其实亚海选手之前你们一直都是打得非常非常好的，可能今天体坛确实对于你们的这张图做了非常多的研究，包括你的幽影其实玩得非常非常的灵性啊，很多次非常大胆的 TP， 包括你很多不同功能的烟的使用也非常的聪明。那你是怎样帮助队友
And how do you help your teammates with your own utility?
主要的就是多跟队友沟通嘛，就问他们想要什么烟幕弹之类的，然后根据临场判断吧。
OK， 感谢弗勒新选手。那我们本场的赛
Yeah, that's about it.
就全部结束了，但是不要走开，因为有更加精彩的比赛等待着大家。
中电竞椅职业战队的选择，连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，傲风 M6 Pro 职业级。
How they were able to kind of bring it back, because yeah, again, very shaky for anyone that missed the 13-1 loss that they took at the start of this.
I mean, it was interesting them talking about, you know, kind of how they changed playstyles and changed prep. I mean, they should have changed playstyles in Ascent to say the very least, but I mean, as long as you win the series, that's all that matters at the end of the day. I think for them, they need to go back, kind of reassess these slow play rounds, because they're trying to play like Na'Vi, old school in EMEA, where you play the round down to 20 seconds, then you execute. But in modern Valorant, there's so much stall utility that if you leave a round that late, you just can't get the bomb down on site.
Yeah. Waiting out utility isn't really an option anymore because of like salvos and things with how much it recharges. But ladies and gentlemen, me and Snow were with you, I think, far longer than either of us had expected, which is always an absolute pleasure, of course. But we will be jumping off screen now, jumping to a break for about 5 or so minutes, and then you will be getting 2 brand new special guests to take you through the next series. But Snow, any kind of last kind of farewell words? I think we will be yapping about this again together very soon.
I think I'm gonna go to sleep now, because this series has exhausted me.
The series has exhausted both of us. I can only imagine what it's done for the players. Well, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, everyone, for having us. When I said the production home team baited me, that was China, not our boys. They've done incredibly well. Big love to them, but it's always fun winding them up. And until next time, it has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you all very much. And hopefully the next set is just as good as this one. I doubt it.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Project Horizon VCT China's English Community Cast. And today, we're back.
Yeah,
It's me, Timo Sura, as well as Gimson, right here on my camera. And today, we'll be casting the second match of the lower round one, which is going to be Nova Esports versus Trace Esports. And these two teams had it rough, aren't they?
Yeah, they definitely did. So we have had some really rough. Oh, they're actually walking in right now. Yeah, they have really have some rough times lately. We saw Trace go to Masters Bangkok, and unfortunately got annihilated. What was it, 13-8 and 13-3 in both their
both matches.
Both matches, right? And I will say though, for the Copium people out there, it was T1 and G2. So we can allow them a little bit of space, but they looked very much out of the depth. Since coming back, they have not done so well. They've lost to, was it All Gamers, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, so they lost against they lost one map against All Gamers, which was the expected better team of the group, by the way. So
yeah,
it's kind of like, are they consistent? Are they just having these Masters blues and then and then losing, then winning, then it's just very confusing for them.
Yeah, exactly. And we've also talked a little bit how, like, as we said, they could. I mean, that's not a new thing though. Often when they come back from Masters and stuff like that, there is a adjustment period. So it could be that. And I will say, for those of you that watched the Billy game, they looked much more gathered and together than what we've seen before. They actually looked quite good on Haven. Unfortunately, we might not see Haven as it is Nova's permaban, but I definitely want to give them, like, take my hat off for that match. So they might be back. They've been a little shaky, but maybe they've found their feet again. On the other hand, we had the pleasure of casting Nova yesterday. And Timo, that was a bit of a slaughter.
I do think that we talked about this before we were live, right? That it's very unusual, especially for a team that beat EDG 13-11 on a map they were pretty solid on, then completely fell apart. Yeah. They weren't trading, they weren't playing together. It's like they just couldn't adapt to what the opponent has to offer. And right now, it's more or less a question mark for them. Are they back as a team? Have they recovered? Or is Trace being rested well enough, preparing for them? Are going to take advantage, right? So
exactly, and that's another thing. Yeah, exactly. That's another thing. Nova played yesterday and had a very hard match yesterday. One of those matches where you go home and you just fall apart. You either you go home and say, I gotta be better, and then you lock on and you play ranked until it's not red anymore. You know, those kind of days. And it's really interesting to see how I'm really interested in seeing how the mental is. Like, this is where a good coach, a good org comes in and makes sure that the teams are comfortable and also actually a good IGL, right? That they can rise and get back on their feet. So I'm very, very interested in seeing how they've dealt with this situation, because if we see the same Nova today, I'm scared that it's going to be another walk in the park for Trace.
Exactly. Like, we've seen how this team could perform. Like, they did start great at the start of the regular season. Like you said, beating EDG, beating FPX. Yes, they did lose against DRG, but at the same time, you have high hopes. The copium of a lot of fans looking at Nova, who were a bit underwhelming at kickoff. It's like, oh, this team has stepped it up. They are doing it, and just going to be a matter of, once again, whether or not they can overcome their troubles yesterday, as we are going to see the vetoes, and Haven and Icebox is an expected ban, but we are going to be seeing split Lotus as well as Pearl. So I think we did, I think before we live, we were like thinking like maybe a split, right? So it is going to be a very interesting matchup considering they're both of the teams' records, because they weren't great, they weren't the best, but at the same time they were solid across these 3 maps.
Yeah, that was actually a thing. Literally before we went live, I wrote to you, I was like, do you think we'll see Pearl?
Exactly.
And we will see Pearl. And that's quite interesting because that was the thing. Pearl, for Trace, they've only won against all gamers on that map. But they've played it 3 times. The other 2 is Seali and Wolves. But it's Seali and Wolves, which are one of our better teams. Whereas, if I remember correctly, Nova has played it once, won against Tai Lu. So it's kind of a situation where it's like Tai Lu aren't at the same level. I would personally say they are getting there, but they're not at the same level currently as Seali, SLG, and Seali, yeah, and Wolves, right? So therefore we cannot compare that, and I think that's a very good idea. Also, it's been a while for since we've seen the Pearl, right? So here's the comp coming in.
A bit standard. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the standard. Nah, there's the sky here. That's not normal.
Oh, wait. Actually, it is normal. It is normal for them because they've run Sky before.
They've run Sky. It
is going to be their typical comp for both teams, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, as well. So it is going to be an interesting matchup. And if you guys didn't remember, Fang isn't going to be playing. It is going to be one of their most recent addition, Midi, that debuted versus BLG, and he wasn't like, when you swap out someone like Fang, who has historically been quite the fragger, with Midi, who I think like averages 9 frags across the 3 maps that they played. You can see the impact, right? You can see the difference of the impact. But at the same time, if Trace believes that, yeah, this is going to be what we want to take on, especially at an elimination match even, it will be interesting to see how much faith do they have towards the player.
I want to point out something that's really interesting. The defense and attack win rates that we see at the bottom.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So I want to say the Nova comp, we've talked about it before. I love that comp, and I think it's one of the strongest defensive comps you can get. I would have expected more win rounds on, like, a win rate percentage on defense from that, to be honest. I am a little surprised by that. Why do you think it's that low? Is it? We'll see. But I'm scared that they do what we saw yesterday and push beyond their util and don't actually get to use the util because they die before any of the util is actually usable.
Exactly. Like what you said. Like, they like to play aggressive, right? They like to play these individual plays. They want to flashy. They want to get the kills immediately. But at the same time, especially with this meta, you need those utils to just either outlast your opponent, or you have to, like, basically trying to balance out between your shooting and the util, as we now getting ready for our first map, which is going to be split. I believe it is going to be Trace on defense and Nova on attack. So interesting decision there for Trace to start on defense, especially with their comp even.
No, but they had a higher win rate on defense, though.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
They had quite a high win rate on defense, so I could see why they'd do that. Especially because the Nova weren't that good on attack either way, anyway. So maybe that would actually be something that pays off for them. Let's see. But it looks like we're getting into a fast A push here. We have Midi and Yang K ready on the side to receive the entirety of Nova. They're pushing off. They already have ramp control. Obi-Wan gets one. Midi takes him down, but CB finally connects and 20 takes Hebe. What is going on? This is so fast. Ooh, they're going back to mid. What do you think?
Nice hold there for Nova, though.
But it didn't work out for them.
But at the same time, it's like, no, like either it's just somehow Nova's tempo just caught Trace off guard. They weren't able to just immediately respond it. And right now, Nova takes full control while Luo King is all alone on Heaven. And a 4v1 is on the menu right now. But with the lurk from Guang here on mid, effectively leaving 3 on site, it should be the first pistol round win here for Nova.
Yeah, it definitely should. As you said, the Guang lurk is absolutely amazing. Also, the timing here, he takes his sweet time because his teammates has not confirmed there's any Liu Kang has been seen at all. So he can take all the time he needs to get up to heaven and get the perfect position in case Liu Kang wants to get into sight. Instead, it looks like Liu Kang might wants to go for some exits. Let's see if he can get one. Nope, he just says no, you can't get anything there, Liu Kang. And that was the first pistol. Not bad, not bad.
Not bad actually, because especially with Trace, I believe it was Midi and Bianca who was waiting on heaven, but well, good trades actually, like good trades on the start of the round, but Nova just immediately accelerated, and you can see how different they are from yesterday. They look more controlled. They are playing together, and
yes.
Right now, it's a lot more improvement that we've seen as we are heading towards the second round of pistol here. Kai gambling his life with a sheriff buy here, but Nova isn't going to be immediately pushing out right now, preferring to spread out the entirety of the map. Raze, which is CB, is going to hold on towards Ramen here, but utilities has been traded out by Bianca using the fault line to clear out deep A here. But look at Raze, they didn't find anyone on A, but at the same time, Nova pushing out towards mid. So this might be a complete mismatch on the timing if Nova decides to go to B.
Yeah, that's the thing. Nova was actually
and CB killed Payday.
All right, they are actually getting in, and I was gonna say they are just slaughtering all of the place. Liu Kang is left alone on site trying to get something, but CB takes him down as well, and now it's just Bianca in a world of trouble, like one little classic, and
oh, look at Wang here
coming in as the Reaper, sending him to his death.
Not bad there for Nova.
That was not bad at all, and that's the thing. So I wanted to point something out that we saw in the beginning of the round. Nova was expecting a push out from A main. That's why they played so passively, and they saw the push out as well. They didn't commit to it because the drone didn't find anything. But if it had, they already had Bianca ready with a flash. So that was a play there, and it seems like Nova had done their due diligence and actually knew how Trace played on Split, which makes sense because we just recently saw them play on Split.
Yep. And right now here, we are moving towards the third round here, and Nova actually going to be buying some of the rifles here, especially on Olingo and Guang with the Vandal. Meanwhile, TE, this is going to be their bonus. Rain Shells has been shown as well as the Guided Salvo. TE fighting against Kai and Midi. 2v1 didn't end up well for the Race player as Heibei, the only one here holding on mailbox, seeing flurry of bullets, actually getting the kill there onto Azir. That's your smokes gone, by the way. And right now, TE looking a lot more composed, especially with guns on hand. Nova, 3 men strong. I have only just made it to mailbox.
Yeah, they have heavy control, but that's about it, right? There's 2 people on the side, and Heibei's still wearing he's still in Baptist.
He's not aware.
Yeah, but Guangdi and Obi-Wan actually got 1 each, and then it's 2 on 3, and they are on site, and we have a Vice on a deadlock on the site. Oh, this is going to be absolutely painful to push into. Obi-Wan and Guangdi just need to sit down, settle down. Oh, or Guangdi can do this. I might actually like this push it as well. We'll see.
Actually getting meaty there. Good call for the Vice player, but Kai with the long flank, by the way, he rotated from all the way from A. It's only Guang remaining. He doesn't have the Razor Vine up versus Bianca. Not really going to do anything else. And finally, Tracy Sports converting their bonus.
Yeah, I'm a little sad that he didn't try to use the Agros there, because they knew where he was, but the Agros could have been a distraction and then he would swing them or something like that. Maybe that would be an option. But I do really like the Lurk. I think the Lurk was everything. If that Lurk didn't come in, they wouldn't have won the round. 100%. Good round from Trace. nice pickup. Now what? If you're like, we still have full bias on both teams, but if, as far as I can see, the financial situation is a bit rough. So yeah, this is definitely one of those rounds where you'd like to win this because we can start snowballing. But oh, this looks like a big push. As you gets tied. Oh,
a bit overzealous there.
Looking. He's got stuck in a grab net, but he gets away somehow.
A bit overzealous there for Kai. He was facing against one before. Yes, you have the one-way smoke there. Hebei trying to spray down with the stinger, but the gap in the smoke here. CB, Luoki, you are facing against 3 people. Conga line right there. So bad luck there, buddy. And Hebei only armed with a stinger. Yes, you have Bianca all the way into heaven, but right now, Trace with a little bit of an overheat there with their rifle round, while Obi-Wan finally gets the kill onto Hebei. Looks like it is going to be the 3rd round for Nova.
Yeah, they really didn't run into the Conga line of death twice. I feel like it was like what someone called it, say, that's 4 in main. You know what? I'm just going to go check. Do you think there's 4 in main? There's 4 in main. As we see the save coming in for Trace, which makes sense, because here's the thing. They're 5v2. They have a Guardian. They have no money. They have to save here. I do like, but I really feel like it was that kind of energy. It's like, oh no, there's a lot of people here. Wait, you think? Let me check. Oh, there's still a lot of people here. You know, that
like,
kind of...
Have they rotated? Nope. Okay, never mind. They are waiting for me.
And there was no, like, it was a dry peak as well. There was no flash. There was nothing to, like, make him get that peak. They could have set it up as a flash. Like, it just felt like an overextension almost, right?
Yeah, as Midi now gets the kill onto Guang. Yes, it is coming. Yes, actually, that's good because it is going to be a Vandal upgrade for Midi, but not too bad there for Guang. He still has 1300 credit, but at the same time, a bit of a misplay from Trace. Like, Kai was just, yeah, as you can see there, Kai didn't know what he was doing there, and Luoking as well. And right now, it looks like Nova are actually on control here, as timeout will be put out from Trace Esports.
I really like this, especially after the last round. As you said, like, we were both scratching our heads going, why would you push this again? Like, without any util, without anything. Why would you do that? I also want to point out, they won. Trace won 13-1 last time they played on Split against Billy. Maybe they're just a little overzealous. Maybe they're a little overconfident and trying to, you know, a little bit more than they should have. You know? What do you think? Are they too confident?
I don't...
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Tima's network is coming off. Oh no! He disappeared. Oh, he's back! Yeah. Alright. Is he back? Yes. Alright, we are having some difficulties. I also just lost, unfortunately, just lost the match as well, so the internet is a little iffy. Yeah, so as we were saying, they might have been a little overzealous, they might have been a little overconfident because they did 13-1 Billy, and Billy are a very established team, so they might have overestimated their level. And let's see how this looks when they get into this round, and I hope to see Trace play a little bit more cautiously, but we'll see. Oh, I was gonna say no! I can't see.
Oh, Hebei. That is absolutely unfortunate there.
Definitely. At least Oben is also found at the same time, so it's a 4v4 for both teams. It's unequal ground again. But Hebei is such an important clutch master for Trace, so I'm very worried about what they're going to do now. Also, I want to point out that Liu King only has a classic. That was that was a rifle going down.
Yeah, right now with Hebei going down, there's smoke, like they're like wall smoke, like they're control smoke gone. Yes, you still have Luo King, but with a lesser weapon, it might as well not really be useful, as Nova immediately pushing in towards Vent. Bianchi though, he's all the way onto Cubby there. CB chasing him around, but Midi with the hold there. He's not looking on the right angle though. Olingo will get the crate and the spike down. It is going to be a 2v2. A bit of a side swap here, and I don't think Nova is suspecting it. Right now, both Guang and Olingo are looking into attacking spawn. The Ventral Drift has been popped up by Kai. It'll alert both of the Nova players. Olingo stuck in elbow. Luo King isn't up at all to support Kai, as the Yoru player has spotted the other one. Kai gets the kill, and Luo King facing against Olingo. Olingo, it's a 1v1. Sky versus Yoru. 45 HP with 25 shields remaining. Fight, bam, and Olingo with the hold gets the clutch, gets the 3k. It is going to be 4-1 Nova.
Yeah, that was what a round. I thought for 2 seconds that Midi actually managed to turn it around and get like the fact that he got 2 is absolutely amazing. But really, what a play! What a play from OO there. I cannot say how impressive that it is. Honestly, he had such little XP. I would not expect him to swing that, but he did, and he got the kill. It was beautiful from him. Now, Price are kind of in a painful situation. We have 3 stingers, a sheriff, and a med push. Would you look at that? What do you think?
Yeah, right now. Oh, Luo King. I do not like. I do like where he's positioning inside the smoke, but at the same time, wait, oh, I was going to say the Sky Dog there won't be spotting Luo King, but the trades will serve as a detriment. CB and Azir both getting kills onto the backside here, but they might not be counting for Midi. Although Azir still holding on the angle to the backside. CB finds Sky in the smoke, and Nova with a flawless round to end the 6th round.
How did CB get that kill? Did he see like a toe or something? What just happened? I mean, yes, the pushdown mid was kind of predictable, and Azir was very aware of that. But this kill from everyone was beautiful. And then Azir holding the rank. Oh, he did see an arm. I was like, how did he get the kill? He saw a tiny little arm pressing out. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. Now we finally have a full buy round, and this is where I would like Praise to get around. Because we were talking about getting the ball rolling, getting into the match, confidence issues and all of those things. And this is definitely where you should get back into the match. So let's see. We have an operator on Kai who's taking a main. We'll see how that works out for him.
Yeah, operator on A main. He is supported by both Midi and Bianchi, as Bianchi actually going to be rotating towards B here. Execute has already been subbed. CB with the immediate satchel, healing Hebei. Luo King is the only one here tucked away all the way into back B. It is going to be him versus 5 play from Nova. Guang actually gets Midi on the vent rotation, as Astral Divide has been popped out. Bianchi didn't expect CB to be there, and it is going to be Kai all alone with that operator. And again, Nova looking a lot better than yesterday's matches. They're looking more confident, more on maybe some of their comms there. And right now, they're 6-1 up.
Yeah, they really are. And they really also look like they're... Yeah, look, yesterday was just a fluke, right? They're finally back into it. Oh! Kai, you can't do this. You can't get another one. What are you doing? No, you can't
No,
get... You
you're
can't
not throwing your economy.
No.
No, you're not throwing your economy. No, please.
Guys, you don't have money for this. You don't have money for this. What is this?
Well, I mean, they do, but at the same time, why? You know it. Is this a caster curse? Is this a caster curse? The moment we say, yeah, they're different, and then they just throw 5 bodies onto an operator?
Yes, they can afford to buy next round. Why would you do that? Also, as Kai, that must be the most painful ace I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, painful ace or not, you just gave your team a magnificent bonus there on the economy.
Yeah,
right now,
exactly.
eight round. It's still 6-1 on Nova's lead, and right now we see Midi with the Guardian, and Trace actually going to be all linked up on A. Grafnet and okay, Bianco with the corner. Like, I think this is one of Nova's weakness before. Like, they're not checking corners, they're not doing their.
That was exactly the problem yesterday. They did not check corners, they did not clear corners, they did not swing together to clear corners. And what happened? Bianca just gets 4. He just got 4. What? I don't know what to say here. It's such a it's such a situation. And this again, like last round. This was where them throwing away all of their economy last round actually might. No, not yet. Not yet. They're fine for now. Next round might be a problem. We'll see. But this is a fast A hit.
Hello, my back.
Again.
I am.
Welcome back. This is the fast A hit coming in. Oh, and this grenade and invent might be everything.
For some.
Nope. Okay.
Okay,
Bianca.
Some of the technical issues here right now, but so far it has been a very weird second part here of the first half. It is 62 towards Nova, and a bit of a weird trade here coming from both sides, and actually Trace getting the kill at the end. Nova, it's going to be a 4v4, and right now going here, Ginson.
No, I'm very confused as well, honestly. Bianca has been doing so much work on this round so far, and he might actually be the one who's supposed to receive this push, and he might get one. He only gets one, but Obi-Wan is so low. And what's going on? We are now 2v2. It's an operator, but look at where. Oh my god, they're planting on A, but the flank is coming.
As right now, sorry guys for the slight technical difficulties, as another one operator kill from Kai, but Guang will get the trade. It is going to be a 1v1 for Hebei.
Why would he swing?
And Arcros will spot the Viper player out.
Kai just
getting the kill here on the Guang, and it is going to be 7-2.
Wait. I feel like Kai just threw it right around. He needed to wait for his teammate to play with him, right? Are we doing good in this? Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Sorry again. Sorry for. Oh wait.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was worried whether or not. All right. So yeah, but this was the round where I feel like Kai kind of threw it away from them, right? Let's see how they come back into this match, because this is. Guys, you really need to get back into this, and that was not the way of doing it, right? So we'll see what happens.
Kai holding strong there on the off angle, as right now actually getting the kill onto CB. Bianc still holding with the judge there on the way onto B Heaven, while Midi looking strong towards Vents. Kai actually fighting against 3 there. Guang gets the jump. Bianc only was able to trade out Obi-Wan. Guang getting the 2 kills there, and Hebei missing the timing, which means Nova didn't going to expect him, as Hebei gets traded once again by Azir. A very weird 2v2 as Midi gets the Astra and Olingo is the only sole survivor. Plant has not yet been set down. Stealth drone already spotted him down, and the special delivery. It should be curtains for the Sky player, but he's just trying to pick out an op, and that's it. 8th round here for Nova, and
yeah,
I gotta say, Race is not looking good.
No, it's looking really, really rough for Trace, isn't it? I will say this is not what you want to see if you're a Trace fan. It's actually quite painful. So like I really wish that we could have, I don't know, a way to. What would you say to them? I do love the timeout coming in here because they really need to talk about some things. What would you say to them?
I think because this is the time for Nova, right? And let's face it, like Nova, the timeout from Nova, and let's face it, like Nova did get some of the rounds very convincingly, but the Kai op ace, for example, right? Like some of this, like small weird decisions that might bite them in the ass, like bite them in the back if they're not careful. And I think what I want to say, if I were the coach, is like, guys, calm down. It's okay. Let's focus up on the next round and let's clean up some of these small mistakes, because at this point you're in the driver's seat. Just don't overthink it.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, yeah, I think Nova really needs to just continue what they're doing. Maybe clear the corners. We like that. But really just continue what they're doing and get a situation up and running. That would be really nice. I have unfortunately lost the entire feed of everything currently,
there we
so
go.
I cannot watch it. There we go.
Okay, we are back right now, so don't worry about it as we are heading on towards the post timeout. 7-3, Nova is still on the lead, and they are looking towards a B execute. CB immediately pushing out towards Ven, only armed with a Bucky. Meanwhile, for Trace, they have full arsenal right now. And Nova.
Oh, this push up mid. Oh, Hebe might actually get one. Kai gets one, and Hebe gets another. They know there's one on site. Liu King gets. Oh, and then there's just two in main.
So gets the important kill, but Kai with operator still deadly as ever. The Astra smoke will have some level of respite here for the players, for the remaining two players. But right now,
Howong is already so low from a spam.
Hebe though with the hold, and Trace finally gets round after round. If they can stabilize it towards a 5th round, I think it is going to be a good recovery for them coming to the second half.
I agree. This is what we needed to see, isn't it? Especially as we were gassing them up, saying, "Hey, they did all right against BLG, right? So we need to see them come back into this." And I think maybe they just need a little bit of warm up. You know how it is. Last match, we also saw a little bit of a warm up map, and then 2 overtimes. So this point might actually be them coming back into the match. Let's see. I will say we have an Iron Garden. We have the Seekers. We have an Astra. We have basically all the big important ults on the side of Nova, and we have a full buy. So this round might be one of those big rounds that we might come in and see. It looks like it's going to be a B split, going through mid, but let's see what they're doing.
Yeah, right now, Trace still spreading on the map. They're not committing to any further side, but Steel Garden will be popped immediately onto B. Hebe forced to be back off, but Obi-Wan actually stuck there by the guy that's elbow, gets killed by Luo King, but Azir, Luo King gets 3K. Good sharp there with the spray transfer, forced to teleports away into the arms of Olingo, but he's getting the 4K, and now it's going to be all CB remaining. It is a 1v2, and CB doesn't have the full util, but if he gets the kill, and he looks at the wrong angle as well. If CB gets a kill, That's the paint shells and the showstopper online from here. But right now, it is going to be a 2v1. Midi holding on the alternate angle while Bianc is trying to figure out where CB is. It is a ring around the rosy as CB spotting on Midi, but to no avail. It is going to be the 5th round here for Trace and a good recovery first half here.
But a very expensive round, isn't it? Holy moly. That was, if I'm not mistaken, they threw in a couple of ults there. Because it looks like
the Steel Garden there.
Yeah, no, but Steel Garden, but Seekers as well? Am I misunderstanding? I thought they had both.
I don't think they popped the Seekers. I only see the Steel Garden there. But regardless, it is the last half, so but not too bad for the economy because it is getting reset.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think they threw everything in that round because the Astra, what's it called? Cosmic Divide was also gone. So they threw 3 different ults into a round and couldn't finish it. That's a rough one. 7-5 half isn't bad though. I wouldn't be. Ooh, what is this?
Ooh, what? Ooh, I think this is the first time I've seen this. What is going on right now on the screen? Oh, okay. So.
Okay,
so either you are a, either you are a solo player or, what do you think? Because I play solo. I mean, I play solo all the time, but I do like being a team player. So, I don't know. Sometimes I do like to go turn my brain off and then just go pew pew,
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, if I play the Neon, I will definitely turn my brain off and go pew pew, and then stop, and then people will say, "What are you doing? Why are you doing this?" I'll be like,
and then we go negative on our KD.
No. You get like 18 kills and a half, and then you can't do anything the other half. And be like, I got my 18. It's fine.
That's more realistic. But right now, good recovery half here for Nova. Yes, it is a 7-5, but 7-5 doesn't really mean anything, especially considering with the map back split. And right now, with the side swap, Trace will be looking towards a B execute. And Nova 3 on A, 2 on B is going to be only Azir and Obi-Wan on B. As the time ticks, barrier goes down, and we are off for our second half of split.
Yeah,
good pot line here.
Ooh. Yes, very good front line. I'm very interested in seeing how they deal with all of the util, because that's the thing. We have 2 Sentinels on here. Oh, Hebei takes
Obi-Wan.
And Khan gets 8.
I think he just...
What
Obi-Wan just blanked there. He like Obi-Wan just got blanked. He was ready for the grab gun. Oh, Luo King. Nova, please don't do
and then
this
it's
to us.
Wang in a 1v5 going, what happened, guys? I would like to know what happened. And Kai just says, you know what happened? We happened.
It's a flawless as well. Oh, no, Nova, you're not doing this again. Obi-Wan, I think he just blanked because he was ready for a Gravnet throw there, but yeah, look at that. Like, he wasn't ready with his pistol at all, and it just completely fell apart.
It really did. Also, I was going to say, one thing I'm really looking forward to here on attack is watching Hebei just get the timings right. He's going to lurk, he's going to be a nuisance, be on the leaf, and he's going to insert himself in the right locations and just get the timings right every single time. That's at least what he's known for, right? I can't wait to see if he manages to pull that off today. But coming in, we have a force buy from Trace. Although they do have Hebei with a pistol, because again he's most likely lurking, so he can afford to go down, right? They won't want someone who's on their own to have an expensive gun. Asia's
right now
precision here might be everything though.
Wait, no, Kai. Oh, Luo King immediately saving Kai there, and Kai and Bianc just immediately, okay, go kill. Right now, Trace gets 3, immediately takes control of B sides. It's only going to be Olingo with a classic and CB with a Hebei gets the kill of the CB there. Not surprising, but Oh, yep, there we go. Oh, Ling gets the drop there onto Kai, gets a Marshall. Dodge the special delivery, but nothing that he can do. Midi cleans it up. It's all tied up, 7-7. And Nova, I think you want to do something here.
Yeah, it's definitely well, this is going to be their first buy round, whereas Trace is going to be in the bonus, right? And I don't know if Hebe actually went in and got the... No, he did not. So you can see we have an Outlaw, which I personally love, because if you see the other side, we have light shields and a regen shield. That means that Kai can rock and roll on this Outlaw. Although, very rare to see something like that on an attack. More common to see a sniper on defense, but I'm a big fan of the Outlaw. I really, really love it. So what they need to do here is actually... As a bonus, you need to do as much financial damage as possible, right? So yeah, just make sure that you can take all of the guns out of Nova's hands, or enough
Oh, the
guns.
sensors though.
No, that's such a good...
Yeah, the sensors though, right now.
Yeah.
Exactly, okay. Right now, I just baited out the sensors and Nova potentially getting false info. Kai did throw a pot shot towards Van. CB will at least figure out, okay, the Outlaw, the Yoru will still be on mid.
Yes. Yeah, that was... honestly, that was a beautiful Yoru tech. I love good tech like that. When you see someone come in and just... You know, it's the same... I feel like Yoru is also a good vice counter. Although this kill was definitely not even clearing the side and just teleporting in and then instantly dying. That was not the plan, but they got traded. Oh, instead it can't get him backside. Oh, they got him. Okay, 3 was a 2, and Bianca has the Outlaw out again. We have heaven control as well. You need to get the spike down though. Oh, this allows them to cross into elbow. Let's see if they can actually connect here, or if they want to do it. Hebe needs to be very careful here. He might be in trouble. Obo gets Hebe. Obi-Wan gets Bianca, and then it's only Liu King left. No clue where he is though.
He's not expecting him. Wait, Azir, he might not expect Liu King right now. Oh no! The timing! He just got up. He just got up into the cosmic screen, and Trace just converted their anti-eco, and oh god, Nova, not again.
Not again, Nova. We went through this yesterday, please no. But also, he went into his astral state in the middle of, like, not even around the corner or anything, just in the middle of everything. I don't understand why he did that. Beautiful play from Liu King, but that felt like EC was throwing it away a little bit. Not gonna lie. And now we have a save
I do
round,
not like
once
that
again.
at all.
No.
Trace right now. Kai still holding on to the Outlaw, but especially with the rest of the team with enough full buy. Nova only sheriffs and pistols, as the Trailblazer actually going to be meeting against Hebe here. Did tag towards CB and Guang. CB only down to a 6 HP, but the rest of Trace was already setting up towards Garage. Stealth drone will be thrown out. Gets pulled by the utility and the sensor, but right now it's a bit of a weird situation where Trace suddenly didn't want to go towards the site, trying to bait out some of the more utilities coming from Nova, and Azir, who almost getting the kill there, but Hebe actually gets to drop onto Guang in Ramen, and suddenly Trace has a new avenue towards A.
I want to point out that Guang actually pushed out all the way from A, and that's the reason why we had 4 people on B, because Guang actually took that space and went all the way through Sewers and all the way through mid. That means that Hebe was aware of this, and actually, because let's be honest, Hebe is a flasher themselves, and now they have B side ults for themselves. They can go in and plant.
Not bad there for Trace rather, baiting out Nova's rotation immediately, but Young expecting Oling O and spotting out Obi-Wan all towards mid there. Bianca will be facing against Obi-Wan with the help of Kai here there. Gets the kill as expected. It's going to be only CB and Azir. Azir just trying to keep out towards Ali. Kai will be spotting him out. CB only one remaining with the pistol with the classic, and Kai, if he's not careful, it might be a gun upgrade, and it does. Bianca though gets the cleanup, and Trace finally gets a 2-round advantage for the first time in the series.
Yeah, I'm very glad that was one of the things at the beginning of this map. We felt like they were very disjointed Trace, right? I feel like this round is particularly really shows how they're better to play off each other. They're ready to trade. They play together a bit more. Even when Kai starts pushing where he shouldn't be pushing, Bianca is ready to pick up after him. Good to see. Good to see. That means they're getting back into the map. That means that they're getting back into the form we saw when they were playing against Billy. That might mean we have a very big game on our hands.
I am loving this, and right now it is going to be 7 rounds in a row for Trace Esports. Meanwhile, Nova looking like slowly reverting to them to what we saw yesterday, a bit of a disjointed play style in some of the players. But right now, Trace still holding towards mid, and
yeah, it looks like they're drawing on utility, which I really like. I also want to point out that the hold we have on A is just nasty. Ooh, the Seekers come in. I do love that. Because there's not been any information. I will say, Trace has caught this really close. They have 30 seconds and they're not even into any fights. What are they doing?
I mean, I was very afraid there for CB gambling his life on Barrage, but yeah, like you said, Trace might be taking too long there on the rotation, and now 20 seconds remaining. They're too far from A. They have to commit to B, and the spike has to rotate all the way to spawn. It will take them literally seconds. I don't think they're gonna be planting right on time, and I think they might not get the plan at all. Nova, Trace Esports just completely gets outplayed with the utility usage, and that's going to be the 8th round for Nova. What happened?
Yeah, I think it really looked like they were they waited too long, right? They were indecisive for too long, and honestly, it's a bit of a pity, right? And also then the push into the sites, because that's the thing when you have agents like Vice, like Deadlock, you kind of have to go methodically and clear all of the different util, right? And then if you haven't done that, you cannot rush into a site. Trace should know this. Trace should know that they cannot rush into sites. So I'm very confused about what just happened that round. If the timing was off, if the plan didn't go the way they wanted, I don't know. Definitely would like to see.
It's
like, yeah, I would have loved to be like in their comms and hear what they were saying, because that was a weird one.
Yeah, right now, Trace switching out for the 18th round will be slowly pushing their way towards A. Trailblazer will spot Kai out all along towards ramp, but they don't have the intel for the remaining of Trace's players. As right now, 2 of Nova's players is still on to B, while CB still has his scopes aimed towards mid-side. Teleport will be thrown out as well as the flash here. The Astral State will be spotted out for Azir. Kai gets the kill as well as Midi. It is going to be a 2v3 now with less than favorable weaponry, especially with CB on operator. And Trace, Nova might considering for a save here, which is by all means a smart move for them.
Yeah, I would definitely save as well as if I were in their situation. Financially, if I remember correctly, they are not looking that great. As again, Trace did win 7 in a row, and they did finally have the operator out on CB, so I can definitely understand wanting to keep that. On the other hand, it looks like you might be looking for them from Trace's point of view. at least like trying to see if they might be standing in. Oh yes, there's a little bit of a hunt going on. Oh no! Don't.
Well,
throw away
hopefully
all
it
of
doesn't
Util.
end like. Yep, there we go.
Last
I was
time.
going to say, let's hope it didn't end. Exactly. I do not want to see that again, but right now, Trace recovering from that weird round where they just stalled out. Good aid here for both Midi and Kai. Timeout, it will be called their last timeout for Split and Nova. Like, how do you
seem to have
rate them compared to improving, but at the same time, some of the small like mistakes.
Yeah.
Like some of the small mistakes just never not disappearing. It's like it's just keep going up.
Yeah, that's the thing currently. I feel like they look better than they did yesterday. Yesterday they really looked confused. They look like they're playing together, they're communicating, and I'm more happy with what I see today. But there's still a lot of what we saw yesterday coming through, right? There's the small little things of waiting on each other, overheating has been a thing as well. And of course, the fundamentals of checking your corners, clearing util, being ready for things. So yeah, we'll see what I really hope this timeout can fix some things for them. We did have, was it yesterday or earlier today? There's been a couple of timeouts where a timeout actually meant that they turned it around and won 2 rounds in a row. So I will say, I think it's specific. They have a very wonderful stat where they show the successfulness of a timeout, whether or not the team has actually won the round after. DB is standing here, trying to get a pick with this operator, and I was gonna say he's about to connect on.
Oh, the Shiro. I don't know if Bianchi just got out in time or just the sheer wall saved him, but CB now immediately rotating here. Ooh.
Yeah, I love to see this actually. I love when we have a roaming operator. There are some amazing players out there who do this right. Like there's nothing worse than an operator that never moves around. I love that he's shown presence mid. Now he's on the lane, and he's in the right position for sure. Although there's a Terra Scepter that does reveal where he is. And
oh, he's alive.
Somehow he's alive. Yes.
Might not be for long though. He gets the kill. Right now, he gets the kill, but it's a bit of a weird situation here for both Nova. Rolling Thunder will be used, and Bianca actually gets the kill onto Howling. It will be a spike planter for Trace Esports, and Nova will be slowly pushing in two of their remaining players from Heaven.
Yeah, let's see. Obi-Wan here has to be the hero, right? He has to be the big hero with Annihilation, but Liu King is ready for it. The Annihilation does actually hit, but they get them out of the Annihilation, and then it's just Midi left, or Guang left, but Midi takes him out. And that is 11 rounds for Trace now. It was looking a little bit dire.
I don't like the metric here.
It looks a little... yeah, there was a couple of interesting decisions. But I will say, like, coming into this map, it looked like Trace were having a rough time. I like to see that they've turned it around. I don't know where you're at, but look at this. Look at their attacking side. They have lost 1 round in all of it. One single
And it was a
round.
weird round as well, right? It's not like they were completely outplayed. It's just they were just taking the weird decisions themselves. But right now, it's going to be the 11th. Looking forward towards a 12th round here for Trace Esports. Nova,
but they're running into all of the util. So we'll see whether or not they actually decide to go in, or if we... Oh, okay, we used the Yoru drone to get the wall out the way. That means that they cannot be safe on B anymore. They have to be aware of B constantly. But let's see where Trace goes now. What do you think? Do you think they'll go through mid and go A?
I think they might be, but considering that they've done where they just double backed into B, that might be an option for them as well. Trace right now, not exactly finding any sort of presence here on mid, on vent, while they're pushing slowly towards the mailbox, so they are going to be double backing themselves. Not spotted by the sensor as well, and Guang isn't going to find anyone. Will be actually getting 2 kills here. Gets the trade by Heibei, but Obi-Wan eventually gets killed by Luo King. It'll be only him remaining, and it is going to be a weird position here for him, trying to clutch and repositioning towards Ali, facing against CB in a 1v1, but to no avail, and finally Nova recovering slowly 11-9.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Guan's kills there was just absolutely beautiful, and Obi-Wan standing closer to Rafters, getting the last pick as well. I love it. I will say, again, this was I will say that I feel like Trace really, really biffed it there. They swung completely without any util or any information, right? They didn't know if there was anyone on the site. They didn't flash when they swung. They just swung out. And it was quite easy for Guang to just pick 2 heads. Like, if you give him a free kill, he'll take it, right? You can't continue to do these kind of mistakes.
Right now, it is going to be the 21st round here. Kai, popping out the Dimensional Drift, will be finding Oling O that is backing away towards their own spawn. Actually going to be spotting out Howong as well, and actually getting the information for Heibei to kill him. Amazing set play here for the Viper and the Yoru, as Midi, even though getting caught by the Graph-Net, gets the kill onto Obi-Wan. Plant has been planted as CB and Bianc both trades the kill. It is going to be a 2v4, but Nova didn't want to risk it all and was opting for a save.
I think they actually need to do that. Look at the economy. It's not looking great, is it? On the other hand, I would say Trace are rolling in money, so they're perfectly happy. We might see them go on a little hunt.
Are they hunting?
Let's see. Yeah, it might be a little hunt coming. Which actually, there's no vice. There's no vice util. There's no deadlock util. So there's no way for CB and ACO to actually know if they're coming. But it looks like they're definitely searching for them, doesn't it? They don't connect them though, so they do get to keep those guns for the next round. But this is about to be very, very, very pivotal. Like this round, this coming round, like they have to win 3 times in a row, Nova, to get to overtime. If they don't, it's Trace's map.
But look at the alt economy though. It is going to be the Astral Divide and the Steel Garden for Nova, so at least they are safe for that capacity. And right now, Race Esports trying to show some of their presence here towards mid, but Midi, oh, amazing there for Kai. The aggressiveness trying to push out towards mailbox there, but Azir gets the trade regardless, and he's holding out strong here. Gets another kill towards Heibei, not able to get the third, but Oling O distracted by the Luo King, and it's going to be Guang remaining in the 2v1. Guang might not expect the person in the backside, and it is going to be a 13-9. Trace gets the comeback.
I cannot believe, first of all, what was that round? Second of all, the fact that chooses to swing and not wait for his teammates when he knows this is match point. I am honestly a little bit confused by that. What a match! Again, it looked like we had, like at the beginning of this, I was like, oh, Nova's back. No, Nova's back. Trace are cooked. This is it. We won't see like Trace on the way out. Because again, Trace were amazing on this map the other day, and this looked like the beginning of this map looked really, really rough, right? So what do you think? I think Trace just pulled something out of, like, I don't know, they found the next gear and just turned up and been like, okay, you're giving us some competition, we'll just be a little bit better.
Yeah, I think like Trace just found something that just clicked to them, because you can see how they slowly recovered towards the end of the first half, right? Some of their more natural calmer, like natural chemistry from the team working together. As on the opposite side, Nova just completely fell apart. Like we saw them reverting back slowly towards what we saw on that match in Ascent. Lots of individual plays, lots of trying to be the hero plays and not playing together. And when you have the device, when you have the deadlock, you want to get those defensive round, and they just couldn't do it. They just couldn't adapt.
No, and that's the thing. Like even the last round was the perfect example of it, wasn't it? They kept swinging one by one, giving single duels, not actually swinging together. Yeah. So it's quite, as we were talking about earlier, they did fix a lot of what we saw from yesterday. We were seeing a lot of
praising them.
improvement.
We were praising them.
Yeah, we were praising them. We were very excited to see, oh, you're back and you didn't take it too hard. And then halfway through this map, it felt like they were falling apart again. They were going back to being individuals instead of a team. And it bugs me because the beginning was actually really, really good. They're like, what happened? Like, what happened to make this happen? I'm baffled because, yeah.
Like, I don't know, like the one problem that I constantly think in my head when I saw these Nova rounds, just their adaptation, like their responses to some of Trace's aggression, like, or any of the team's aggression, it's just lacking. Like once one guy is down, they just completely fell apart. Like, where's your caller? Where's your responses? Do you not have the set plays? Like, it's just they can't adapt. They can't make sure that they can recover something out of a losing round. While we see now the MVP from Trace will be Kai.
100%. He had 6 multi-kills. Yep, we saw them. But I would also say, like, they were not only falling apart, it was also a lot of just disconnection. And we talked about it yesterday. It felt like they were not aware of what they could do and how to use a comp that they've been playing with for months, and they've been good at it. So it felt like they were, again, I'm very confused by what's happening with them, because they were looking so solid at the first half of the map, like at the beginning of the map, right? So what's going on? Like, why is it because they get frustrated? I saw someone in chat say like they play defeated, and you were talking about like as soon as one person goes down, everything falls apart. Maybe, and I noticed as well that their mid rounding seemed a little off. I will say though, on the other hand, Trace having
as we see now the first blood clutches stats here, like when you look at the kills, like pure kills, they're equal first bloods, like relatively equal post plants, as well as like clutches and some of the 1v1s. But as a when you look at it from a pure micro and macro decisions, they just can't keep up. They just know how to shoot.
And that's actually the thing that I was kind of going to say about Trace at the beginning, because Trace are known as like the European team and the team that has a lot of strats and has good mid-rounding and like very a thinking man's team, if you want to call them that. And the beginning of this map, I was like, where is that at? Because it seemed very disjointed. It seemed like they were just playing for picks, basically. So the fact that a timeout happened and they suddenly got their head on straight, I was like, okay. But that meant that Nova suddenly was like, uh-oh, you know what you're doing now. And we are not right there at the moment. It's really frustrating. It's really frustrating because I really wanted to see it better.
Exactly. And next map is Lotus. And you know how we saw, again, Nova on Lotus. If they continue the trend here towards the second map, I do think we might be seeing a quick match here for once compared to what we saw on the first half there. But that being said, we'll be going... But regardless of that, we'll be going on towards a short break, so stay tuned as we are going to be right back with you. Welcome back, everyone. We are back. Project Horizon's VCT China English Community Cast. It is match 2 between Nova Esports and Trace Esports, and we just saw Trace Esports did an amazing comeback on Split, and as we head on towards Lotus. And right now, Nova is not in a good spot here. Elimination is down the line for them, as Trace might be looking for survival at this rate.
Well, it's a fight for survival, right? No matter the team, if they lose this back, they're out of it. They're out of the playoffs. They can go home and watch the games and go, "Ooh, we should have done," or I messed up in this round. And that's the way of the game, right? If you have a bad day, that's how it is. You have a bad day. It's unfortunate currently. So currently we're getting a little bit of information because they were interviewing interviewing a super fan, and it's mentioned as well
they
that
had an interview before.
Yeah. And it's also mentioned that Nova has not won on Lotus, and I was like, I think I have noted that as well. But now I'm like,
yeah, they lost against DRG.
But they've never won.
Yeah, they lost against DRG 10-13 on this stage.
Yeah,
so,
but have they ever won
at the same
on Lotus?
time?
They won against
On their
Funpack's
entirety,
Phoenix.
I don't think.
They have won. They have won on Lotus, but
When was
they
that?
won. It was in February last time they won on Lotus, which is not great. I'm not
A
gonna
bit of a
lie,
long
that's-
time there.
Yeah, so that's gonna be, and especially as we saw what we saw yesterday, which was a lot of small errors that could be easily fixed, but they were playing, as we were saying, like they were doing the Vice Deadlock combo, playing in front of their util and then dying in front of the util, and that's what we're seeing again. Like the we can actually see that they have the same. We're going to. Oi! First kill. Sorry,
Ooh.
I'll stop yapping here because Kai and Juan
It's
just treated very quickly.
Yeah, traded very quickly there. Kai and CB, that's the deadlock gone here for Nova. Nova is on attack, Trace is on defense, and right now, Nova immediately pivots towards A, but the stealth drone actually not going to be spotting him, spotting them, and Nova taking control of Rubble, while the rest of Trace is only midi on A, and potentially facing against a 4-strong Nova, while the rest of Trace isn't rotating quickly enough to support midi, and right now it's in danger.
It really is.
Oh, huh?
How did Midi get that one? No, Midi,
How
you
did
can't
it get
do
that
this.
one?
What is Midi doing? How can they allow him to stay there and get all of those kills? They had side patrol. They knew he was there. How could he get those two? And now it's a 2v3.
And right,
and they want to plant.
it's a weird situation there. A trade there. Obi-Wan might be actually the savior here for Nova, as was Midi, but Obi-Wan might not have spotted Luo King with the trade, but Luo King expected the rotation and finally saving the round for Trace. But what a weird first round there for both teams.
Exactly, it was such an odd round, and especially the fact that they let Midi stay on site for way too long. Like, why was he allowed to be on the site and alive for that long? That also meant that Obi-Wan was in a situation where he was literally pressed by time and had to run over and plant, which was why he got killed, right? He didn't have the time to actually proper clear the site.
Yeah.
This push out though. This push out from C might be everything.
Ooh. Oh, wait, how did Luo King almost lost that? Regardless, Kai gets the trade and TP's out of there. But it might be an upgrade for Azir there, getting the stinger. Midi will spot Obi-Wan on the lurk on B. Heibei Azir didn't expect Heibei there. And right now, Nova, once again, disjointed in a weird 1v1. All is on Mount, while Obi-Wan is facing against Midi, supported by Bianc. And it's only remaining. Nova is all over the place as actually gets the kill onto Heibei, but nothing more. 2-0.
Okay. Not bad. It was a save round against the Force. They wanted to at least take 2 guns out of their hands, and they did. They also need to rebuy some shields. Not bad. They probably wanted to plant at least as well. But this, I am shocked at Luo King, like, how wrong that could have gone. As well, especially like if you're against an eco, don't go out and give them your gun. Like, it was such a situation. It was like, what are you doing?
You do not want to.
So yeah, we have a bonus situation against the first fall buy from Nova. Let's see how it works.
Let's see how it works indeed. As Kai here getting the alt orb, immediately taking control of Rubble. It's going to be Azir that's potentially going to be facing him right on. Stealth drone will be spotted out there. Although Midi might not know where the rest of Nova is. As right now, actually a bit of an aggressive push here. It's going to be a 2v5 for him. Oh, Trace! A bit of a weird decision here where they might be going too aggressive for their own sake, as now it's only 2 stingers and an outlaw from Bianc. Viper Wall will be pulled up as Azir snappy aim towards Bianc. 2 stingers versus 5 remaining players. But look at the lurk here from Luo King. Wait. No. Luo King and Heibei immediately found each other's kills, and Heibei gets the second one as well. 10 HP remaining. Azir gets... No! How? Nova just completely threw that apart.
It was a Vandal and Stinger at range, or was it a Guardian? Did he have a Guardian? He had a Guardian. Even worse, Guardian and Stinger at range, and he won the fight? What do you mean? No, King. No, it was a Vandal. And this as well. Wows just jumped in with no backup, no nothing, and just gave Heibei the kill. What was this round, guys? What are you doing? Oh no! And now we're
I do not
save.
like here.
So Kai is out with an outlaw. This is about to be... I do like how I want to point out that Trace are taking both Rubble and Mount control at the same time. Bianca's getting pushed, so he's going to go back, but do like that they're taking so much map control, which means Nova is completely without any sort of map control. Let's see if Kai can get something
Bianc
here.
almost get caught there. Yeah. Is he? Yep, he does. Gets the kill there onto Guang. Manages to TP out here with 20 HP remaining. I was going to say Bianc will almost get caught on there by the timing from the Viper wall. As right now, Nova getting the ult orb here for CB towards that annihilation. Azir tucked himself away outside of 3 here, only with the Sheriff. Grafnet has been thrown with the Stinger spray here, but Nova immediately trying to scramble towards B, where Luo King is ready to welcome them with open arms. But CB didn't expect him, and now Nova immediately pivots towards A.
What is CB doing in this situation? He's not clearing anything. Oh, Bianca is in a trial and unfortunately loses to Isia. And then we are in 3v3, and they have a better gun now. They can upgrade a 3v4. Oh, no, they're...
Well, not 3v3. That's a 4v2.
4v1. Alright.
4v1.
Okay, Liu King. Alright, Liu King. Okay.
4v0.
Just take 4. That's fine. What a situation. What was that round? What was that round from Liu King? I was like, yeah, no.
Again,
okay,
we are seeing this. Like,
yeah,
we're seeing Nova slowly reverting their individual plays again. Like, CB, what are you doing trying to contest that top B? And again, swinging one by one.
Yeah, CB tries to contest top B with no info, with no backup, with nothing. And loses for it, and then his team is at a disadvantage. I do not get that choice. It does not make any sense to me. He's also not quiet about it. He makes so much sound. There's a timeout coming in here from Nova, and I think we can all agree that is very much needed because they're playing like we saw them play yesterday, and that's not a good thing. So what would you say to them here?
Like, how do you at this point, what can you do? Because talk is one thing, right? When you talk about trying to back them up is one thing, but at the same time, you have to consider, are their mental broken? Have their confidence just completely been shot down? Because right now, 4-0, especially when you just got come back at split, you're not in the right mind state here, and Trace might as well keep rolling them apart.
Yeah, exactly. If you look at the coach and the faces during this timeout, they already look defeated. They already look like they don't look pumped up or anything. They just look slumped and unhappy. And I really hope that they get back into this map because they can be good. We know they can. I just think they need to believe in themselves again. But Kai is pushing out on Rubble. Oh, Isia gets him. Okay, good start. Let's see if that actually gets them a good way into this map. Now they have Rubble control.
Ooh, nice job there for Azir. Yeah, good Rubble control there. They're leaving Azir on Rubble just to make sure there's no immediate lurk here. But at the same time, the sheer wall will at least catch Luo King and Heibei rotating all the way from C. Plant will finally, for the first time, be spot down by Nova, and Trace is being faced by a 4v4. I was going to say a 4v5. Olingo gets backstabbed here by Luo King. Armageddon has been popped. CB actually almost get caught there. Luo King cleans it up. It's going to be Guam remaining, and once again, Nova not playing together, not playing to their strengths, as Trace Esports gets their 5th round as Guam stuck on top B.
What was this round? But also, the flank, you were talking about how the wall was set up, and I don't know if you noticed, but only Luo King teleported over the wall, so it didn't set off. That's how they could get that kill, that very, very important kill on Uo, I think it was, and just get the entry into the side, right? And that's when Heibei and Luo King mix up and just annihilates all of Nova, right? They need to, even though they have, I think they know they have a wall, so they don't think about flanks, but that can't be a way to. Luo King gets one. Okay, CB gets him back. That's good. That's a good start. We're equalizing at, and it's a very important player for Trace. Let's see if Hebei is about to be set on trial here. There's about to be 4 people pushing into side.
Oh, 4v5 here right now. Rolling Thunder will be used, but CB actually gets caught on by there. It's a friendly Rolling Thunder that will make his annihilation be useful. Actually gets one. I believe it is going to be the Yoru. Wait, who is actually no? Kai actually popping out the dimensional drift. So I wonder who got caught there by the. It's the clone. They got the clone. CB gets the kill onto Hebei. Kai, they did not win. Oh my no, Kai. Midi finally puts down CB. It's only going to be Azir remaining, but Midi and Kai, the deadly duo combo. I was wondering. I saw the Yoru. I saw a Yoru icon gets caught on by the annihilation, but it was the clone. And oh no!
That was such a play from the not only get the clone caught, but immediately go into the dimensional drift to get information, and then this kill. Kai, you can't. No, this is filthy. Why? Midi just being super dependable once again, coming in, cleaning up, and being the cleanup crew for the rest of it. Oh my goodness. Also, again, about the disjointedness, about them not playing together. CB was hit by his own teammates. Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder?
That should not happen. Oh goodness, now we're back on a save. Oh, and Kai can get some in here. He gets one.
Yep, he does.
Oh dear. Midi.
No, Midi?
Oh, Obi-Wan gets one. He's the hope. Is he the hope? Does he have the power? He gets a gun as well. And then the Steel Garden comes in.
Surely not, right? Oh
Surely
no!
Not.
Oh,
surely not. This is not the
pulling
round.
out the operator on towards the Steel Garden. He didn't have his shorty ready. CB catches Bianca off guard. Will we see the first round here for Nova of a drifting even operator in the hands of Azir as Hebei and Luo King trying to reclaim what was lost from Trace. Gets the kill onto Oling out. That's a start, but Spike keeps taking down. Spotting on Hebei, Obi-Wan gets the kill, and Luo King. It is a 1v3. Spike keeps ticking, and he can't really get them all. Not with the sideline that Nova has. And finally, for the first time, Nova gets their first round, 6-1.
Yeah, that was. What was that? How? What was this round? What was everything here? The Steel Garden was the reason why they won this. 100%.
Yeah.
It was the best use, and getting this pickup on Kai and just Obi-Wan as well. Obi-Wan doing everything he can was just beautiful. But that was. I believe for 2 seconds. I will say I believe for 2 seconds because we had Luo King and Hebei, and I was like, no, they still got it. All right, let's see how Kai immediately deletes is here. I was like, let's see his operator. How's that gonna look? It's not gonna look. It's oh no.
Well, that's their one ace gun. Well, destroyed by Kai there. I don't think Kai wants to recover it regardless. Luo King spotted up by the rest of Nova. Paranoia is in his hands, but the timing is misplaced. Guang gets the kill onto Hebei. Suddenly, it's a disaster for Trace. It is a 3v4, but a lot of their ultimates. Rolling Thunder has been used as Razorblind has been popped. Hotline returned from Nova as Trace suddenly gets killed. And Kai! Last time it was the clone, this time it is the real Yoru. And now Nova gets their second ever round of Lotus.
So what they really did was, you know what guys, instead of trying to take time and take space, let's just run in. Let's just say, F it, we're running in, we're shooting people before they can get anything set up. You saw Luo King get caught with his flash in his hands, right? The util in hands, trying to set up or something, and CB's just like, I'm done with this. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna get this kill. I feel like CB is just done. I'm gonna win this no matter what, and if I have to carry all of you, I will. This kill from Kai was nasty, but also just I will say this was a lot of ults they threw into this round as well. The ult
Yeah.
economy the last couple of rounds has been a lot. Like, what do they have left now? There's a timeout coming in from Trace.
Good call, though. I agree.
Yeah, this is a good momentum killing timeout for sure. They need to, because I was gonna say Nova's the momentum is going up. They're starting to believe again. So if we can put a timeout in from Trace sides of seeing things and actually say, hey, calm down. Maybe we can figure out how to deal with this aggressiveness as well. On the other hand, this might actually be really good for Nova, don't you think? Because they actually can talk about what to do now. Because I could see Trace being aggressive the other way around now. We've seen Trace before go super aggressive, and I could see that happen again.
It really depends on how Nova wants to approach this like 10th round, because it's like either they just completely like, okay, we know what's working, let's catch them off guard again, or they're just going to be just a bit more passive and knowing that, okay, Trace might be the one that's getting aggressive. So whatever Nova chooses to do here might be the deal breaker for them, as we now heading towards the 9th round here. 12-4 is Luo King's KND. He has been completely fragging, as CB has the operator actually spots Luo King but didn't pull the trigger. Viper Spit will be activated in C, while 3 members of Trace is returning from grass towards B. So right now, no potential movement, no any significant movement from both teams.
And with the Viper is down, they can leave C and actually have 2 people B and 2 people A. Bianca takes down Grung. Oh no, guys.
Not again.
This was not again. I was gonna say MIDI, they have to have a beautiful timing here. The flash might be perfect. Oh, but this okay, once again, everyone, and we got MIDI as well, swings in. Oh, but MIDI gets
the information from Kai in the dimensional drift. Azir, he's lurking all the way in rubble, but he has no support. Kai will spot him out, but there's Bianca there, ready for the lurk if all goes bad. Flash comes out and will eventually get Azir. 7-2, and like I said, Nova getting too aggressive for their own sake.
That was just bullying. I felt like the last kill from Bianca. There was no reason for you to flash in there. There was 3 people pinching in there. You don't have to. That was mean. But I will say they did throw the Rolling Thunder into it.
Yes.
So we did see Trace using up a Rolling Thunder and a Dimensional Drift. So it wasn't a cheap round for Trace to get. As you can see, all the economy for Trace right now is... And they also threw in the Viper's Pit on C, so it was 3 ultimates.
Oh, that's right.
So that wasn't a cheap run for them. So maybe... I mean, you don't want to lose a round, but maybe you're kind of okay with, getting 3 ultimates out of them. And this is a fast A push here. I think Nova's figured out they need to do fast pushes. But look at the flank coming in!
Ooh!
Oh my goodness.
Well, at least it is going to be a 5v5 retake, but at the same time, Nova is so fast towards A. I think Trace might be pulling themselves towards a very awkward situation. Stealth drone spotting Guang out. Bandit salvo will be thrown. Nova, still all of them are in the middle of A, while Trace is just trying to play siege warfare here. It gets a kill actually. Hebe gets 2 kills towards Azir, and CB gets 3 kills. Hebe, Guang not looking toward the right angle. 4K for him. Might we see the ace, but not exactly. MIDI, sadly, steals it from him. But Hebe, what an amazing run from him.
And this is why yesterday when they were asked whether or not you would have Hebe or who, I don't remember who the other one was as a carry, most people said Hebe. This is why, you just need to show this. You just need, look at this from him. It was beautiful. Also, MIDI, you stole the ace! How dare you!
He had it! He had it!
That was not very MIDI of you, that was Maxi.
Aww. But right now, 8-2. Similar score lines here, but on the other side of the coin, as Nova looking for an A execute here. Half buy with the Stingers and Spectres, only a rifle from Guang. Just making a lot of noise onto C, but I don't think Trace is buying it because look at Kai already holding for trouble as well as Bianc just killing in Link.
Exactly. And that's the thing. That's the thing about Lotus, right? You need to have either Rebel or Mount Control, because that means that you can actually stack a side. Unfortunately, we're currently stacked the wrong side.
Corners.
No, they won't check their corners. No, they won't check their corners. Like, now they have to rush into A. They don't know if anyone's in there, though. Oh, so they're taking so much time, and all that time means the Trace can rotate.
Rolling Thunder will be expanded here, but oh no, Kai actually gets weird trades there for both sides of the players. Olimo actually gets the kill onto Kai and Bianc, and not expecting walking away. It's still doable for him.
Okay.
The bot didn't see him. The bot didn't see him, but Guang will be expecting him. It's 70 HP versus 65 HP, and Luo King almost gotten him, but Nova in the end clutched it up. Oh, it could have been so disastrous for either team.
I can't. It's like, okay. Well, there's the Rolling Thunder coming in, and the kill from Asia was just, what was that? And then the King does Lord King stuff, right? He almost gets the connection on Guang as well. If Guang was a little bit lower, he'd gotten that clutch, a 1v3. He's on 15 and 6. Lord King, you are indeed our king. Oh my god. Ugh.
Oh, the veteran presence there. As actually Kai pushing in towards Rubble here with the operator, but Nova has finally set their sights towards A, throwing out the boom bot, but the Molly here will stop them in their tracks. But though, will slowly rotate towards C. We might actually be seeing a split C execute rather, for Nova.
They already have 2 people ready for that. Let's see if they can actually get into the site. That was the problem last time. They got stalled outside of C, right? Oh, and they're clearing. I was going to say Tracer already clearing outside of D. Oh. And now look at the amount of map control. They have no map control. They have mount, and they have a little bit outside of B main, and that's it. There's nothing. Oh goodness, where are they gonna go? They have to go into C.
They're taking too long.
They're wasting their time. Now it's 30 seconds left almost, and they can't get in.
The paranoid. Oh no! Again!
What was that from Hepe? I need to see a replay instantly. What was that? You're joking. You're absolutely joking. What? They were 5 people swinging in on him, and he just does this. Okay, when the
paranoia was amazing.
The paranoia was so clutch. Liu King's paranoia was everything. But also there's crossfire set up. They don't clear anything. We talked about it earlier. They didn't clear close right or left when they just ran in one by one. No, what are you doing? Oh.
What the dog doing? And okay, so we know that the right one is playing together with the team. What's the left one this time?
Yeah, that would be interesting. Is it because you love skins?
Is it saving? Wait, no.
Or is it saving?
Is it saving? Like, are they preferring save? So we got information here. One is more accurate, or would you rather crouch spray? You know what? Accurate is for losers. If I can crouch spray with an Odin, I will. I don't care. I have an Odin. What can you do?
I haven't noted. I feel like that was what we saw yesterday, wasn't it? On Ascent. I haven't noted. What can you do? Oh yeah, it was like what kind of? I feel like it was like what kind of player are you? Right? Are you accurate or are you the absolute chaos crouch player? And one of my duos might be in chat, so I might be called out here when I say that I am definitely. I have to be honest. I am a stinger enjoyer. This is a safe space. I'm a stinger enjoyer.
Yeah, but right now, let's go back to the game here because 9-3 Nova is in a rough spot to say that at the least.
Oh yes, I will say though this comp is very defensive if they play it right, which was kind of the problem last time because they kept playing in front of it. Oh, Guang is already pushing out. Why? So speaking of that, yeah, what did we do here? What did we say here? Like there was a flash from they set him up, but there's no one to trade him. This is just what was the plan? Because he cannot get out of that situation. He's a race. So even if he gets one kill, he will be traded. Do you see what I mean? Like, why are you doing this? They're trying to get into A right now.
Holding Odo. Skill onto snap aim there. Paranoia will be thrown up by Luo King, but again Luo King gets 2 in return. It's going to be a 3v2 here. CB and Obi-Wan only has classic, and they didn't check Kai. They didn't check their corners. Obi-Wan gets the trade, but in the end, Hebei will clean them up. And right now, I think Nova might want to pack up for their break. Yeah.
Like this play, what are you doing? There's no one to trade you. And the same actually in a 2v3. They jump down, they have no one to trade them, right? And then it's just like, well, then now we're even if you get one kill, there's no one to trade you, so it does not matter, right? I'm so we were talking about how they're playing as individuals and as not as a team. Look at what we're seeing right here. This is the definition of playing as individuals and not as team. Although I do like this little A stack and then leaving Obi-Wan alone on C with all his util. Let's see how that works out also for Stingers. Big fan of that.
Yeah. Not going to be spotting out CB there with the stealth drone. Although Obi-Wan, oh, you are very lucky there. 6 HP for him as Trace finally gets immediate control of C, but Kai with the off angle, with the close angle, he might get CB off guard. Didn't get the spray at all. CB gets 2 there. A bit of a misplay there for Trace. But the buildup is going to be, oh no! What happened there? Nova just completely locked in, and you're talking about crush spraying with the stinger? Can your stinger do that?
Yes. My stinger can do that. I will say, I think, honestly, I think they thought that they would save. So they got caught off guard by and I like that the fact that forced and caught them off guard, and that gave them a round. But I'm pretty sure that Trace assumed they saved, and that's why Kai pushed Obi-Wan and CB.
Yeah.
And especially because Obi-Wan didn't have a stinger. Remember? They had a ghost. So they'd only seen the ghost. I really, really like that little mix play. That was beautiful from them. But that means that we're in a weird buy for the attackers. We have 2 stingers, frenzy? That's a weird sign. And 2 classics. See if they can get into B. That makes sense. Kai finds
Kai gets the kill. Oh no, that's a... Huh? Okay, Luo King. Okay, trades. Okay, trades all around from Nova and Trace. Luo King gets a frenzy kill, but the superior weapon gets them in the end for Nova. But look at the HP: 29 for CB, 29 for Obi-Wan as well. Bianc, 1 spray and he can get either of the players. But right now he's in a weird position where he's already on their spawn, and neither team has any intel of what the other are doing.
This is such good. I do love CB's position here. That might be everything. Oh yeah,
Bianca,
does
yes,
not.
yeah.
Yeah, he does not think he's here. This is gonna cost him. No,
No, the timing.
oh,
35
the
HP versus
timing.
29. No, it's still doable because look at the HP.
So durable, especially because Bianca now has no clue where Obi-Wan comes from. He might be our only hope.
But wait, is it planted for him? No.
No, it is
Hold on.
not. Headshot with a stinger to finish that round off. Are you kidding me? By the way, this is why I love the stinger. Because even at that range, you can do that silly and
950 credits, everyone. 950 credits for a SMG. And again, like Nova are ramping up, right? They're doing good kills, but at the same time, they're playing so far apart. It's just so baffling to see them in this state.
I will point out once again that Lua King is on a banger of a match. 23.
Oh
my god! He looked at, what, 3 people and a grenade and came out alive? What? How is he alive? He should not be alive.
I think CB got flashed as well by his teammates, so that's why he was able to get out. But regardless, Race gets a leash on the second life here. Sheer Wall will actually not be activated by the Yoru clone, so Race in a bit of a weird position on Mount, while all of the Vice Yuto has not yet been activated. And right now, Nova, they could chill for a moment, trying to figure out where is Trace going.
Yeah, oh, Nova, oh, and once again, CB, you see CB is playing so far out. If he gets picked, all of his util on B goes away.
He has holding though.
Yeah, exactly. I'm very happy to see that he gets. Oh no! What is this? The spam against. Okay, Guan takes Bianca down. Okay. We 3v2. It's doable. It's doable. It's
especially
on B,
with
which
the
is
guns.
hard. Yeah, but it's on B and it's hard to retake.
Guan has the showstopper.
Oh, that's right. That might actually be needed. Oh,
okay, gets the kill with the rifle. They still has the showstopper. Finally being popped out. Gets the trade, but it is going to be a 1v1. Obi-Wan versus Midi this time, and Midi not yet for the guided salvo. It has not yet been online. Finally online, stalls it out. Obi-Wan only has the arc throws. It is going to be a for a split second there, Obi-Wan. But the time, it's not working for them. It is going to be a 12th round here, and he doesn't save the gun.
The time was off. No, Obi-Wan did everything in that round, and still the time was what took him down at the end. Especially when the guided salvos came in, Midi was like, I won this round. 100%, because I know he's gotten off it. Oh my god. Both Obi-Wan and I don't even remember. Guan did so much. Thank you. Guan did so much to win this round, and nothing. They are doing such amazing.
It's going to be
okay. First blood.
Please, can we?
Be nice.
Okay, right now, Trace, mount control, good for them. Immediately, going towards the side. Armageddon will be activated here, and Hebe actually gets CB. Holding Odo, gets killed by Hebe as Trace goes around. Obi-Wan and Luo King. Luo King is wreaking havoc on C now. It might be the last. I was going to say it might be the last at the end of the line here for Nova, but Guang gets a clutch kill here towards Midi. Luo King uses the Shrouded Steps and finally gets the plant. Hebe here gets a 3k onto Guang, and now it's all on the hands of Azir. Lifeline, stage line, playoff lining. It's all hands on that for the Omen player. If not, this is going to be it from him. A 2v1 Trace. Both of them are all the way onto 3. Viper Spit as a distraction, as Azir Fangs has been call out here from the Traces players as Azir. Oh, the Molly! Wait, is he going to stick it?
It's not.
Surely not, right? Azir not spotting on the other side of the smoke! And Hebe, like you said, 4K to enter round, the clutch master of the team, and sadly, Nova will end their playoff run, but Trace, he absolutely dominated it.
I as soon as I saw Hebe on stairs, I was like, oh no, you lost sight of Hebe? He's out doing some weird shit, weird stuff. And that was what he was doing, right? As soon as you don't know where Hebe is, he's gonna be the place you don't want him to be. And that's why he's on stairs, and that's why he gets that kill. Oh my goodness. What a showing from Trace, but dang. It hurts to see Nova go out in this way. It really, really does. I cannot underline that enough. Like, and especially because they were looking so defeated. Like, and the entire match, it feels like as soon as it started going a little bit wrong on split.
Not even the entire match, like their entire run.
True. Yeah, yesterday was not looking great either. Maybe that's it for them. They're currently at a point where every time they start, because we all know those kind of players. As soon as they start, losing a couple of rounds, then they stop believing. That might be a thing that they need to fix, either with some different coaches or I don't know, ideal change. I am not sure. We'll see how that ends up looking for them. What would you think they need to do?
Hello. Okay, so I feel bad. Like I said, I feel bad for Nova here. It's just you can see some of the lifeline, like some of the potential they have.
Yeah. So as you can see, as Timo was saying before he went away, it's like Nova keeps trying to get into the match, and they keep trying to do different things, and their ideas are good. It's just lacking on the execution a bit, and that was the entire thing of it, wasn't it? Every time they thought of an idea and it looked great, then there was a Hebe to stop them. Then was the Liu King, especially in this map, to stop them, to shut them down when they try to execute something that on paper, shout out to Volt, on paper looked great. But as soon as they came in, execution didn't work, right? And it was heartbreaking to see, because you could see that they had some good ideas, but they could not execute them right. I don't know. I feel like, as I said, like I really want. They need some sort of change if they need to continue. I don't want to see this kind of Nova to come back in Split 2. I would really hate to see this kind of Nova come back. Maybe they need, actually, maybe it's a good thing that they don't go to Toronto, because they can get the time they need to actually recuperate, right?
Yeah, like whether or not they went further into playoffs or even towards Toronto, I think at the state they are now, it's not the best for them. It's like you don't want to see this kind of performances from your international teams, right? And as we see now, if you see on your screen, the team comms here, talking about Trace, like these sort of plays, right? Like you see how they started on Split, where they looked a bit, a bit disjointed, as this man, like right here, showed that they just needed the kickstart. Like they just needed the kickstart to just push themselves forward. And 316 ACS, 2.9 KDA, 82% ASD, and 208 damage
per round.
19 and 9. Yep. And 19 and 9, but don't forget, there's Liu King.
21 and 9. I mean, what do you do here, right? Like, if you go up against that, Guan did her very best and actually did all right. I felt like he constantly got caught off guard, especially on this map. It was very, very... And this, if we look at this, like we have 12 first bloods on the side of Trace. 12. That I feel like that illustrates the entire map, doesn't it? There's one clutch as well on the side of Trace, and then oh my god,
near flawless post plan as well. 4 out of 5. It's just so how much in control they are, and of course as we headed out towards like the dying stages, so far both of these lower round matches are the complete opposite side of the spectrum. One side you have TEC and DRG, absolute cinema, marathon, complete OT. I think 4 or 5 OT, but at one end
on 2
you
maps.
see
OT on 2 maps.
And right now, and you see on the other side, Trace and Nova, you see like the slow decline, like the opposite side, as we are waiting for the interview here to happen for one of the Trace's players. And again, just completely different showing for both matches today. And I'm excited to see how far can they go, because we always know about lower bracket runs, as we'll hold on to that while we head on towards the interview with our translator.
大家好，我是来自 TE 的开。
欢迎小开，欢迎。欢迎。常规赛其实表现有一点不符合你们的预期嘛，但是后面也经过了人员的轮换，包括今。
And your performance in the regular season was kind of not satisfying to you, but then after roster's changes, you guys have looked much better.
我们还有很多的提升空间吧。
And they say they still have a lot of room for improvement. And today, like the match win, all just relied on everyone, his teammates, like, playing very well.
防守方反而得分没有取得那么大的优势，来到了进攻方之后，你们很会去置换对方的技能，是不是前期对于他们的这一套做了很多的研究？
And did you guys study like Nova's comp very early on, and like regain so many points on like on the attack side?
超级大佬，然后才能拿分。
对，小编也是一个有非常多经验的选手了，他在场上的一些调度也会要比大家更加的灵活一些。那再聊一聊，其实因为这张图一切追分的开始啊，要从你那把明居五杀说起了。虽然说没有拿下来那一分，但是
And talking about Kai's F5K up ace.
想问一下，现在你在步枪和狙击枪双修的情况下，你自己会比较喜欢哪把枪呢？
And it's like, do you like prefer rifling or playing the operator more? And then he says like getting multi kills up is like kind of relatively difficult compared to rifles.
其实，在用明狙的时候，是不是更加的灵活一些？
是的，然后教练一直让我取狙。
And he says that like playing the operator on Yoru is like very flexible.
现在更多的会去使用到版本比较强势的阵容嘛，但是对方可能会比较习惯于使用双哨体系。你觉得现在还存在版本答案这一说吗？
And do you think there's still like a definite answer, like definite meta comms right now? Because you guys have been playing like so much of Yoru, Tail Breach, those kind of comms.
包括像黑贝，包括像小编，他们都会尝试不同的位置。之后你会不会说，还是固定在决斗了，还是也会尝试不同的可能性？
And they say so many people have been trying different roles lately. Do you think you just stay on duelist?
对，一切都。
And he's like everything. Yeah, I'll just do everything according to like what the team needs.
谢谢大家来看比赛，辛苦了，谢谢大家。
And thank you for everyone for like watching the matches, and thank you for staying with us for so long.
把时间交还给解说。
We are back. Well, I can't believe they actually asked about that op 6 5K, but well, what can you do? But again, coming back.
Yeah, I was laughing so hard. I was like, no, they didn't. Oh no. I was like, how was it to get that ace? They actually did.
Well, in the end, they did win the match, so good, you know, positive from him. But like I said before, it's like you talk about these teams, right? These teams on the rise, especially when we heard about lower bracket runs, lower bracket resurgence, and if Trace can come back towards their pre-Bangkok form, or maybe Dragon Ranger Gaming, another Ascension like hopeful, pushing towards. I think the sky is the limit for them, because these are two teams that are complete, I wouldn't say complete opposites of each other, but have their own storylines that would be interesting to see moving forward towards the later stages of the playoffs.
Definitely, and Trace has we've seen them do a pretty deep run on a Masters situation before. I don't remember which Masters it was. I apologize for that, but they were taking down some pretty big teams back in the day, and it would be lovely to see them come back. It was champions. It was champions. That's right. It was champions. Was it last year?
They defeated Vitality and they went to playoffs. So you can see
That's
how
right. They did. That's the thing. They were amazing, and I would love to see that happen again, because I do think that Trace has a lot of good in them, and the same for Dragon Ranger Gaming. I do want. I hate the fact that people always say that China is one region, a one team region. I would love to see more region teams come to Masters or to Champions and actually show up and show what they can do. So I would love to see that happen. But I will say currently at the state there I'm still a little worried about sending Trace to Masters. I think they need to work on some things still, but we're seeing a lot of improvement, which is really, really good to see.
Yeah, not even Trace, like other teams as well, Wolves and TEC Gaming, which we casted yesterday as well. There's so many teams that are talented, that has the potential towards Toronto, towards champions, and it's just a matter of time till we see the new team that will be coming down to the block. And right now, as you see on the screen here, the bracket tomorrow will be a banger matchup, which is going to be Bilibili Gaming versus Wolves, and Edward Gaming versus Sealite Gaming. Actually, I'm more excited for that second match there.
Yeah, I would really love to see. I feel like that's. I keep comparing them. I don't have to, but I keep comparing SLG with XLG with Boom, because you kind of have to.
Ooh, yeah.
And because they're both Ascension teams, right? And Boom took down DRX, right? I feel like EDG is kind of in the same genre, right? So if XLG takes down EDG, I really, really want XLG to meet Boom at Toronto. Please make it happen. I would love for that to happen. Be like 2 Ascension teams. Yes, we go. I would love to see that, honestly, because I don't think I'm pretty sure it's been confirmed that the EMEA Ascension team and the America's Ascension team is not going to be able to make it, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So
Gentlemates just got eliminated yesterday. So
and also it's actually Apex I'm talking about, and that's not looking great for them either. And 2G, and unfortunately, and 2G in the US.
G2? Well, no, G2 is an Ascension team. Yeah, no.
Yes, but it's not this year. Not this year. 2G is the Ascension team this year, and they are not been looking that good either. I don't know if they are completely disqualified yet. I think they might be. So I really want to see Boom. I want to see XLG at Toronto. I want to see an Ascension team match. I want to see it, please.
Well, you see the Boom jersey here, right there. So you know where my allegiance lies here. Even though this is a VCTCN cast, but thank you so much for all of you for tuning in for our second day of playoff coverage. Project Horizon, the VCTCN English Community Cast. Thank you so much to you guys. Thank you so much to you, Gibson, as well as also thank you so much to our production team for providing us with this opportunity as well. So
thank
tomorrow,
you all for watching, and thank you. Tomorrow.
And tomorrow, like we said, will be 2 of a banger matchup, upper semifinals: Bilibili versus Wolves and EDG versus Sealite Gaming. It'll be on 11 a.m. CST, so stay tuned on social media to see the exact times when we'll be online, when we'll be casting. Maybe not with us, but there's a lot of amazing casters that that are going to fill the void here. But regardless, also thank you so much for our previous casters. There's Snow and Mada.
Yes.
The marathon that they casted. Oh, I feel bad for them.
They went through.
I think they just immediately went to sleep, right? They just immediately clocked out. So regardless, thank you so much. Yeah.
But also just coming on after them was just it was like, are you guys still alive? It's okay if you're not, because that was a match. That was an intensive match, and this was a heartbreaking match in a different way. I feel like what ours was compared to theirs. Theirs was heartbreaking because it was so close. Ours was because it wasn't that close. So let's see if we can get through tomorrow without any heartbreaks. That would be lovely.
Well, it is the upper semi, so
exactly.
So the losing team has a second chance. But regardless, thank you so much for tuning in, and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Bye bye.